Welcome to Dreams of Europe, where we bring to you a 540-minute report on the winning journey of Västerås SK in the Swedish Cup, designed to lull you into sweet dreams of European play for your team. Brought to you by Oddset. The referee blows the whistle and we're off. AIK takes first possession with Abubakar Keita holding onto the ball at midfield. He looks up and finds Vincent Thill on the left, who moves the ball to John Guidetti in the box. He tries to shoot past Västerås Anton Fagerström, who dives safely to make the save. The counter-attack for Västerås is quick, but Nordfeldt is ready in goal for AIK to keep out the shot. Nothing exciting so far as both teams feeling each other out in this opening 30 seconds. The whistle blows and the first half of the matchup between AIK and Västerås has kicked off. AIK take the initiative, trying to craft something on the offensive end. They're stringing together some impressive combinations, but Västerås isn't going to let them have their own way. They're resorting to a more defensive-minded game plan, hoping for a chance on the counter-attack. AIK looks close to unlocking Västerås' defense but can't seem to put it all together as they are met by fierce resistance at every turn. Västerås appear content to hang back and wait for an opportunity with their rigid defending. The crowd is growing restless as both teams seem unable to break through each other's defenses. Suddenly, Västerås create a chance from nothing. Philip Tront sends a perfect through ball cutting through AIK's backline and finding Jaheim Burke in open space. Burke takes one touch towards goal before rifling home his shot, which sails past Christopher Nordfeldt into the back of the net. The away team have taken a surprise lead. The AIK players are off to a frenetic start, looking determined to take the lead in this match. The defense is resolute and determined, with Jet Mihalati making an impressive sliding tackle to dispossess Västerås attacking midfielder. The midfielders are dominating the possession game. Jimmy Dermis, Abubakar Keita and Bilal Hussein are controlling play while keeping the press on their opponents. Up front, Victor Fischer and John Guidetti showcase their impressive footwork as they look to exploit any chinks in Västerås' backline. On the other side of the pitch, Västerås is trying to respond by relying on their solid defense as they desperately try to resist AIK's pressure. Anton Fagerström commands his area with confidence and organizes his defenders expertly. Adam Padovan shows superb positioning sense and Fredrik Zabiemba consistently displays strong tackling ability. The AIK crowd is chanting for their team to push forward, but the referee is having none of it as he penalizes one player from each team for a slight tug of jerseys. It's quite baffling that he's blowing his whistle so frequently at such an early stage of the match. It's distracting from what has been a captivating display of soccer so far. The two teams square off in the center and AIK quickly has the ball. Västerås applies a heavy pressure and sticks close to the AIK's players as they advance forward, eager to gain possession. The crowd cheers as the AIK players manage to keep Västerås at bay with quick passes and fancy footwork. Alexander Miloevi sends a long ball upfield towards Eric Atino, who skillfully brings it down and keeps it in play on the wing. He manages to evade several Västerås defenders before sending off a pass that nearly reaches Victor Fischer in the box but is blocked off by Max Larsson, much to the relief of the home crowd. Minutes tick by and still no team manages to find an edge, score remaining 0-0 at halftime. The home crowd erupts, chanting and clapping, as both teams head into their respective dressing rooms for some overdue rest. Victor Fischer has just surged forward with the ball down the pitch, showing some stunning agility as he navigates his way through opponents. He fires off an attempted shot towards Västerås' goal, but it is blocked by the defender Max Larsson. AIK are still on the attack and they look to be building up momentum here in the early stages of the game. And the crowd is loving it. Here's a quip: it looks like Victor Fischer could outrun a cheetah if he had to. That's why his teammates call him Victor Sprintfielder. Victor Fischer dribbles down the left side of the pitch, taking on two defenders as he goes. He sends a perfect cross towards John Guidetti in the center, who connects with a scorching volley straight into the back of the net. What a magnificent goal! The crowd explodes with cheers and applause as AIK takes an early lead against Västerås. It's 0-1. AIK's Eriksson Atino gets on the ball and is immediately hounded by Västerås' Max Larsson. Both players go in hard for the challenge, but in an unlucky tangle of legs, Atino comes up limping and motions for a substitution. AIK rush for the medical staff as Atino looks to be in serious discomfort. He looks to be unable to continue and will possibly have to be taken off the pitch. Despite both sides' best efforts, no goals have been scored yet and the game remains at 1-1. John Guidetti makes a strong run with the ball towards the Västerås penalty area, but his shot misses just wide of Anton Fagerstrom's goal. Vincent Thill chases down a loose ball, trapping it and sending a cross into the penalty area which is blocked by Max Larsson. A brilliant counter-attack by Västerås sees Martin Gambos make a long pass to Jaheen Burke who chips a delicate shot over the AIK defense, but Skybert Nordfeldt is there to make the save. Energy is high as both sides continue pressing forward. The sun is shining brightly in the stands and keeping everyone warm, while a cool wind keeps players energized on the pitch. All in all, it's a fantastic day for soccer in Stockholm. The ball is in play, and AIK have the possession as they search for a way to break the defense of Västerås. Vincent Thill threads a perfect ball through to John Guidetti, but it's expertly intercepted by Max Larsson. The crowd cheers in appreciation of the fantastic tackle. Now Västerås are on the attack, their midfielders moving the ball quickly upfield. Martin Gambos looks to pick out Jaheen Burke, but Eric Atino is in position to disrupt his pass and clear it away from goal. Atino has been particularly impressive tonight, playing with poise and confidence since he was brought into the game in the early stages. The two teams continue their battle for control of the game as we reach halftime without any goals being scored. AIK is attempting to clear the ball from their goal, but it's intercepted by Västerås. Ule Edlund takes the ball and passes it to Martin Gambos, who dribbles forward. As he moves closer to the AIK's goal, Bilal Hussein comes in hard with a tackle, knocking Edlund off his feet. Some of AIK's fans boo the challenge, but it was a legitimate slide tackle by Hussein. Hussein has been able to slow the attack for the moment and gain possession for his team. Suddenly there are shouts from the sidelines and players from both teams rush to check on Hussein, who is now lying down with a grimace of pain on his face. It appears he has injured himself and will not be able to continue in this half of the game. He is stretchered off and replaced by Ahmed Yassin as we remain in second half stoppage time with no team scoring a goal, and it's still 1-1. The play has become very physical as the teams battle for possession of the ball. AIK have improved their passing and put together some promising attacks, but have ultimately been stopped by the strong defensive lineup of Västerås. Meanwhile, Västerås have created some dangerous chances of their own but haven't been able to capitalize yet. The referee is being highly criticized for his continuous bad calls, awarding a seemingly excessive amount of yellow cards to both sides without any clear reason why. Players from both teams can be seen questioning his decisions, though the game continues on. Victor Fischer is on the attack for AIK, but the Västerås defense holds strong. They manage to force Fischer into a bad pass and the ball goes over to Martin Gambos. Gambos attempts a long shot, but it's blocked by Soterios Papagiannopoulos with an incredible slide tackle. In response, Prado Ribeiro passes the ball deep into AIK territory and Burke is able to get past Haliti and gain control of the ball. He takes a shot but Nordfeldt saves it and AIK regains possession of the ball. Drömmar then sends a long cross-field pass towards Fischer, who carefully controls it before sending in a low-driven cross just in front of two Västerås defenders for Guidetti to convert into a potential goal-scoring chance. The crowd cheers as Guidetti makes his way towards goal in an attempt to break the deadlock, but unfortunately his shot drifts wide of Fagerstrom's goal post. AIK seem to be dominating the game and they have kept Västerås on their heels for the most part. The AIK defenders, Soterios Papagiannopoulos, Alexander Miloevi, Jetmir Haliti and Eric Atino are doing a great job of keeping Västerås attacking force in check. Jimmy Dermers and Abubakar Keita have been tirelessly trying to drive the team forward with their strong midfield runs, but so far have not been able to breach the tough Västerås defense. Up top, John Guidetti and Victor Fischer have been attempting to create a few chances, but the opposing defenders have been quick to snuff out any threatening plays. In response, Västerås seem content to sit deep in their half and make it difficult for AIK to get anything meaningful going forward. The midfield battle has gone stale and neither side is creating much of an appeal. There's not much action going on as both teams seem content with playing safe passes while attempting to find a break in each other's defensive lineup. The fans at the stadium are starting to get edgy as it appears we may go into halftime with no goal scored yet in this boring game. Victor Fischer takes a shot from inside the penalty area, but Fagerström makes a brilliant diving save at the near post to keep the score tied. Wow, what an incredible display from Fagerström to keep his team in the game. He throws the ball out quickly and Edlund sends it upfield for Burke. Burke charges forward and gets past Papagiannopoulos but is brought down by Drömmar as he tries to go around him. The referee stops play and awards Västerås a free kick just outside of the penalty area. AIK is currently on the offensive as John Guidetti holds possession of the ball. He passes to Abubakar Keita who makes a quick turn and attempts a long shot, but it's blocked at the last moment by Max Larsson. AIK's midfielder Jimmy Drömmar takes control and races towards the goal, but he's stopped by Västerås defender Fredrik Nzabiemva. The crowd cheers in excitement as both teams battle back and forth with no success in finding the breakthrough. On a lighter note, AIK forward Victor Fischer is fondly known amongst his teammates as the King of Falls as he has special talent for comically tripping over himself, much to everyone's delight. Referee is playing a distinct role in the game and has made some difficult decisions. The latest call is a disputed foul on Abubakar Keita by Ole Edlund and the referee is taking a long time to decide. After careful consideration, he awards a free kick to AIK. Christopher Nordfeldt takes the kick and kicks it straight into the gloves of Anton Fagerström in goal who makes a safe stop of the ball. Vincent Thiel follows up, but his shot from outside the box goes wide of the post. The match is now pressing with both sides deeply engaged in search for a goal. Jimmy Drömmar puts in a cheeky pass to John Guidetti which tests the defending line of Västerås but they prove up to the challenge and clear their lines effectively. On the counter-attack, Jaheen Burke tries his luck from distance but his shot lacks sufficient power to trouble Nordfeldt between the AIK sticks. The pace and intensity of this game continues to thrill. Every attack yields an opportunity and every defender must be on their toes. Let's see if either side can break through this deadlock before halftime. We are in the 20th minute of this closely contested match between AIK and Västerås, and the players are giving it their all. Both sides have had their chances at goal, but so far both defenses have held firm. The ball has been hovering in midfield for the last few minutes until finally AIK midfielder Jimmy Drömmar manages to power the ball upfield. He bursts forward and away from his markers, dribbling with pace towards Västerås penalty area. Suddenly he takes a tumble, writhing in pain on the pitch as his teammates rush to his aid. Looks like a serious injury for Drömmar. The AIK medical team come out onto the pitch to attend to what appears to be a twisted ankle. It's going to be an uphill battle for AIK with one of their key players forced out of the game in such an early stage. We'll have to wait and see how they adapt without him in this match. The score still stands at 1-1 with no team managing to break through despite their best efforts so far. We will keep you updated on the situation after this injury break here on Radio Sport. Västerås player, Ole Edlund, is taking the ball up the field once again. He is being challenged by Jimmy Drömmar who tries to intercept the ball and it looks like he succeeds but Edlund is quick and manages to sneak around him. Edlund passes over to Trond who then drives to just outside of AIK's penalty area. He positions himself for a shot but Drömmar gets back into position and forces Trond to go back on track. Minutes seem to be passing very slowly as neither side can really build up consistent attacks, with both players squandering possession too often. The commentators urge the team's fans for some energy as the game has become quite dull with neither team able to penetrate the other's defense line. The score is still 1-1, and this kind of soccer isn't really profitable for anyone. The players continue to battle it out on the pitch. AIK's Jimmy Drömmar takes control of the ball and launches a powerful shot towards Västerås goal, but keeper Anton Fagerström is ready and parries it away. Eric Atino then makes a charging run down the left-hand side and wins his team corner kick. AIK's captain Abubakar Keita steps up to take the shot. He puts in an excellent cross, but it just goes past the head of John Guidetti in the box and out for a Västerås goal kick. Out on the pitch, it is a hot day with sunny skies above, making for an ideal setting for a soccer match. The players are feeling the heat as they scramble around, looking to make that crucial play to get their team back in front. The crowd is raucous as they chant and cheer their teams on. Despite all that action, neither team has been able to find a way onto the scoreboard so far today. It's still 1-1 in tonight's match between AIK and Västerås. It's a seesaw match and we've seen the teams give their all, but so far no goals yet. AIK's leading midfielder Jimmy Drömmar just delivered a strong pass to Victor Fischer, who muscled his way through the Västerås defense, but his shot goes wide. AIK's keeper Kristoffer Nordfeldt has been a powerhouse today, making some incredible saves. A minute ago he kept Västerås from scoring after a shot from Ghanaian winger Jahim Burke. Not much going on for Västerås winger Ole Edlund today, who normally makes crowds go wild with his breakouts down the left side of the pitch. He often has witty banter with the AIK defenders that never ceases to bring laughter to the stadium, entertaining us all during long stoppage times. Let's hope he starts shipping some goals soon. It's an action-packed 26 minutes of play so far as both teams push hard to capitalize on the draw. AIK midfielder Jimmy Drömmar threads an impressive pass to forward John Guidetti, who drives in towards goal. A low, hard-angled shot looks like it will find the back of the net when defender Max Larsson comes sliding in for a tremendous goal-saving tackle. Both teams play fiercely for the ball, searching for an advantage ahead of a possible strike on goal. AIK goalkeeper Kristoffer Nordfeldt keeps a sharp eye on proceedings as Västerås mount defense after defense in their fight to keep the score level. The weather is windy but otherwise mild, with pale sunlight peeking through the clouds above. The ball is being sailed up the left side by Alexander Miloevi. He makes a marvelous cross that is met by John Guidetti, who's brought down by Max Larsson in the box. A strong shout for handball, but the referee stays silent and play goes on. Jimmy Drömmar has taken possession of the ball at midfield and puts together a few sharp passes up front. It's now just outside of the box, but he can't find a cutting pass before he's dispossessed by Fredrik Nzabiemva. Fredrik seems to be having a tough time tonight and has made several errors already, something that AIK should take advantage of if they want to capitalize here. The players struggle to find their rhythm as the first half reaches its closing moments. Both teams are trying to create chances but without much success. AIK's Bilal Hussein and Västerås Ole Edlund battle for the ball in the center of the pitch, with neither ultimately gaining meaningful possession. Jimmy Drömmar breaks forward from midfield for AIK, unleashing a shot from distance that is saved well by Anton Fagerström in goal. The second half passes by uneventfully, with both sides seemingly content with a draw as time runs out. Ultimately the game ends 1-1, with the crowd voicing their disappointment at an unexciting affair. And we have a goal. It's the away team, Västerås, who gets on the board first here in this match. After some masterful control on the ball by Jahim Burke, Pedro Ribeiro delivered a perfect pass to Philip Tront near the edge of the box. Tront takes a couple of touches and then lets loose a beautiful shot past Nordfeldt. What a strike! The goalkeeper was helpless and the away team take the lead with this sensational goal. Let's see if AIK can equalize and restore parity in this match. EOF. The action resumes as AIK take full control of the midfield. Sotirios Papagiannopoulos with a slick footwork feeds the ball forward for Abubakar Keita, who quickly plays it into Bilal Hussein. Hussein controls the ball with ease and quickly passes it over to Victor Fischer, making an awesome run from the center of the box. Fischer sprints towards the goal and unleashes a shot, but it's just wide. The crowd groans collectively as AIK comes close to scoring yet again. Jimmy Drömmar is giving defenses a hard time as Västerås players struggle to keep up with his lightning-fast pace. He takes on 3 defenders at once and sends them sprawling, giving his team some much-needed breathing room in this intense match. The crowd erupts in applause, cheering on the newly signed player from Sweden. The game at Friends Arena is still going strong as AIK and Västerås battle it out for a win. We're nearly halfway through the match and tension is building on the pitch. AIK's roster forwards aggressively, with John Guidetti leading the charge. He sprints forward, dribbling past his opponents and unleashing a shot on goal. However, Västerås goalkeeper Fagerström manages to stop it. The teams continue trading attacks as they jockey for an opening goal. Nordfeldt is doing a great job in goal for AIK, blocking several shots from Tront and Burke. The players have begun to tire after 40 minutes of intense play. The pace of the game has slowed considerably as both teams play carefully in their respective zones, looking for opportunities to score without exposing themselves too much defensively. So far neither team has managed to capitalize on their chances, and the score remains 1-2. The AIK forwards are pushing forward, fishing for an opening in the Västerås defense as John Guidetti sends a through ball to Victor Fischer, who attempts a shot from outside of the box, but his effort goes wide by centimeters. Västerås responds with Martin Gambos playing a long ball during their build-up, hoping to break through the AIK defense. However, Sotirios Papagiannopoulos intercepts it and releases Abubakar Keita out wide towards the flanks. He drives into space but is met by two Västerås defenders and is forced to make a pass back out of danger. The battle continues between both teams in midfield as they exchange passes and aggressively challenge each other, trying to take control of possession. Both goalkeepers are put to task as they are called upon by their respective coaches who want them to help their teams regain possession of the ball. Christopher Nordfeldt of AIK manages to block an attempted shot from Jaheim Burke, preserving his team's already slim lead in this thrilling game. The ball is with AIK and Jimmy Dermes is battling for it near the sideline. He's fighting for every inch, pushing his opponent away and heading towards goal. In a daring move, he taps the ball sideways to Victor Fischer, who shifts it swiftly to Abubakar Keita in midfield. Despite the pressure of Västerås defense, he maintains his poise and releases a long pass to George Guidetti on the right flank. With some smooth footwork, Guidetti takes on three defenders before connecting with Bilal Hussein on the edge of the box. Hussein controls the ball effortlessly before releasing a cross that bends towards goal but veers just over the crossbar. The crowd erupts as we just avoided a surefire goal from Västerås. The energy and intensity of this game is rising as both teams are going all out in search of a breakthrough. The tempo is ramping up, AIK attacking hard. Abubakar Keita takes on the defenders and finds a pass to John Guidetti, who's set up right in front of the goal. Fagerström is fast in for a save and denies Guidetti with a powerful kick. The crowd cheers loudly. What a move. Meanwhile, Erik Atino from AIK and Max Larsson from Västerås tussle for possession and jostle for space near the center circle. At one point, Larsson heaves Atino to the ground with a grappling steel-like grip. Wow. The referees lecture Larsson, warning him against any more rough play. The ball has fallen back to the feet of Abubakar Keita as AIK build in midfield. He quickly turns and passes to Bilal Hussein, who decides to take a shot. It soars level with the goal, but it's hit with too much power, sailing wide and away. The Västerås defense remain vigilant, not allowing any space for the AIK attackers. The score remains 1-2 as we enter minute 40. The teams are playing on a beautiful grass surface surrounded by thousands of energetic fans roaring at every header and tackle. The air is crisp, but the atmosphere is charged with excitement as they both battle for control of the ball. Both sides are evenly matched, trading attacks back and forth downfield in an attempt to gain an upper hand towards goal. AIK are mounting more pressure, however, forcing Västerås into making mistakes as they attempt to disrupt their opponent's play. It's going to be an interesting game. The ball has come out to the midfield and Vestmonlans Ole Edlund is trying to bring it forward. He catches AIK off guard and swiftly dribbles past the defenders, dodging their challenges with fancy footwork. He cuts a sharp pass to his forward, Jaheim Burke, who displays incredible agility as he nips past a few defenders with ease. Burke then unleashes a powerful shot from distance, but it barely goes wide of the post. What an effort from Burke! It could have easily been one of the best goals of the season if he had been able to hit the target. AIK's Jimmy Dermes has just had an impressive attempt at goal, sending a line-driving shot, destined for the bottom corner of Västerås net. Fagerström quickly reacts, diving and stretching out his arm to make a miraculous save. The ball is immediately recovered by the Västerås backline, who set up an attack. Padovan dives forward and sends a long pass towards Tront. Dermes spots the attack and sprints back to try and defend, but Tront reacts faster with a feint before looking up and sending a pinpoint pass towards Edlund, who's making a run down the right flank. It's another exciting display of skill in this competitive matchup. As the fans in the stadium get pumped up for the final few minutes of the first half, AIK's forward John Guidetti swings in a cross that requires a well-timed dive from Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström to punch away. AIK are attacking with everything they have in an effort to narrow the scoreline, but the visitors continue to put up a strong defensive effort. Moments later, midfielder Jimmy Drömmar tries his luck with a flying shot from outside the box, but it sails just over the bar dot on the other end of the pitch. Västerås Daniel Asp plays a long ball towards forward Jaheen Burke, who immediately runs towards goal and is nearly through on goal if not for defender Jetmir Haliti's last-ditch challenge. Haliti prodtails Burke, who was dangerously close to scoring. It's been an exciting matchup between these two teams today, and all eyes are now on Haliti, whose impressive defensive display today will go down as one of AIK's best assets on this game. So far this has been an exciting match for AIK and Västerås, with both sides battling for the ball, but Papagiannopoulos and Haliti providing a solid defense for AIK for most of the first half. The scoring has been opened thanks to a powerful strike from Keita in the 8th minute, putting AIK in a bold position. Västerås fought back and, with a bit of luck, Trond was able to knock one past Nordfeldt in the 25th minute, leveling the score at 1-1. Burke gave Västerås their first lead in the 36th minute with a well-placed header, sending them into half-time ahead 1-2. Both teams have had their opportunities but have been unable to capitalize on them, yet it's sure to be an interesting second half. AIK forward Victor Fischer just misplayed a key pass, letting the chance to score slip right through his fingers. Västerås defender Pedro Rivera was quick to pounce on the opportunity and cleared the ball out of danger with a well-timed slide tackle. The game resumes as AIK kick off after the mid-game break. The players of AIK tackle the ball quickly away from the Västerås team, passing it to John Guidetti. Guidetti sprints down the pitch, passing to Bilal Hussein, who takes a shot on goal. Fagerström in goal for Västerås jumps up and makes a brilliant save. He keeps the score at 1-2. The sun is beaming down on the pitch, warming both teams up as they battle it out, trying to gain an advantage before halftime ends. The weather is clear, with a slight breeze rustling through the stadium, perfect conditions to play soccer in. Both teams are still giving it their all and playing intensely. Fans are cheering their support for either team, creating an electric atmosphere in the stadium. AIK's Jetmir Haliti has just burst forward down the left wing, blazing past Västerås defender Pedro Rivera like lightning. Haliti sends a terrific cross into the box, but it's just deflected away by Max Larsson. The ball finds its way out to AIK midfielder Jimmy Drömmar, who takes a shot from outside the box, but it sails wide of Västerås keeper Anton Fagerström's goalpost. It's a close one for both teams as we enter the final stages of this exciting match. AIK looks to capitalize on their momentum, and might have managed it if it wasn't for Västerås winger Philip Trond tracking back at lightning speed and cutting off any possible attack. The AIK side is quick on their feet, however, and they swarm around the area, desperate to break through the Västerås defense. The crowd eagerly awaits an opportunity. They gasp with anticipation as Abubakar Keita blasts a shot at goal, but his effort sails just over the bar. We're still in deadlock here at AIK versus Västerås. No team has been able to find that elusive winning goal as of yet. Keep your eyes glued here for all of your exciting updates as we enter the final minutes of this thrilling game. The match is still at 1-2 in favor of Västerås, and the game is getting more and more boring, with minutes passing without any significant action. AIK's Ericatino attempts a pass to Bilal Hussein near the Västerås box, but the ball is blocked off by Anton Fagerström and cleared away. Västerås Daniel Asp picks up the loose ball in midfield and makes a forward pass towards Jaheen Burke, hoping to launch a counter-attack, but both Vincent Thill and Abubakar Keita put together an effective double team, resulting in the ball bouncing out of bounds. AIK take control of possession now, with Jimmy Drömmar taking charge of the midfield. He latches onto an opening from Victor Fischer just outside the box and quickly sets up Jones Guidetti for a shot on goal, only for Max Larsson to make a timely tackle, cutting out any danger for Västerås. The game continues in this fashion with no real excitement or chances created by either side. It's becoming more and more apparent that no team will break through and score any goals at this point. The players in the midfield have been working tirelessly to try and level the score. Keita of AIK shows great skill, playing a nice through ball that completely slices through two Västerås defenders. Unfortunately, Guidetti can't quite make full use of it and the opportunity passes by without reward. Lund of Västerås makes a marvelous interception, sprinting in to bring the ball under control before any AIK player can get close. It's an incredible move from the youngster that has stopped an almost certain AIK attack in its tracks. The crowd is getting restless as AIK and Västerås have still yet to score any goals in the second half. The competitive nature of the match remains, with both teams working hard for that winning goal. Despite a strong defense from both teams, AIK is creating more chances towards the goal. Nearly every corner kick delivers an opportunity for the team, with Jimmy Drömmar leading midfielders into the penalty area. Unfortunately, Västerås remain resilient and are able to shut down any attacks from AIK before they turn into anything dangerous. Both sets of defenders remain alert, creating a wall that blocks any imminent goal-scoring chances. The game grows increasingly ineffective as chances come and go without a goal being scored, as expected when both teams are playing defense-first football. These constant attempts on goal by both sides grow more lackluster and uneventful, slowly dragging each minute closer to a full-time draw at 1-2. The match resumes with AIK taking possession. Jimmy Drömmar attempts a cross but it's blocked by Västerås defender Max Larsson. An almighty roar rings out from the crowd, who are eagerly anticipating some more action. AIK push forward with Bilal Hussein playing the ball to Victor Fischer, who drives forward towards the penalty area. The ball is quickly intercepted by Adam Padovan and Västerås counterattack. Philip Tront charges forward and passes to Jahim Burke, who shoots at goal only to see his effort saved by Christopher Nordfeldt in the AIK goal. The crowd erupts with cheers and applause for the excellent save. It's still 1-2 in favor of Västerås, but this is certainly turning into a thrilling game for everyone in attendance. The match is heating up as Västerås continue their surge towards the goal. Simon Johansson weaves through AIK's defense, slipping an excellent pass to Philip Tront in the center. He takes one touch to control it and then slams an unstoppable shot past Nordfeldt in the AIK goal. What a fantastic strike. The away team are now ahead 2-1. Västerås is really asserting dominance here in the second half, stepping up their intensity and not letting the home team settle into their rhythm. Can AIK make a comeback? We'll just have to wait and see. The ball is in the center of the pitch, and the teams are competing fiercely for control. AIK's Jimmy Drömmar has possession and is looking to pass it downfield to either John Guidetti or Victor Fischer up front. He passes to Victor, who makes a move on the left side of the Västerås defense. Taking on his man, he drives into the box and is met with an aggressive tackle by Adam Padovan, which sends the ball out for a corner kick. AIK's Bilal Hussein takes it and sends it straight into the thick of things in front of goal. Referee blows for a penalty, claiming that there was handball by Västerås Pedro Ribeiro. John Guidetti steps up, rifles his shot towards goal, but it's pushed away expertly by Anton Fagerström, who denies AIK any equalizing goals. The intensity continues in this game, both teams fighting tooth and nail for every inch on the pitch. It looks like a win for Västerås, but there is still plenty of time left for AIK, so we'll have to see if they can complete their comeback. The AIK defensive line holds strong as a determined Västerås team launches another attack. Ole Edlund moves the ball through the midfield, making a dangerous pass to Jahim Burke, who advances towards the edge of the box. He unleashes a powerful strike but is denied by an incredible reflex save from Christopher Nordfeldt. The referee fails to spot a clear handball during Västerås counterattack, prompting chants of dismay from both teams and leaving many of us here in the stands questioning his decision. The game continues, with AIK now pushing forward, looking for an equalizer. The tension is palpable in the stadium as both teams fight for the ball, AIK aiming for a comeback and Västerås hoping to keep their lead. AIK midfielder Jimmy Drömmar is determined to take matters into his own hands, weaving through Västerås defense with a combination of nimble footwork and explosive speed. He receives a pass from Bilal Hussein in the midfield and quickly accelerates down the field into the box. With no room to maneuver, he takes a shot with his right foot. It's tantalizingly close but just wide of the post. All around the stadium, fans show their appreciation as they salute Drömmar's effort. Meanwhile, at the other end of the pitch, Västerås Jahim Burke has done well to contain AIK's counter-attacking movements by pressuring them fiercely whenever they tried to break out. He proves to be an effective wall against AIK's advances, successfully deflecting any shots that come his way. Despite all the action on either end of the pitch, no team manages to score goals and we stay at 1-3 as we enter into minute 67. The whistle blows as the ball is passed back to Hallity, who takes a shot in hoping to get AIK some points on the board. The ball takes a deflection from defender Zabiemva, forcing goalkeeper Fagerström to make a diving save. The crowd roars as their team averts danger, but Hallity is down for the count. He appears to have come into contact with Larsson and is being attended to by the medical staff. It looks like he won't be able to continue for much longer, leaving Västerås with a man advantage. AIK captain Drömmar has stepped up, trying to keep his players energized and focused on the task at hand while the sidelines wait anxiously. Will AIK be able to break through despite being short-handed, or will Västerås take advantage of their extra man? Time will tell as we stay tuned into this crucial moment in the match. The home side, AIK, is working hard to find an equalizer as their offensive efforts are becoming more frequent. Soterios Papagiannopoulos is trying to break the defensive line of Västerås with a 1-2 pass with Abubakar Keita, but the pass doesn't quite go to its intended target and Västerås clears the ball away. The goalkeeper from Västerås seems unshakable this match with some great saves from seemingly unmissable shots. One such save came from a blistering shot taken by Victor Fischer about 10 minutes ago, but Anton Fagerström was quick on his feet, making a brilliant diving save to the right corner. His teammates praised him afterwards for his effort in keeping them in this match. We headed into minute 68 of this riveting match between AIK and Västerås, and both teams were giving it their all in a thrilling second half display. We've been seeing some great chances created from both sides, but neither side have been able to find the back of the net for yet. The score remains 1-3 with Västerås in the lead. The ball is passed out to Abubakar Keita for AIK, who takes on his defender down the right flank with a neat 1-2 pass. He evades his marker with a powerful surge of pace and power, showing off his athleticism and skill as he looks to create an opportunity for his team. Skipping past players with ease and dribbling up the field, Abubakar has made immense contributions to this game with his grit and determination leading the way. He spots the run of John Guidetti up top and plays him through with a well-weighted pass. Guidetti winds up for a shot on goal. Oh wait, he's pulled down by a defender. That's surely going to be a free kick in favor of AIK. Abubakar Keita has been impressive today, drawing this opportunity already. The crowd is now on their feet as AIK's John Guidetti has a great chance to score, but his shot goes just wide of the post, so close. Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström makes a great save, parrying away the ball away from danger. The crowd cheers loud in appreciation of his efforts in keeping the score at 1-3. AIK's Abubakar Keita is trying to create something on the right, but his pass is intercepted by the Västerås defense. The crowd erupts with cheers as Västerås Ule Edlund cuts inside from the left and dribbles past two players before shooting from outside of the penalty box. Unfortunately, it sails over the bar and out for a goal kick. Great effort nonetheless. Well done to both teams for putting on an excellent display and cheering them on. What an atmosphere here at AIK Arena. It feels like anything can happen in this game with only minutes left. The ball is now in midfield, with Keita from AIK advancing towards Västerås defense. Daniel Ask from Västerås attempts a clearance, but his pass is intercepted by Drömmar, who quickly passes it across to Fischer. The forward drives the ball towards goal and shoots, but his effort goes wide. Not much pressure from either team as we approach the final 20 minutes of the game. It has been quite the night for AIK's Abubakar Keita despite not being able to put a goal past Fagerström in the Västerås net. He's been putting in an incredible performance, making 25 successful passes out of 32 attempts and having 2 shots on target. Looks like the Swedish midfielder's experience in Scotland's top division is paying off nicely. It's a wild one in Stockholm. AIK's John Guidetti is swarmed by 3 Västerås defenders and he desperately fights to get free, but the referee calls a foul on AIK despite their protests. The coaching staff of AIK is absolutely furious with this call, and the crowd is up in arms as well. Meanwhile, Victor Fischer is tripped up on the edge of the box by an anxious opponent, but the referee doesn't see it, and play goes on without a whistle. The players look increasingly frustrated as they aren't being given any leeway whatsoever. However, they still try to break through Västerås defense as they dodge around tackles and search for gaps in their system. The AIK team is pushing and pressing to try and score the goal that would bring them back into the match. The pressure in the midfield is increasing as they break quickly forward, searching for that crucial score. Victor Fischer is determined to make it happen, dribbling his way past a few defenders and then firing off a shot. However, it's denied by Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström, who rocket launches himself towards the goalmouth and makes a brilliant save, tipping it away out of danger. It's an impressive show of agility and courage by Fagerström as he reminds us why he is one of the elite keepers in Swedish football. As minute 72 comes to a close, AIK have yet to find an answer to Västerås defense. The score remains 1-3. AIK has the ball and looks to build up the pressure as they look for an opportunity to get themselves back into this match. Jimmy Drömmar's just unleashed a powerful shot from outside the box, but unfortunately Anton Fagerström brings out a brilliant diving save to push the ball away from danger. Västerås keeps pushing forward as they try to extend their lead, but Soterios Papagiannopoulos and Alexander Miloidi combine to put in a vital defensive block on Philip Tront, making sure that AIK holds onto their 1-3 lead. In the meanwhile, frustration grows as the referee is consistently missing foul play in the game. The referee seems to be lost at times and lets way too much go unpunished, which is making it difficult for both teams trying to gain control of this match. The players from AIK are determined to make a comeback and earn a much-needed point in the series. The entire team is pushing forward, working as a well-oiled machine in an effort to create multiple opportunities. On the left side of the pitch, Bilal Hussein is leading the attack with some impressive dribbling, weaving through Västerås defense with skill and agility. He looks to Vincent Phil up ahead and passes him the ball just in time. Phil takes one touch too many, though, and his pass to John Guidetti is intercepted by Adam Padovan before it can reach its target. On his backtracking run towards his own third of the field, Padovan is quick to spot the streaking Ole Edlund on his left flank. He sends him away with a long pass that Edlund controls brilliantly on the run, taking advantage of some space opened up by Vincent Till's misplaced pass. Edlund quickly brings the ball upfield at top speed and is able to lay it off for Philip Tront in an inviting way at the edge of AIK's penalty box. Tront takes one touch to control it and is ready to unleash a shot, but out of nowhere comes Abubakar Keita. The midfielder makes an incredible last-ditch tackle that forces Tront's shot wide of goal. What an excellent move by Keita. It looks like this game has been completely transformed for AIK after Keita's heroic defensive play. AIK is pushing hard for an equalizer, but Västerås is staunch in defense, staying organized and keeping them out. Tront looks for an opportunity for a on-on-one with Nordfeldt, but Miloidi does well to close him out. Keita tries a header from the midfield, but it's collected easily by Fagerström. Drömmar and Phil team up to start an attack. It goes all the way to Guidetti, who unleashes a shot from distance, but it sails wide of the post. Neither team can seem to create any real scoring chances as the game slows down, with very few passes finding their intended recipient. All that can be heard is the tired, throaty shouting of the coaches trying to fire up their players, but the effort appears fruitless as neither team rises to the challenge, just more sleepy passing back and forth across the pitch shrouded in a pall of boredom. The action has stalled in this game, as the players on both sides show signs of fatigue. AIK is out of energy and have resorted to sending long balls upfield with no real strategies, while Västerås are content to stay back and defend their one-goal lead. Possession has gone back and forth for minutes at a time with little progress being made. With just 2 minutes left of regular time, the crowd's patience is wearing thin as the monotony of the match continues. A few desperate attempts from AIK to force an equalizing goal have come to nothing as they move forward, thwarted by an organized Västerås defense. There's simply no way through for AIK right now, as the clock keeps ticking. Looks like it's heading for a 1-3 finish here in Västerås. The game is coming to a close and tensions are high on the pitch. With 2 minutes left in the game, AIK puts pressure on Västerås and they come dangerously close to the goal. Västerås defense hold and keep the ball away from their net. A great tackle from Rivero saves the day. The crowd surges with excitement and gives a loud cheer in appreciation of their efforts. AIK collects the ball once more, and Fischer charges forward, firing off a shot that goes just wide of the goalpost. The crowd roars again as they will their team onward. This game has been a thrilling one and it looks like it will end with no goals scored between them as the score remains 1-3. Västerås is making an attempt to score another goal as Philip Tront takes the ball and runs to the left, dribbling past Soterios Papagiannopoulos and quickly sends a pass across the pitch to Ule Edlund. Edlund quickly controls the ball but before he can take his shot, Alexander Miloidi puts in a critical last-second tackle to regain possession for AIK. The crowd erupts with cheers in response to Miloevic's effort. Jimmy Drömmar then bursts up the field trying to create some attacking opportunities. With no one around him, Drömmar pulls off an incredible move, faking out two defenders at once while expertly controlling the ball. The crowd can't help but be impressed by Drömmar's display of skill. And here comes a corner from Västerås. The ball's whipped in towards the goal, cleared away by AIK's defense. Ask collects the loose ball in front of the box, shoots for goal. Way off target though. AIK with a lucky break there. The passionate crowd here at Solna Stadium is eagerly cheering for their side. Play continues as Thil looks for a pocket of space on the left flank but is quickly shut down by two Västerås players. Time's running out fast and AIK needs to act fast to get back in this game if they have any hopes of winning today. This is going to be an exciting finish to this match, folks. It's minute 83 and there is an intense energy on the pitch. AIK is scrambling to try and level the score before the bell. Christopher Nordfeldt, the goalkeeper of AIK, makes a fantastic save, blocking a long-distance shot by Ule Edlund of Västerås. The action goes into the other end as Jimmy Drömmar of AIK comes close with a powerful header that's just inches away from tying up the match. In a light-hearted moment, we see Eric Attino trying to pull off a cheeky trick, pushing the ball with his back, but his teammates catch on and burst out laughing. It's jokes like these that make this game such an enjoyable one even if there are no goals being scored. It's an intense 84th minute in the game, with AIK desperately trying to claw their way back into this match. They have possession at the moment and look to be crafting a chance as Bilal Hussein moves the ball upfield with pace. Vincent Thil is making a darting run towards the penalty area, but Västerås defense holds steady. Suddenly, there is a sharp intake of breath from the stands as Abubakar Keita pulls up clutching his right hamstring in agony. The medical team rushes onto the field and it looks like Keita won't be able to continue tonight. But AIK press on and hope they can create something out of nothing here in this crucial moment. The score still 1-3 in favor of Västerås. Both teams are pushing for a goal here, pushing their players forward. AIK is spreading the ball around to find an opening but the Västerås defense is working hard to keep them at bay, with Ribeiro, Larsson, and Padovan all putting in a great shift. Edlund on the Västerås side is leading an attack as he dashes forward, releasing Tront into space on the left who races down the touchline. He sends a cross in towards Burke who is 4 meters out from goal but Nordfeldt rushes off his line to make an incredible save. Both teams fighting hard and the intensity of this game has really picked up pace as we enter stoppage time here in this second half. Players from both teams have been racing up and down the field for the last few minutes, but the score remains 1-3. AIK have put on a great attack in recent minutes, with Vincent Phil leading the charge. He just made a break for the byline and drove low cross into the box, but it's just blocked away by Max Larsson of Västerås in a great defensive effort. His teammates pick up the pieces and launch their own counterattack with Ule Edlund powering forward. He just unleashed a vicious shot from 30 yards out, but Nordfeldt is there to make an impressive diving save to keep AIK in it. The crowd erupts as they sense that something special could be happening here. Players on both teams are giving it their all with body checks, tackles and long passes as they attempt to secure the win. The game is becoming more intense by the minute as neither team can seem to find a way through, but there is still time left on the clock. The ball is with Västerås as Fredrik Nzabiemba steps up with a quickly taken throw in deep in Västerås half. Looking to get back in the game, AIK's Jimmy Drömmar sprints forward and sprints past two opposing defenders before sending in a dangerous, pinpoint cross into the box. With all eyes on the ball, the goalkeeper dives to save it to keep his team's lead alive. Meanwhile, one of AIK's star midfielders John Guidetti receives possession of the ball on their half and surges forward. He drives through midfield taking out multiple Västerås defenders before unleashing a powerful shot from long range, only just missing the corner of the goal. Both teams remain locked in an intense battle despite there being no change in the scoreline of 1-3. With only a few minutes remaining on the clock, every game-changing opportunity counts now more than ever. Minute 89, Västerås are pressing hard for a goal to draw level, and now the battle is on at the edge of the AIK penalty area. Simon Johansson cuts in from the left and strikes a curling shot from outside the box, aiming for the top corner. Nordfeldt dives to his left, but is unable to save it as it nestles perfectly into the net. It's 3-1. What a strike from the away team. They might just be able to snatch something out of this game yet. The AIK defenders look deflated, as Västerås celebrations begin in earnest. Fans are on their feet. What an exciting end to this match. AIK is desperately trying to get on the scoreboard now, but Västerås defense is just too strong. Players like Pedro Ribeiro are doing a great job shutting out AIK's attacks. It's been a hard-fought game for both sides, and Västerås looks set to take the victory. Now Abubakar Keita launches a free kick from the AIK side, looking for an opportunity to score. The ball is sent towards Eric Atino at the top of the box, who strikes it with all his might but sends it wide of the goal. It looks like this match is going to finish with a 1-4 win for Västerås. The referee blows the whistle and the second half of the game resumes. AIK's John Guidetti has received the ball from his teammate Jimmy Drömmar, and he's driving forward past a couple of defenders. He manages to outpace them, but his shot just goes wide. Västerås Jahim Burke now passes the ball to team captain Ole Edlund, who works an amazing amount of space on the pitch. He's dribbling past two defenders and launches a powerful volley that is blocked by AIK goalkeeper Christopher Nordfeldt. Meanwhile, Västerås Anton Fagerström is having a great game in goal and keeping both teams scoreless with his impressive reflexes. One instance everyone will remember is when he somehow managed to stop a breathtaking, curling free kick from AIK's Bilal Hussein at close range. That kid has definitely cemented his place as one of best goalkeepers in the game. The ball ripples around the field as AIK pass it from one side to the other, trying to find a way through the Västerås defense. The home crowd cheer every attack, hoping they will be able to get back into this game. But Västerås' organized defense remains strong, and eventually the attack fizzles out with no avail. Both teams then decide to play more conservatively and switch to a game of managed possession, with the action alternating between quick bursts of attack and moments of patient build-up play. As time passes by, the teams seem stuck in this stalemate, with neither willing nor able to break it. Match slowly becoming more and more stale as both sides seem content just to run down the clock without any real attempt at scoring a goal. The second half of the game kicks off with both teams working hard to try and score a goal. AIK's Jimmy Drömmar is doing an excellent job on the ball, driving his team forward and creating several chances. Västerås are starting to press higher up the pitch, trying to force turnovers and create opportunities for themselves. But so far, neither side has been able to find a goal. Suddenly, disaster strikes for AIK as their defender Eric Atino goes down injured with no one near him. The stretcher is called out, while both teams watch on in concern. It looks like a serious injury as Atino is in visible pain. The score remains 1-4 in favor of Västerås as play resumes once again. The two teams remain neck and neck as the clock continues to tick down. AIK's Jimmy Drömmar sends a powerful shot from outside the box, but it's blocked by Västerås Adam Padovan. Fredrik Nzabiemba steals the ball with a quick turnover and launches it forward. Ole Edlund makes a run for it, only for Soterios Papagiannopoulos to block his attempt. The crowd on the sidelines can feel the mounting tension as we enter into stoppage time. Vincent Thill finds himself in open space and receives the ball from Abubakar Keita. He sprints forward but is quickly met by Västerås Max Larsson at top speed. The crowd is on their feet, roaring in anticipation as Thill dribbles around him and shoots straight into Fagerstrom's hands. The home side cheering in response to the player's close miss. AIK still have possession of the ball now, playing it around their defense line with precision passing. Jetmir Halati finds a hole and slices upfield, attempting an ambitious cross that narrowly misses its target. We draw ever closer to full time with this one heading towards extra time after no goals were scored in this steady second half of play. The game is in a decisive mode as both Västerås and AIK attempt to score a crucial goal that could give them the win. Victor Fischer on behalf of AIK urgently goes forward with the ball, but is stopped by his opponent's defenders. Meanwhile, Simon Johansson of Västerås has had an impressive performance throughout the game. He battles hard for possession of the ball, using creative strategies and unnerving stamina to stay on top. On several drives upfield, he's managed to keep defenders in check while simultaneously creating opportunities for his team. Unfortunately, no goals have been scored this half, but the entire pitch is feeling the palpable tension as we march on into extra time. The teams go into extra time determined to draw level and force the game to a penalty shootout. AIK have their chance with a great counter-attack move. Jimmy Dermers makes a break down the left and feeds a through ball for John Guidetti, however his effort is just pushed out of bounds by the keeper in one swift motion. Västerås get their chance at goal shortly after. Martin Gambos dribbles his way past the AIK defense and strikes an attempt, but it gets blocked by Jetmir Halati. There is some great energy on the field as both teams battle it out to grab that all-important goal to send the game into penalties. Anecdote: Eric Atino, defender for AIK, has been working hard all game long and has been an inspiration for his team. He was integral in blocking several attempts from Västerås in this second half and can be seen now cheering on his teammates as they search for a late equalizer. The teams have tangled up in the middle of the pitch, but AIK managed to break free through a long ball and fuel a fast attack. Jetmir Halati sends a powerful shot from outside the box towards the goal, but Anton Fagerstrom dives left to save it. The ball is still in possession of AIK and Jimmy Dermers passes it to Abubakar Keita near the penalty area. He quickly looks for an opening and sends a teasing cross into the box, where Nigerian forward John Guidetti controls it with one foot and skillfully takes it past two defenders before firing off a shot. But, unfortunately, his shot goes just above the bar. What a chance wasted by Guidetti, who may have gotten too greedy with his decision-making. The crowd is on their feet as the referee signals kickoff, and AIK waste no time in advancing up the pitch. Eric Atino dispatches a searching ball for Bilal Hussein, who shows some fancy footwork to get away from his defender. He shifts the ball over to Victor Fischer, the youngster quick to turn on the afterburners and surge forward. He takes on his marker, but his shot is deflected out of play by Max Larsson of Västerås. The resulting corner finds its way to Jimmy Dermers, who delivers a beautiful cross towards goal, just inches too high for John Guidetti, who can't quite get enough height on the header. AIK have been knocking on the door since the start of extra time, and it seems almost a matter of time until they level up their scoreline. However, Västerås are not lying down without a fight. The crowd praise an absolutely outstanding piece of skill from Abubakar Keita as he dances around three defenders with ease before laying off an inch-perfect pass for Victor Fischer at the top corner of the 18-yard box. Victor lines up for a shot, but again Max Larsson springs into action to make a crucial block before Anton Fagerstrom collects it off his line in style. Momentary shockwaves among spectators. Could we see another hero emerging from Västerås ranks? With just minutes remaining, all players appear exhausted from 120 minutes plus extra time. However, one superstar refuses to give in, Jetmir Halati. As AIK desperately search for an equalizer, every player seems to be taking firm charges forward only to be smothered by Västerås defenders, apart from Halati. The defender uses his last ounce of energy time and time again to take on any Västerås player that attempts to stop him, truly an example of never giving up. The game has moved into extra time, with no team looking likely to score and the score still at 1-4. AIK has possession of the ball, but Västerås is working hard to close down their opponents and regain control. Simon Johansson is leading the defensive effort for Västerås, while Jimmy Drömmar is working tirelessly in midfield to create chances for AIK. The players are starting to tire as the game slows down, but neither team looks ready to give up yet. Both teams are pushing hard for a late goal, but neither can find the breakthrough as we enter into the final minutes of play. AIK is attacking right now, as John Guidetti passes the ball to Vincent Thill, who sends it into the box. The crowd is roaring as Abubakar Keita takes a shot, but his effort is pushed away by Anton Fagerström. Västerås immediately pounces on the opportunity going forward, with Fredrik Zabiemba sending a through ball to Ole Edlund, who drives the ball forward. Christopher Nordfeldt comes to meet him and does well in containing him within the box before making the save. The stadium is alive with vibrations as AIK fans scream their vociferous support for their team, desperately wanting them to find an equalizer and take this match into penalties. Meanwhile, Västerås players can almost taste victory and their fans cheer in anticipation of a historic win for their team. The referee blows his whistle for full-time, much to the disappointment of AIK. Västerås claim their 4-1 win and advance to the next round. The teams have been in a deadlock throughout extra time, neither side finding the breakthrough they need. AIK's Victor Fischer makes a dangerous run to the edge of the Västerås box, but is quickly dispossessed by Fredrik Zabiemba. AIK looks to regain possession and Jimmy Drömmar plays a through ball for John Guidetti. He makes a run for it, shielded well by Sotirios Papagiannopoulos and Alexander Miloevi. However, Martin Gambos is there in an instant to pressure him off the ball before Guidetti can get his shot away. The ball rolls out of play for a goal kick to Västerås, the score remaining at 1-4 as we enter into the last few minutes of extra time. Both teams are battling hard in the second half of extra time as they fight for a chance to win this match. AIK is pushing forward, desperately looking for the equalizer. The defense have been scrambling to block Västerås attacks, with Sotirios Papagiannopoulos doing an impressive job in keeping them at bay. Jimmy Drömmar creates a great opportunity with a long-range pass, but it goes just wide of the goal. He's shown some great skill today and deserves a good round of applause. Now we're going into the final minutes. This could be any team's game. AIK is desperately trying to get the ball in their opposition's net. The players are making quick passes and have managed to break through their opponent's defense but have not been able to create a shot so far. However, midfielder Abubakar Keita just mishandled the ball and wasted a great opportunity for scoring. He needs to stay focused if AIK wants to get a goal in before the end of the game. Game resumes and AIK kick off the ball at center field. Västerås win the ball and start an attack down the right wing. Jaheim Burke passes the ball towards Martin Gambos. Gambos is one-on-one with Sotirios Papagiannopoulos, but he trips up and falls to the ground trying to dribble past him. AIK fans hopeful for a goal-scoring opportunity, but Fredrik Zabiemba clears the ball away from danger. As AIK regroup their attack, Jimmy Drömmar drives forward and suddenly collapses to the ground with an injury. The referee stopped the game as medical staff rushes into the pitch to assist him. Drömmar is carried off in a stretcher and substituted out of the game, with Abubakar Keita taking his place on a fence. Both teams are still battling it out for a goal, but so far neither team has managed to score yet as we see halftime quickly approaching and the score is still 1-4 in favor of Västerås. The clock is ticking as AIK and Västerås come back from halftime. AIK started the match strong, taking a 4-1 lead in the first half, but Västerås is still in the game as we enter extra time. Both teams are desperate for a goal and tensions on the pitch are high. We see some amazing skill from Victor Fischer as he powers his way past three defenders to take a shot on goal, but his strike gets blocked just wide of the net by the keeper. He's beckoning for another opportunity to unlock this game, but Västerås tighten up their defense. AIK regroups around center and passes it upfield. As they near Västerås box, we see Ole Edlund changing pace and pushing off Kasper Junker with an expert feint, making him stumble off balance as Edlund lunges to intercept before quickly moving it out of danger. The match continues back and forth, with both teams trading possession of the ball in an even battle on this boggy pitch. Both teams are struggling with the slippery conditions as they fight for control of the ball while they try to penetrate their opponent's defensive lines with quick 1-2 pass sequences or long balls over their square defense. Neither team can seem to get that all-important breakthrough though, leaving both sides wondering how this game will finish. The whistle blows and the second half proceeds. AIK midfielder Abubakar Keita looks to drive the ball forward and has his eyes set on goal but is stopped by a tackle from Västerås defender Max Larsson, who puts in a great defensive effort. AIK seems to be applying pressure, as forward Victor Fischer does his best to take control of the ball. He dribbles around a couple of defenders and heads towards goal, but his shot just misses the target. Meanwhile, on the other end, Västerås forward Jahim Burke takes full advantage of an open space down the right flank and goes streaking towards the AIK goal. He takes his shot, but his effort is blocked by Soterios Papagiannopoulos. The pitch is wide and spacious with lush green grass. The crowd erupts as both teams fight for control of the ball. The turf bounces as players kick it around, and every move sends fans into cheers and applause as they root for their respective teams. Both sides are pushing hard for a go-ahead goal here in extra time, with 90 minutes already up on the clock. It's anyone's game now. The game has progressed into extra time, and the players of both sides are putting in their last bit of effort to try and secure the team a goal. AIK still leads 4-1 as Västerås has yet to score any goals in the second half of the game. Västerås is pushing forward with everything that they have left, but AIK have managed to stay ahead so far. The defense for AIK has been on point so far, with defenders Soterios Papagiannopoulos, Alexander Maidawivi, Jet Mihalati, and Eric Atino all working together effectively to block anything that comes their way. Both teams are giving it their all, but the pace of the game is beginning to slow down slightly as tiredness begins to creep in. Västerås is still looking for an elusive goal, but AIK is doing everything in their power to deny them that opportunity. The two teams continue to fight hard, but no one can break through the other team's defense. The match is coming to a close. Both AIK and Västerås are making last desperate plays in the hopes of securing victory. But the clock runs out and it's a 1-4 result for Västerås. The sellout crowd erupts with cheers for Västerås and their hard-fought victory, with flags being waved and singing filling the stadium. This was certainly one of the most thrilling matches of the season. Västerås kick off in this intense second half of extra time, looking to secure the victory for their side. The players are showing no signs of fatigue as they move the ball methodically across the field. AIK are on the attack now, and Keita drives down the left flank with a burst of speed. He makes a pinpoint pass across to Fischer, who lets it roll past and then receives it back on the other side, leaving his defender and charging into the penalty box. He shapes to shoot but is quickly closed down by Larsson. The crowd gasps as Fischer weaves his way past three defenders, commanding respect with every inch perfect first touch, suddenly firing a shot right at Nordfeldt in goal. But Nordfeldt stands tall, making an incredible diving save to keep AIK in the game. What an outstanding performance from Nordfeldt in goal so far tonight. The players from both teams are showing incredible energy and determination as we approach the final minutes of extra time. AIK players are working hard to try and push for a goal, with John Guidetti leading their attacking efforts. Västerås is doing a good job containing them, with Martin Gambos playing a key role in midfield. The crowd looks as though they are willing their respective teams on, cheering them every step of the way with chants that echo throughout the stadium. The referee has done an excellent job of managing the game so far, quick to make decisions with minimal stops in play and showing respect for both sides throughout. The second half has been a test of endurance for both teams as we head into extra time. AIK is continuing to push for that game-tying goal, with John Guidetti having just had a shot blocked by Max Larsson in the Västerås defense. Eric Atino and Bilal Hussein have been controlling the midfield, finding gaps in the defense to attempt a clever pass or slow build-up. It looks like Västerås is comfortable with their lead, as they exhausted themselves earlier defending AIK's offensive surges, causing the game to slow considerably. Nordfeldt is still on alert in net though, making saving dives to try and put the ball back in play. While both teams are still pushing, it's clear they are hoping to conserve energy for if this game goes into penalty kicks. AIK is still desperately looking for a way back into this match, but so far have had no luck breaking through Västerås' firmly planted defense line. The score remains 1-4 as we go into stoppage time for what looks like it could be the last play of this match. The players are pushing up on the pitch, and we can see AIK pushing to secure the equalizer, but their opponents Västerås seem determined to keep them at bay. The teams are in a tense tussle as both sides battle for possession of the ball. The midfielders dart and dodge around one another as they attempt to outplay one another. The AIK goalkeeper, Christopher Nordfeldt, is making incredible saves with courageous diving stops as Västerås keep firing shots at his goal. With just 2 minutes on the clock, this could be a defining moment for the team. Västerås striker Philip Tront shows some nimble footwork and skill in outrunning defenders, creating space in a bid to increase their scoreline. However, he is denied multiple times by an unwavering determination from AIK's defense line. The crowd erupts into thunderous applause when AIK's midfield maestro Jimmy Drömmar tries his luck with an outside-the-boot shot approaching the end of extra time. However, it goes wide of the target. This game might come to a draw without either team fulfilling their mission. Despite incredible efforts from both teams, no team was able to find the back of the net. The game is in extra time and neither team is able to score the elusive fifth goal so far. AIK keeper Christopher Nordfeldt comes up with a spectacular save, denying a powerful shot from Västerås striker Jahim Berk. Nordfeldt demonstrates his bravery and agility by standing his ground and blocking the attempt at goal with a firm fist. The referee blows for a corner kick for Västerås. On the other side of the field, AIK midfielder Jimmy Drömmar is showing no signs of fatigue. Despite logging more than 90 minutes on the pitch, he shows an impressive work rate and confidence on the ball as he links up neatly with his teammates in the build-up play. His technical skills come to the fore as he pulls off some nifty 1-2s which ultimately lead to some promising attacking opportunities for AIK. We're into the second half of extra time now and it's all square on the pitch at 1-4. AIK are pushing hard for an equalizer and have begun to send more players forward in search of a goal. The last few minutes seem incredibly tense, as Västerås cling on desperately to their lead with 10 men following an earlier red card. Both teams are trying their hardest but the ball just won't go in the back of the net. The cold winter air is hovering over Stockholm as both teams battle it out in this big match. While players put in every effort to make something happen, fans are screaming and cheering from the stands encouraging their respective teams. Despite the bleak weather conditions, you can feel the adrenaline levels rise every time someone goes close to scoring. Let's see what happens next. Both teams are looking for an opportunity to strike a last-minute goal, with an exciting end looming. AIK has the ball and is looking to send it forward with a long pass from Drömmar. It looks like it's heading towards John Guidetti, but Max Larsson is there in the nick of time, denying the chance with a brilliant interception. It's worth noting how important Larsson has been for Västerås tonight, as he's been making defense look easy. What can I say about Bilal Hussein? Well, his name may have you thinking Hussein Wheels, but this player was definitely turning heads tonight, not just on the field but off it too. The battle on the pitch is heating up as AIK and Västerås go into extra time. Both teams are pushing forward, desperate for that equalizing goal. Viktor Fischer showing great skill and drive for AIK, weaving through defenders and drawing the foul. And now right back Erik Atino on the counter-attack for AIK. He's got all the space in the world to make a move, but can he capitalize on it? But Västerås defense stands strong, blocking any real advances and keeping their lead. Martin Gambos making a great interception in midfield and quickly setting up a counter-attack of his own. He passes it off to Jahim Berk who takes off on a run, dribbling right between two opposing defenders with ease. The crowd watching this intense match can be heard cheering as Berk moves closer to AIK's goal. Suddenly, out of nowhere comes Abubakar Keita for AIK making an amazing tackle, slipping by Berk take the ball away. He looks around quickly to see where his teammates are, readying himself for a pass. The game continues this way until the final whistle sounds, bringing an end to an exciting match with a score of 1-4 in favor of Västerås. What an impressive performance from these two sides today. The teams engage in a fevered exchange of passes, Västerås mounting an attack with steady precision. Johansson makes a darting run towards the goal, sending a fast and powerful shot on target that Nordfeldt is quick to respond and block. The ball rebounds out of harm's reach and the play is reset. Suddenly, a AIK player stumbles and falls to the ground with a distressed cry. His teammates rush to his side with shouts of concern as medical personnel enter the pitch for assistance. It looks like injuries leaving him unable to return to the game, signaling a change in tactics for both teams. Despite the interruption, there is no sign of goals from either side as extra time winds down, and it looks like the score will stay at 1-4 in favor of Västerås. The two teams collide fiercely in the middle of the pitch as AIK desperately try to close the gap of 3 goals. With only a few moments left on the clock, time is running out for the home side. The action is relentless as both teams search for that decisive final touch. Guidetti tries to make something happen, making a dash down the left flank, but is eventually thwarted by a great tackle from Padovan. The crowd roars in enthusiasm, chanting AIK, 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 as they sense a potential equalizer on its way. Drömmar fires a powerful shot towards goal but is denied by an acrobatic save from Fagerström. Extra time comes to an end and it's now up to penalty kicks to decide who advances in this Sweden Cup clash. The referee is not taking any action as AIK continues to press forward with lots of energy and engagement. John Guidetti sprints past the defenders, trying to get a shot on goal as they swarm around him, but he's just blocked by Fredrik Nzabiemba in the nick of time. Still, the momentum of the game is clearly in favor of AIK. Jetmir Halati brings the ball up the right field and passes it off to Abubakar Keita, who then sends it across to Bilal Hussein. Hussein makes a brilliant move, ducking and dodging Västerås defenders, only to be barely stopped in his tracks by Roberto Ribeiro before he can fire off a shot. The referee fails to call for a foul despite an obviously illegal tackle from Ribeiro. The crowd is furious at what appears to be a blatant disregard for fair play from the ref. The offense keeps charging towards Västerås goal, but their defense is able to hold off, leaving two teams both vying for points deep at full time. The AIK goalkeeper Christopher Nordfeldt launches the ball into midfield, where it's met by Västerås Ule Edlund. He swoops it up and immediately plays in Jahim Burke with a deft pass along the ground. Burke races forward, but is quickly closed down by the AIK defense and he loses possession before having a chance to shoot at goal. The crowd are on their feet now as both teams battle for possession in a frantic extra time period. There is a scramble for possession in midfield as AIK Sotirios Papagiannopoulos goes for the ball but can't quite reach it, allowing Västerås to break quickly on a counter-attack. Daniel Ask slides an inch-perfect pass through to Martin Gambos and he takes one touch before shooting from the edge of the box, but his effort flies over the bar, much to the relief of the AIK defense. The crowd can barely contain their excitement at this tensely contested game. The ball is placed back in the center and the second half is underway. AIK has possession and Dare looking to get back into the game. Abubakar Keita with a tricky pass around two defenders, spreading the ball out wide to his left winger, Bilal Hussein. Hussein unleashes a blistering shot towards the goal but it's blocked away for a corner kick. The crowd roar in appreciation. What an incredible effort from Hussein. The corner is whipped into the box, and Sotirios Papagiannopoulos rises above everyone else to head it towards goal, but Anton Fagerström in goal for Västerås manages to tip it over the crossbar. AIK pressing hard but unable to break through this resilient Västerås defense. The final whistle blows, and both teams now prepare for extra time in this nail-biting match. AIK lose possession of the ball and Västerås move it quickly up the pitch. Philip Tront streaks past two defenders and unleashes a powerful shot that heads towards the bottom corner of the goal. Nordfeldt springs off his line and makes a brilliant save, much to the relief of AIK's fans. The heat has taken its toll over these two teams, but they soldier on with determination. Sotirios Papagiannopoulos quickly clears a cross launched into the box by Västerås, showing great strength as well as speed to deny an early chance. But Västerås aren't giving up. Adam Padovan sends a dangerous through ball forward looking for Burke's run, only for Miloevi to pluck it out of the air in the nick of time. The vibrant artificial turf beneath their feet amplifies their hard-working steps as they burst up and down the pitch with tireless energy. AIK attack with ferocious intent, but Västerås do an admirable job at keeping them out from danger. Larsson keeps Guidetti at bay by throwing himself into blocks whenever needed. It's all to play for in this exciting match, with no sign that either team is about to back down anytime soon. The teams are at the halfway stage of extra time and neither team has scored a goal that can change the current score of 1-4. AIK's Soterios Papagiannopoulos is putting in an impressive performance out on the pitch, showing amazing stamina to last through the extra time. His determination and drive to keep running is being mirrored by Västerås striker Philip Tront at the other end of the pitch. Both players have made quite a few successful passes, but so far none have resulted in goals. The match is coming closer to its conclusion with no team managing to break through the stubborn defenses. The tension is building up as AIK and Västerås exchange passes in an attempt to break through their opponent's defense lines, but both teams remain resolute in holding their ground. The ball is kicked off and AIK presses to score an equalizer. Västerås is trying to hang on and defend their one-goal lead. Jimmy Drömmar takes a shot on the goal but it goes wide of the post. AIK's John Guidetti is taken down by Max Larsson with a hard tackle, resulting in a free kick for the home team. The whole stadium's breaths in anticipation as Guidetti lines up to take the shot, but it's blocked by Anton Fagerström in goal to keep the scoreline 1-4. Everyone stands up, holds their breath as all of AIK piles forward in search of an equalizer. The ball is whipped into the box, and Jetmir Halati heads it towards goal only to be denied once again. Suddenly, a cry of pain comes from Halati as he hits the ground clutching his knee. Play stops as medical personnel rush out onto the pitch to tend to Halati, who looks to have sustained an injury that might prevent him from continuing in this game. The crowd roars as AIK quickly break up the pitch, charging towards Västerås goal. Christopher Nordfeldt rushes out of his box, passing off to Jimmy Drömmar, who quickly returns him a header. Drömmar takes the ball up the field and passes it to Abubakar Keita, but it's intercepted by Max Larsson. Momentarily stunned, Larsson is outdone by John Guidetti, who charges inwards and takes the ball in a daring run. Guidetti crosses over to Victor Fischer, but it's intercepted again by Nzubiemva. In a desperate attempt to keep AIK from scoring, they launch the ball far downfield and all players sprint after it. The crowd, on their feet and shouting chants of encouragement, watches AIK closes in on Västerås goal post, working tirelessly against the clock. A tense hush overcomes players and spectators alike as Guidetti shoots for Västerås goal post, but his attempt is blocked by Fagerström at the last second. The clock runs out with neither team scoring again and AIK still ahead 1-4. The teams are neck and neck, both pushing forward and forcing the other to defend. AIK are pushing up the pitch trying to find an opening goal, while Västerås are determined to keep their 4-point lead. AIK's Victor Fischer releases a shot from the edge of the 18-yard box, but Fagerström stands tall in goal and manages to block it down. John Guidetti races forward with the ball but is surrounded by 3 Västerås players who manage to win back possession. Got buried in their own half by Kiese Thelen, who just came off from the bench. Västerås break away on a counter-attack looking for a 5th goal. Simon Johansson sends a perfect pass across field for Tront, but Abubakar Keita makes an even better tackle and snatches the ball back for AIK. Chaos ensues at both ends of the pitch as both teams try to create space with clever dribbles and accurate passes. The game takes place at Friends Arena, Stockholm, Sweden's national stadium. This iconic piece of architecture situated in Solna was opened in 2012 and serves as one of the largest venues for football matches. Its state-of-the-art design features a distinctive circular form with an open facade looking towards Lake Mälaren, with 2 impressive tricolor ribbons streaming around its length that light up with blue, yellow or red depending on context. The arena boasts 52,000 capacity and boasts world-class amenities suitable for any top-flight competition. It's been a fantastic match here between AIK and Västerås SK. Fans of both teams have been on the edges of their seats throughout the game, witnessing skillful passes and heart-stopping saves. The final whistle has blown, but one team is victorious. And that is the Västerås SK. What a success this is for them. They've certainly proven their worth through this match, and now continue down their path in Svenska Cupen. They will be facing tougher opponents, however Västerås SK have all the potential to make a real mark in this cup. For AIK, we applaud them for their best efforts against an incredibly strong team. Good luck to both teams in their future matches. Thank you for tuning into today's commentary. I'm sure you can agree that it was a pleasure following this hard-fought game. Until next time, cheers and good luck. And we're off. Both teams race for the ball. Players from Varberg's first to reach it, but Västerås in hot pursuit. Tranberg and Leroux closing in on Ribeiro. It's a battle for the ball, with kicks coming from every direction. The ball goes too far as Fergustrom is just that fraction second too late on the stop. Both sides remain locked at 0-0, even after all that hustle. The ball is kicked off and Varbergs have high energy in their attack as they have Robin Simovic playing up front. The midfielder Anton Liljeback sends a long pass to Simovic, who is inches away from getting a one-on-one against the goalkeeper. Västerås defense and midfielders quickly close him off and the move is denied. Now Västerås are pushing forward with numbers, aiming to score the opener. Martin Gambos receives the ball out on the flank and drives it into the center. Philip Tront moves in to get through on goal, but Oliver Silverholt makes a vital interception to deny the attack. The referee follows up with a questionable call on Silverholt and awards Västerås a free kick on the edge of the box, much to the disbelief of the Varbergs players. After some urging from both teams, referee decides not to blow his whistle yet again and let play remain live. The spectacular game starts off with Varbergs taking early control of the ball. Ismet Lushaku looks fired up, making a couple of quick passes before Robin Simovic shoots, only to find Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström standing tall and saving the shot. Not to be outdone, Västerås launches a counter-attack with Ole Edlund pushing forward into Varberg's half. The crowd roars in anticipation, but Hampus Zachrisson and Gideon Mensah intercept the pass and clear out any potential danger. What follows is an epic battle, both sides pushing hard to gain an advantage. Varbergs use their passing game while Västerås keep their pace high in an attempt to outrun their opponents. With incredible play from both sides and neither team giving an inch, it's no surprise that at minute 15 the score remains 0-0. However, it's not just a thrilling defensive battle. There are flashes of brilliance on both sides as well. In particular, Varberg keeper David Olsen pulls off a truly amazing save against his counterpart Philip Tront in minute 17 that sent the fans wild. The crowd cheers feverishly for their teams. Varbergs are dominating the possession early on and trying to carve out some scoring chances. Robin Tranberg just had a good look at the goal, but his shot was blocked by Nzabiemba. Varbergs have put in a lot of crosses into the box and they are relying heavily on Alfonsi up front to provide them with some offense. Västerås seems to be content playing the counter-attack, with Tront and Burke trying to use their quick pace on the wings. There's a lot of physicality on display as both teams do their best to gain control of midfield. The weather on this sunny day is nice, perfect for a match of soccer. There's a light wind coming from the east and clouds overhead, but so far it doesn't look like rain anytime soon. The sun is shining brightly, creating long shadows across the grassy field. It looks like we'll be heading into halftime without any goals being scored so far here in Varbergs, so come back for more soccer in the second half. We've just seen Varbergs forward, Oliver Alfonsi try to score a goal, but his shot went way above the goal. He'll be disappointed with that one. Anton Liljeback on the Varbergs side was quick to regain control of the ball and is now passing it back to Joachim Lindner in defense for them to counterattack. Varbergs kick off and they quickly reclaim the ball, sending a long pass down the line to Robin Simovic. He takes a shot at goal, but his effort is just wide of the mark. Västerås respond with an attack of their own, moving up the pitch and making their way into the box. They come close to scoring, but some excellent defending from Hampus Zachrisson prevents them from getting a shot off. The crowd is on their feet and cheering as they watch this intense match unfold. Both teams are giving it their all in search of an opener. Varbergs make an early move as Luke Leroux on the far side passes the ball to Ismet Lushaku, who has his two defenders double-teaming him. He weaves past them with ease and sends a cross into the penalty box, but it is blocked by the Västerås defense before it can reach any of the Varbergs forwards. The pitch is a beautiful sight to behold, with lush green grass and a perfectly smooth artificial turf, ready to receive any kind of passes from either side. The ground beneath is sturdy and heavily compacted, while the stands provide plenty of space for spectators. Both teams are playing hard as they battle for possession in midfield, looking to break the deadlock and score the first goal of the game. Varbergs is dominating the ball possession, keeping Västerås from counter-attacking. Ule Edlund from Västerås drives forward with the ball and attempts to penetrate the defense, but is intercepted at the center line by Varberg's midfielder, Ismet Lushaku. Lushaku makes a great tackle to take away the ball possession and looks to make something happen on the attack. Varbergs have started pressing high up the pitch and their midfielders are making aggressive runs forward. Their forwards, Simovic and Alfonsi, are putting pressure on Västerås' backline. Västerås are breaking up the play with some clever interceptions but dare finding it difficult to keep possession of the ball. The fans here at Varberg Stadium chant in support as their team continue to search for a way through Västerås' defense. As Simovic storms down the right flank, he delivers a great cross into the box but Padovan expertly clears it away with a perfectly timed sliding interception. The crowd roar in appreciation of the defensive display from Västerås. Varbergs make an attacking move as Ismet Lushaku flicks the ball away from the Västerås midfield and sends it to Robin Simovic. Simovic turns and takes on one defender, bursting into the box but his shot is deflected wide by Västerås' Adam Padovan. Lucas Leroux tries to pounce on the rebound but Anders Fagerström collects it with a diving save. The game settles into a slower pace as both sides' defenses become more organized. Varbergs are struggling to break down their opponents while Västerås are trying to push forward when they can, but find themselves quickly closed down by Varberg's aggressive pressing in midfield. It's been an intense first 9 minutes, but despite some chances for both sides the score remains 0-0 with no team able to take the lead. Varbergs and Västerås have both had their fair share of chances in the opening 10 minutes of play. Varberg's Robin Simovic has been the most active player on the pitch so far, weaving his way along the left flank and launching a few dangerous crosses. On the right, Luc Leroux has been generating plenty of movement, fooling defenders with his sudden overlapping runs. At the other end, Västerås' Philip Tront and Jahim Burke have been causing havoc up front with some dynamic interplay that forces defender Gideon Mensah into a few last-ditch clearances. The midfield of both sides is displaying great dynamism and energy in middle of the park. Simon Johansson's tireless pressing has stopped many Varberg attacks in their tracks. It's a tight contest so far, with neither goalkeepers being seriously tested. Still 0-0 on this early stage of the game. The audience erupts in cheers as Varbergs launch a fierce counterattack. Ismet Lushaku is through the center, deftly tipping the ball forward with his foot and running past several Västerås defenders. He charges with determination towards the goal, as Oliver Alfonsi and Robin Simovic start sprinting up to support him. Anton Fagerström rushes out of his goal, ready to shut down the attack. Just before Ismet can shoot, he's blocked by Fredrik Nzabiemba and the ball is cleared away from the danger zone, a brilliant save by Västerås defense. The crowd roars its approval at both teams' skillful plays. The commentator turns to a story about Varberg's captain Hampus Zachrisson, who is starting his 5th season with club. Although Hampus has never won any silverware with Varbergs, he had helped them stay in Allsvenskan for 5 consecutive years, something unheard of in Varberg's history. A true legend of their club, and today on the pitch Hampus is showing why he earned this status, inspired by his teammates' push after that amazing counterattack. He sprinted up to join the offensive action, a true leader. Varbergs are pressing forward, with Robin Simovic speeding down the left flank and Luc Leroux supplying him with a perfect pass. However, Västerås quickly close in from the back and contain the attack. The midfield is becoming increasingly competitive as Varberg's Ismet Lushaku tackles aggressively while Västerås' Ule Edlund attempts to break free. Both sides are fighting hard to gain the upper hand, but so far neither side has been able to break the deadlock. Varbergs almost go ahead as Robin Simovic drills a powerful shot towards goal, but Anton Fagerström saves brilliantly to keep Västerås in the game. The atmosphere is electric now as both sides go searching for that elusive first goal of the game. Varbergs quickly break away from Västerås and push forward through midfield, with Luc Leroux leading the charge. He stings a pass to Oliver Alfonsi, who scampers down the right wing and surges into the penalty area. The crowd collectively rises to their feet, roaring in anticipation as Alfonsi unleashes a rocket of a shot. Anton Fagerström scrambles to meet it, but the shot is powerful and hits his gloves firmly, deflecting over the bar. The crowd erupts in cheers, their collective roar echoing across the stands as they clap along to show their appreciation of Varberg's attack. Västerås tries to regroup and launch a counterweight towards Varberg's goal. They manage to string together some decent passes but are soon halted by an excellent sliding challenge from Oliver Silverholt. The game continues at this frenetic pace, leaving fans on the edge of their seats as both teams strive for that precious goal. Varbergs are pressing hard right now and the Västerås defenders are having a tough time trying to contain them. Ismet Lushaku is driving a hard tackle and it pays off as he wins the ball back for his team. Luke Leroux picks it up and is quickly through on goal, but the Västerås keeper, Anton Fagerström, is quick to react, rushing out of his area to cut him off. Look at that speed. The weather at the stadium is ideal, bright sunshine and balmy temperatures. The breeze is blowing across the pitch, making it feel like the perfect afternoon for some enjoyable football. Västerås is pushing hard on the offense, with Trott and Burke leading the attack. Ribeiro sends in a long through ball from around midfield. Burke lunges forward and intercepts it before everyone else, and collects it neatly within Varberg's defense. He outpaces his marker and powers towards goal. His shot shoots past Olsen and into the back of the net. Varberg's defenders can only watch as Jaheim Burke puts Västerås ahead with an incredible individual effort. The crowd roars as Burke runs to the sidelines to celebrate, with his teammates joining him shortly thereafter. That was a dazzling display of skill from Västerås. They now lead Varbergs 1-0 in this thrilling encounter. Varbergs are pressing hard in the midfield, but Västerås is holding up well. Lushaku tries to dribble around a couple of opposition players, but can't quite get past them. Tranberg then takes a shot from a far distance, but Fagerström does well to parry it away for a corner kick. The skies are clear with a light breeze and the temperature is just right for a game of football. The pitch is in great condition and the players are all giving their all as they run, pass and tackle their way across the field. It's been an exciting game so far and we anticipate more fireworks to come. The crowd are on their feet as Varberg surge forward with a powerful attack. David Olsen launches a long clearance that is intercepted by Ismet Lushaku. He quickly distributes the ball to Oliver Alfonsi on the right flank, who sprints down the sideline and threads it perfectly to Luke Leroux in the box. Leroux cuts inside, trying to place a shot in the bottom left corner, but his effort is blocked by a strong tackle from Max Larsson. The crowd erupt in appreciation for the gritty defending from Västerås. Great work from both teams. Let's hear it for the fans who are keeping this great atmosphere alive. Varbergs is making a strong offensive push, launching wave after wave of attacks toward the Västerås goal. The team's captain, Anton Liljebäck, is leading the charge from midfield. He takes possession of the ball in his own half and drives forward, past two defenders and into space. His teammates flow forward alongside him, creating options for him to pass to. He opts for a through ball to Oliver Alfonsi on the left wing, who sprints past his defender and gets a shot off at goal. But Västerås goalkeeper, Anton Fagerström, reacts quickly and dives low to make the save. The crowd roars in appreciation of both sides' effort as play resumes at midfield. Varbergs launch a new offensive, Robin Simovic making an outrageous run down the right flank, but his cross is blocked by the Västerås defense, with Max Larsson making a last-ditch tackle to prevent the ball from reaching its target. Right after that we have the sight of Oliver Silverholt down on the pitch receiving medical attention. It looks like hell need to make way for Gabriel Bear to come on as a substitute. Meanwhile play resumes with both teams looking to break through into the final third with no success. It's been mostly a defensive standoff between them with neither side able to find a way towards goal so far. The score remains 0-1 as we enter the final moments of this first half of football. Varbergs is on the offensive with a shot from Oliver Alfonsi. The ball is blocked by defender Max Larsson, but he wasn't quick enough to clear it away as midfielders Ismet Lushaku and Luke Leroux pursue the loose ball. Leroux gets his foot to it and sends it upfield. Västerås defender Pedro Ribeiro races forward to try and win possession, but Robin Simovic is too quick. He cuts off the pass and steals possession for Varbergs. Simovic launches a counter-attack, quickly advancing upfield before electing to pass to Lushaku. His precision pass releases Lushaku into a great attacking position, who then passes to Lindner in the box. Great play by Lushaku with two excellent passes in succession. Varbergs are making a last-ditch attempt to score as they break away on a counter-attack in midfield. Robin Simovic runs with the ball at his feet, dodging 1-2 defenders, but he is foiled by an expert tackle from Adam Padovan, who sends the ball out of play. The Varberg fans roar in appreciation of their team's effort, and Ole Edlund tries to get things going again on the Västerås side, passing the ball to Max Larsson, who jumps up and drives it downfield. The roar from the crowd grows louder as Västerås put pressure on Varbergs with a flurry of passing and movement. Ultimately, though, neither team can find a way through and the match remains scoreless. The game continues amidst an electric atmosphere at the Rosunda Stadium, with its beautiful step terraces rising from pitch side that give it an amphitheater effect. It's a magnificent venue full of life, sound and intensity as these two sides battle for control of the match. Västerås are showing dominance on the pitch and have the ball in their possession. Martin Gambos of Västerås launches a long pass across the field towards Philip Trott, but Hampus Zachrisson quickly closes down and snuffs out any danger posed by the pass. The Varbergs' defense is proving to be stalwart, but Västerås is still creating multiple chances at goal. Anton Liljback of Varbergs intercepts the ball in midfield and makes a daring run towards goal. Liljback unleashes a powerful shot on target, but Anton Fagerström pulls off a miraculous save. We continue to witness some entertaining and attractive football. Both teams are going all out with their attacks, while battling fiercely for possession in midfield. The intensity of this game is growing by the minute, and it's anyone's match as we enter into injury time with no goals yet scored. The game is heating up with Varbergs and Västerås swapping possession of the ball and both teams looking to find an opening. There's some great energy on the pitch as both teams press forward, looking for a way to break through the other's defense. Now Varbergs has the ball and is attempting to launch a long-distance attack, but a Västerås defender has tracked back fast enough to make the interception. Both sets of fans in the stands are showing their appreciation for this intense match. Varbergs still have possession, but they're locked in a tight defensive block around their box. Will they be able to break through? So far, neither team has managed to find a way past each other's defense, but that could change at any moment. Varbergs player Luke Leroux has just had a go at the goal, and his shot was blocked by Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström. What a save! Västerås is now on the counter-attack with Philip Trott leading the charge. He passes to Ole Edlund, who then passes to Daniel Ast, but he can't control it and Varbergs regain possession. The game has been fairly uneventful so far. Both sides have been trying hard to create chances, but neither team has been able to break down the opposing side's defense. The fans in attendance are starting to grow restless, as no team seems likely to score any goals in this dull affair. The crowd stands up in anticipation as Varbergs launches an attack on goal. Ismet Lushaku takes the ball up the center of the pitch and passes it to Robin Simovic. Simovic carries it down the wing and attempts to cross it into the penalty box, but it's intercepted by Max Larsson of Västerås. He tries to clear it down the sideline but fails, sending Hampus Zachrisson running onto the loose ball. Zachrisson sprints past Västerås defenders, but as he takes his shot, he suddenly clutches his right knee and collapses to the ground in pain with an apparent injury. The crowd falls quiet as medical staff rushes out onto the pitch to attend to Zachrisson. Play is stopped so that he can be taken off for further assessment, leaving Varbergs with just 10 players on the pitch for now. As both teams reset for action, we look back at our scorelines. It's still 0-1 in favor of Västerås. Varbergs midfielders are pressing high and they have managed to gain a small foothold in their opponent's half. Anton Liljback is making his way forward and picking up a long through ball, but the Västerås defenders sprint out of their positions to meet him and break up the attack. Oliver Alfonsi gets the ball on the right wings, but gets forced wide by Adam Padovan, who is taking no chances. On the left flank, Simon Johansson is muscling Robin Simovic off it while Ole Edlund is running onto a loose ball at the edge of the Varbergs box, but his shot goes wide of target. The pitch is in perfect condition with lush green grass covering every inch of it and bright white lines dividing each side from the other. The crowd is cheering loudly, with passionate supporters chanting for both teams to push forward and find an opening goal. Varbergs is pushing forward in their attempt to get the first goal of the game as Oliver Silverholt makes an aggressive run into the box. He finds Luke Leroux, who flicks it back into Anton Liljback, but his shot gets blocked by Max Larsson. Västerås counterattacks on the break as Ule Edlund passes it up to Jahim Berk, who takes on Robin Tranberg, but Berk's cross is cut out by Ismet Lushaku. With both teams failing to pull ahead and no goals in sight, this game increasingly looks more dull, a stark contrast from previous games between these two teams. There's still time for either team to grab an equalizer though as we enter minute 37 with the score still 0-1. Varberg's breakaway down the left with Luke Leroux. He chips a pass for Oliver Alfonsi, who takes it into the box and shoots, only for Anton Fagerström to make a save. Västerås nearly get a breakaway of their own as Philip Tront dashes forward, but he's closed down quickly by Ismet Lushaku and forced to pass back. Martin Gambos collects the ball and tries to switch the play with a cross-field ball, but it goes out of play. Varbergs then launch an attack once again and work the ball around. Anton Liljback sends in a great cross, but Therese nobody in the box to meet it. Varbergs has just been pinned back by Västerås and it looks like they are in real trouble here. The midfielders Ismet Lushaku and Anton Liljback are already deep into their own half, desperately trying to stifle the attacks of Västerås forwards Jahim Berk and Philip Tront. Västerås keeps pressing forward and Varberg's keeper David Olsen has noticed. He quickly rushes off his line and intercepts an attempted pass from Max Larsson, helping to relieve the pressure from his teammates. Oliver Alfonsi of Varbergs then attempts to launch a counterattack but is quickly thwarted by Pedro Ribeiro, who tracks back in lightning speed to make the interception. This is definitely a shining example of Västerås' defensive capabilities. Varbergs look to regain possession of the ball and Ismet Lushaku is working his feet with some sharp passes, using his agility to maneuver around Västerås midfielders. Luke Leroux makes a foray forward and gets into the area, but his shot is blocked by Adam Padovan. Simon Johansson quickly launches a counterattack for Västerås and races up the pitch, but Oliver Silverholt does well to slide tackle him off the ball and regain possession for Varbergs. The pitch is in excellent condition, with lush green grass covering it from end to end, providing a fast-paced surface for players to exchange slick passes and make daring dribbles. The stands are roaring in anticipation as the game progresses, with little separating either team so far. We're seeing some great action here as Varberg's Oliver Silverholt breaks away from the midline and launches a rocket of a shot toward the goal. But Västerås' Anton Fagerström makes an incredible save and dives to keep the shot out of the net. He's done it again, an inspirational performance from Fagerström. Right after that, Jahim Berk gets the ball on Västerås' side of the pitch. He runs past two defenders before unleashing a powerful strike on goal, but it's intercepted by Varberg's Gideon Mensah. Mensah sprints the ball upfield, then quickly scoops up a pass to Luke Leroux, but his shot just misses. Amazing stuff here in Västerås Stadium. Off of that play, Varberg's Robin Tranberg shows us why he's one of their best players as he rushes through midfield and springs forward towards Västerås goal. He shoots from 25 yards out, and puts it dangerously close. Fagerström has to move fast. But at the last second he gets his hands on it and stops the ball from going into the goal. What a remarkable save from Fagerström yet again. Varbergs is pushing forward with aggression in this intense matchup, as they are determined to score the first goal of the game. Midfielder Ismet Lushaku dribbles up the pitch with ease, pausing to find a teammate before eventually passing to forward Robin Simovic just outside of the penalty box. Simovic squares up, but finds his shot blocked by Max Larsson of Västerås. Frustrated, he swings his foot towards the ball in an attempt at a second strike, only to be stopped again by Larsson. The crowd in the stands cheers loudly as sparks fly from Larsson's impressive defensive play. However, Varbergs maintain their offensive pressure, stringing together a series of quick passes before midfielder Anton Liljback strikes from long range. Though his shot is sailing towards the top corner of netting, goalkeeper Anton Fagerström is there for Västerås as he leaps off his line to make a beautiful save and keep the score 0-3. Varbergs continuing their attacks, but Västerås keeper Fagerström is up to the task, quickly snatching up shots on goal and pushing them out of danger. Leroux makes an impressive run down the left flank, toying with the Västerås defense as he moves swiftly across the pitch. He passes back to Liljback, who strikes powerfully at goal, but Fagerström is there to make a stellar save. Now it's Västerås with a counterattack, as Tront passes to Berk, who shoots at goal. However, Olsen dives heroically, making a spectacular save with his fingertips and just managing tip it away from danger. The teams continue battling fiercely back and forth in a lively match, neither side yet able to secure a goal. Varbergs are still pushing hard for a goal, and it is looking like their determination is paying off. Obver Silverholt at the back is showing great ball control, keeping Västerås attackers in check and stringing together some impressive passes. He has been a real rock for Varbergs this half. Meanwhile, Luke Leroux has been keeping up his high intensity on the pitch, showing some potent runs on the left wing. His crosses have been spot on, and he is doing everything to create a goal-scoring opportunity. Only 4 minutes remain in the first half, and it's still 0-3. Varbergs breaks out on the counter-attack, as they look to break the deadlock. Ismet Lushaku 1-2s with Oliver Alfonsi, and his strike forces a save out of Anton Fagerström. However, it falls to the feet of Robin Simovic, who doesn't hesitate to fire a screamer into the back of the net. The crowd goes wild. Ole Edlund pulls off an incredible tackle on Luke Leroux to try and stem the flow. But it's too late. Varbergs have taken the lead in emphatic fashion. Västerås is doing their best to keep Varbergs in check, but the latter still have a few good chances here and there. David Olsen dives low to save a close shot from Västerås Philip Tront, and another one goes just over the crossbar. Hampus Zachrisson makes an impressive run down the left flank, getting past 2 of Västerås defenders, but his pass towards Oliver Alfonsi just misses its target. Robin Simovic then has a free kick, but it's blocked by a wall of Västerås players. Despite all their efforts, Varbergs seem unable to break through the well-defended Västerås goal. The game has become boring. Neither team is able to make something happen, with all the passes going astray and many fouls slowing down the pace of play. The score remains 0-3 after 35 minutes. Varbergs are pressing high against Västerås, and they are really struggling to retain possession. Luke Leroux is trying to break down Västerås defense. He drives with the ball and looks to pass it into the box, but the pass is blocked by one of the defenders. Anton Liljebäck then picks up the loose ball and takes a shot from long distance, but it sails wide of the goal. The weather is overcast with a cool breeze blowing around the field, neither team able to take advantage of their possession in this tight game. The teams are definitely feeling the heat in this game, and it looks like both sides are struggling to put together an attack. Right now, Västerås are pushing forward, but Varbergs are doing their best to keep them at bay. Olsen is alert in goal, aggressively denying every shot on target. However, the referee has been quiet so far. There have been a few late challenges and some questionable offside calls that should warrant a yellow card. Not sure what he's waiting for. The crowd is on its feet as Varbergs midfielder Ismet Lushaku lines up a free kick just outside the penalty area. He takes a few strides back, before taking a mighty swing of his foot, launching the ball towards the Västerås goal. The strike curls through the air and is heading right at Anton Fagerström's top corner. Fagerström dives to his right and pushes the ball out of danger. What a save from the Västerås goalkeeper. Meanwhile, over on the other side of the pitch, Varbergs defender Gideon Mensah makes an amazing sliding tackle from behind to stop Jahim Burke in his tracks. Gideon's sometimes criticized for doing too much showboating, but that was strictly business there. And although neither team has scored yet, it's been an entertaining game with both teams feeling like they can find that breakthrough. Though if Coach Leroux's jokes about Luke Leroux were anything to go by, he'd be quite content with a 0-0 draw. The match is close to coming to an end of the first half, with neither team having scored a goal. Varbergs and Västerås have been evenly matched for most of the first part of the game. The two sides had a few chances at goal, but nothing has been majorly threatening for either goalkeeper so far, making for a fairly uneventful goalless draw at this stage in the match. Varbergs defenders are holding strong in their attempts to deny Västerås from creating any chances. The midfielders continue to be locked in battle, Ismet Lushaku and Anton Liljebäck making sure that Västerås don't get any space behind their backs. Västerås have been more active on the ball recently, with Simon Johansson and Ole Edlund pressing forward in attack. They search tirelessly for an opening that could give their side the advantage, but it still eludes them as Varbergs goalkeeper David Olsen covers well and keeps out any danger around the box. The game appears to be slowing down as neither team is able to take control of possession or possess an edge over one another. Both teams are settling for a 0-0 result at halftime, being content with conserving energy as they await an opportunity to potentially break through or make some headway towards taking home all 3 points from this intense mid-table clash. The ball is in the middle of the pitch and Varberg's Ismet Lushaku advances with it, shimmying past a defender and driving into Västerås territory. He fires off a cross-field pass towards Oliver Alfonsi in the central attacking position, looking to make something happen. The crowd rises to their feet, anticipating what could come next as Alfonsi sets his sights on the goal mouth. He takes it on and makes a daring run towards the box, shuffling past a defender with a nifty move. Suddenly the keeper comes out to intercept, but Alfonsi manages to flick it past him. What an effort from Oliver. The crowd goes wild in appreciation of that effort. What an atmosphere here tonight. Alas, though, it's not enough for either side as the ball sails inches wide of the target and is eventually cleared away by Västerås defense. It stays 0-2 for Varbergs as we approach half-time. Varbergs build up their attack as Luke Leroux runs away from the defenders and creates a passing triangle. Leroux then threads the ball to Ismet Lushaku, who slides it to Robin Simovic in the box. Simovic cuts inside and goes for a long-range shot, but it sails over the crossbar. And they say laughter is good medicine. So how about this joke? How do you like your eggs? Ole Edlund says, fried with a side of midfield dominance. Varbergs come charging out of the blocks, with captain Robin Simovic leading the charge. He drives through midfield, cutting his way towards the Västerås penalty area. He unleashes a fierce shot that is blocked by Max Larsson, who slides in to make an impressive challenge. The crowd cheers with appreciation, a major mood lifter for the game. The ball is now in play at midfield, and Ismet Lushaku dribbles away from his opponents and attempts to set up an attack for Varbergs. He finds Robin Tranberg, who controls it well, then looks to play a through ball to Oliver Alfonsi, but it's intercepted brilliantly by Adam Padovan. With only seconds remaining in the first half of the game, both teams battle hard for possession. The crowd is on its feet as they anxiously await a late decisive goal, but unfortunately none comes before the first half ends with 0-2 on the scoreboard. The first half of this match between Varbergs and Västerås has been a tense and exciting affair with nothing to separate the two teams. Both sides have had their share of chances, but neither team has been able to take advantage of the opportunities that have come their way. Varbergs goalkeeper David Olsen has been kept busy, making some key saves to keep them in this game. Västerås defense of Pedro Ribeiro, Max Larsson, Adam Padovan and Frederic Nzabiemba have kept strong on their defensive line with some great clearances along the way. In midfield, Ismet Lushaku for Varbergs has done his best to lead his team forward, and Ole Edlund for Västerås has done a great job of controlling the ball in midfield. Neither side has been able to break through each other's tough defense, and so at halftime the score remains 0-2 for Västerås as both teams look to find a breakthrough in the second half. Now the action's heating up as Varbergs launch an attack. Luke Leroux storming through on the right wing with a great piece of skill, passing past two defenders before crossing the ball into the box. It's met by Anthony Liljebæk, who unleashes a thunderous volley that crashes into the back of the net. The crowd roars in approval as Varbergs make it 2-1. Västerås try to reply immediately and wins back possession from their own half. Philip Tront puts on a masterpiece of dribbling past two defenders before passing it to Ole Edlund on the edge of the area, but his shot goes wide. Varbergs regains possession and quickly play it forwards, Robin Simovic making a brilliant run and is now inside Vasta's penalty box. He shoots for goal, but Fagerström makes an incredible fingertip save to keep it out. What an amazing save from Fagerström from that powerful shot. Varbergs kick off the second half with a determined effort to claw their way back into the match. Ismet Lushaku wins a hard-fought one-on-one challenge near the edge of the Västerås penalty area, dribbling forward and sending an impressive low shot just over the crossbar. In response, Frederic Nzabiemba puts in an incredible defensive shift, blocking a dangerous attack from Varbergs and keeping Västerås in control of the game. The game has begun to slow down as both teams become weary from their physical exertion in this intense matchup. With only 45 minutes left in the game, both teams are making sure to conserve energy and composure, making calculated passes and tactical decisions instead of going all out for that elusive goal. The Varbergs defense is staying alert and blocking out Västerås attacks with relative ease, but Västerås remain firmly in command of the game thanks to their 2-goal lead. The score remains 0-2 at minute 46. Varbergs make a strong pressing high up the field against Västerås. Joakim Linder comes close to scoring, but his shot is stopped by Anton Fagerström's excellent reflex save. Oliver Silverholt's sloppy tackle gives away possession to Västerås, and Philip Tront is quick to take advantage, sprinting forward and delivering a great cross. However, he goes too far and drifts out of play. Teammate Anton Liljebäck is heavily criticized by the commentators for not closing down Tront quickly enough. The teams are back in the second half, and Varbergs want to get back into the match. Both Västerås and Varbergs fight hard for control of the ball, but so far it's proving difficult for either side to make any real advantage. Varbergs midfielder Ismet Lushaku makes a run into the penalty box and takes a shot on goal, but it is blocked by Västerås defender Pedro Ribeiro. He sends the ball out to his teammate Philip Tront, who attempts to shoot, but it dribbles wide of the post. After a few more minutes of battling with neither team getting much ground, referee blows his whistle signaling a break in play. The sky is overcast today and a strong wind is blowing through the stadium, making conditions difficult for both teams. Varbergs gain possession of the ball from Västerås, bringing it down the pitch trying to engineer an opportunity. Ole Edlund closes them down quickly, breaking up their rhythm on the attack. Västerås take control and launch an attack of their own with precise passing and positioning. Philip Tront bursts away past Hampus Zachrisson and Ismet Lushaku with incredible speed, breezing past them towards goal. David Olsen is helpless as Tront finishes off the chance with a precise strike into the top corner fired back across goal and out of reach. An unstoppable finish from Västerås. The away team are now 2 goals up with a score of 0-2. Varbergs captain Ismet Lushaku springs into action, racing down the left flank with the ball as 3 Västerås players give chase. He slides a perfect pass to Robin Tranberg in midfield, who lays off to Luc Leroux on the far side. Ole Edlund for Västerås puts in a crunching challenge, winning the ball and playing it wide to Daniel Ask. His dangerous cross is intercepted by Oliver Silverholt in the Varbergs defense and cleared away from danger. Just then, lightning-quick Jaheen Burke of Västerås shows his dazzling footwork, dribbling past 2 Varbergs defenders before being brought down by Ismet Lushaku. The referee had no choice but to show him a yellow card. Looks like it's Lushaku's second of the game. I heard someone joke that what Oliver Silverholt lacks in speed he more than makes up for with butterfingers. I'm sure he would take offense at that one. Varbergs are doing their best to claw back into this game, but Västerås defense is proving difficult to penetrate. The intensity is rising with every passing minute as players from both sides battle for every inch of space. Varbergs forwards, Robin Simovic and Oliver Alfonsi, have made some threatening advances on the Västerås goal, but keeper Anton Fagerström has been equal to the task and thwarted their efforts so far. On the other side of the pitch, Västerås attackers Philip Tront and Jaheen Burke have been dangerous, with a number of close calls on keeper David Olsen's goal. The possession of the ball shifts rapidly between the two teams and neither looks close to finding the breakthrough. It's anyone's guess what will happen next as we reach minute 53 in this fascinating matchup between Varbergs and Västerås. Varbergs with a strong attack in the midfield, as Ismet Lushaku sends a powerful long pass down the field towards Oliver Alfonsen. Alfonsen attempts to control the ball, but the wind pushes the ball off course. Adam Padovan quickly rushes in to collect the ball, sending a pass to Max Larsson, who is running up from defense. Larsson then sends an impressive cross into Västerås box, where Philip Tront receives it and takes a shot on goal, only for David Olsen to make a stunning dive and save for Varbergs. The game resumes as Luc Leroux receives possession and begins running towards Västerås box. The weather remains warm and clear on this sunny day with no clouds in sight, allowing both teams to play their best game possible. It's Varbergs' ball and they are playing it forward. Lushaku beats 2 defenders with a skillful dodge and passes it to Robin Tranberg. He sprints up the field and shoots, the ball whizzing straight at the goal, only for Fagerström to make a spectacular save. The crowd goes wild. Västerås quickly regain possession and move it to Padovan, who crosses it into the box, looking for Tront. Linder slips in behind them both, intercepting the ball and finds Alfonsi in open space. He sends it back out to Zachrisson, making a hard tackle near the halfway line. What's this? The ref pulls out his red card. Zachrisson has to leave the pitch. As he sulks off, Zachrisson turns to his teammates and says, "Guys, I'm going off the field. But don't worry, He'll be back in 10 minutes. Varberg's goalkeeper David Olsen is diving dangerously towards the ball as Västerås forward, Jaheen Burke, attempts to score at point-blank range. Yet again, Olsen shows why he is considered one of the best goalkeepers in the league. His remarkable agility and reflexes push Burke's shot wide of the mark. It's a moment of sheer brilliance from David Olsen that earns a roar from the crowd. Meanwhile, up the other end of the pitch, Varberg's midfielder Luc Leroux finds himself receiving a pass from Ismet Lushaku. He dribbles confidently past two Västerås defenders and carves a smartly angled pass towards Oliver Alfonsi, but it's intercepted by Max Larsson. Despite not getting an assist to his name this evening, Leroux has definitely impressed with his composure and creativity on the ball. The Varbergs and Västerås teams have an intense focus as the second half kicks off. Here we go. Varberg's Oliver Silverholt has just taken the ball forward, weaving through the Västerås defense with quick footwork and merciless pace. The crowd is roaring with excitement as he successfully passes the ball to Robin Tranberg. However, Västerås Max Larsson is hot on his heels, and he skillfully intercepts just before it can reach Robin. The crowd in the stadium is buzzing with energy as Max sends a bullet of a pass to his forward Philip Tront, who quickly outruns Ismet Lushaku and charges towards goal. David Olsen in Varberg's net valiantly attempts to block Philip's shot, but to no avail. It's a goal. Varberg 0 Västerås 3. The Västerås fans are celebrating loudly in the stands while Varberg supporters look disappointed and downcast in their seats. It's going to take something special for these Varberg's players to make a comeback. The game is getting intense as the second half resumes. Varberg's midfielder Ismet Lushaku presses forward in an attempt to break through Västerås' defense line, but Max Larsson is there to make the tackle. Västerås' Jaheen Burke runs in on the flank and delivers a dangerous cross, but Oliver Silverholt clears it away with a stellar sliding tackle. Varberg's goalkeeper David Olsen is quick to get off his line and distribute the ball to Robin Tranberg, who sprints down the pitch. But as he approaches the penalty area, Pedro Ribeiro makes an aggressive challenge and reclaims possession for Västerås. The crowd roars in appreciation of the passionate play on display at Gamlaston Stadium, an impressive arena with bright green seats stretching all along the touchline. The two banks of stands meet just behind either goal, rising up into rows of balconied viewing platforms that are illuminated by 1,000 electric bulbs beaming down from above. Varbergs has possession of the ball and is in the defensive fourth. Moving up from their own box, Ismet Lushaku passes it off to Luc Leroux, who makes a run to the midfield. Out on the left sideline, Robin Simovic is chasing after Oliver Silverholt's pass. Simovic looks for an opportunity to damage Västerås' defense, but his cross goes wide. A Västerås midfielder breaks away and runs down the right flank. Oliver Alfonsi slides in to make a tackle but goes down injured in the process. Both teams circle around him as the medical team rushes onto the pitch. After being attended to, Alfonsi is taken out of the field on a stretcher. The game resumes with Varberg still looking for an opening while Västerås attempts to keep them at bay. Varbergs is pushing hard to get into the game, but Västerås' defense is tenacious, thwarting each attack. Ismet Lushaku pounces on the ball, taking it up the right flank, then sends a cross into the box. Oliver Alfonsi has a glimmer of hope, but Anton Fagerström dives low to shut him down and pushes the ball out of play. Västerås tries to launch a counterattack, but Simon Johansson's pass is heavy and goes out for a goal kick. From the goal kick, Varbergs regains possession with Robin Tranberg in control. He passes to Gideon Mensah, who controls, feints once, feints again and launches a long-range effort. It looks like it might dip under the bar, but Anton Fagerström springs up to palm it away for a corner kick. The corner kick leads to an intense moment as Varbergs nearly level in dramatic fashion. Luc Leroux's delivery hangs high and long into the penalty area, where Jaheen Burke clears for Västerås. The clearance is blocked by Robin Simovic, who fights back tooth and nail before passing to Ismet Lushaku. There's no time to be wasted as he drives forward and plays an inch-perfect pass in search of an opening, but his teammate Robin Tranberg fails to reach it and Västerås escape unscathed. The teams have just come back on the pitch for the second half, and David Olsen of Varbergs immediately makes a save, tipping the ball away from Fredrik Nzabiemva's shot on goal. Varbergs take possession but have trouble advancing past midfield. Västerås quickly puts the pressure on them and are now dominating the ball. Varbergs haven't been able to get much offense going this half, and with each passing minute Västerås seem to be closing in on a goal. The play continues to go back and forth, but neither team can find an opening in the opposing defense. The game is slowly becoming almost dull as both teams become more and more content to keep the ball in their own end of the pitch rather than trying any risky attacking moves. The score remains 0-3 with no signs of anything changing anytime soon, leaving fans bored and wishing for something exciting to happen. Varbergs make a bold move as Oliver Alfonsi enacts a long pass from the outfield in an attempt to pass the midline. With great anticipation, he sends an impeccable through ball towards Luke Leroux. However, Västerås Max Larsson had other plans and manages to intercept the ball before it could reach its intended target. Suddenly, a counter-attack sparks for Västerås as Fredrik Nzabiemba launches the ball across the pitch towards Jaheen Burke. Burke looks to take advantage of the opportunity, but Ismet Lushaku manages to quickly close in and block his way. The ball rolls out of play and the referee signals for a throw-in. The match is held at Varbergs Football Arena. The stadium's architecture has two curving stands on both sides that hold up to 8,500 guests, giving them panoramic views of the pitch and its happenings. The main stand is surrounded by gardens with trees, wildflowers and decorative grass on either side in order to bring nature closer to football lovers at this amazing facility. A steep concourse underneath unpaired seating leads up towards four tall golden sculptures which join visitors at each corner of the modernized stadium complex in Varberg. Varbergs are pressing hard and have the ball in their possession. Ismet Lushaku sends a long ball out of the defense and down the pitch. Robin Simovic races ahead of everyone and charges towards the goal, making an incredible run and keeping possession of the ball as he dodges his opponents. The crowd erupts as he outpaces both Nzabiemba and Tront. He takes a shot but Anton Fagerström blocks it. What an amazing save. The tension on the pitch has been palpable all game long, but now is the time for these teams to make their move. Varbergs are pushing hard to get the scoring started, with midfielders Robin Tranberg and Luke Leroux leading the charge. They thread a neat pass through Västerås defense, and suddenly forwards Oliver Alfonsi and Robin Simovic are bearing down on goal. But Ribeiro is there in time for Västerås. He slides in to block the shot and relieve the mounting pressure. Västerås take possession and begin their own offensive movement up the field. Max Larsson shows off his skills, easily slaloming his way through Varberg's midfield before finding Ole Edlund bursting forward into space. Only one defender stands between him and goalkeeper David Olsson. Mensah comes flying out of nowhere to slide in and tackle just as Edlund prepares to shoot. The ball goes wide of the post and Varbergs breathe a sigh of relief. This game is getting more intense by the minute. The action is getting more intense as we move further into the second half. Both sides are trying to press forward and create chances. Varbergs break through the Västerås defense with a nicely worked 1-2. Dare in on goal, only the goalkeeper to beat. Unfortunately, Anton Fagerström makes a heroic save, denying what would have been a certain goal for Varbergs. Let's take a moment to check in with defender Oliver Silverholt for Varbergs. The youngster is having an impressive game. He's been intercepting passes, tackling fiercely, and launching some great long balls from defense. It's no surprise he's earned himself iconic status among his team and fans alike. Fagerström looks to cut off the attackers of Varbergs with a back pass to Larsson, but it's intercepted by Simovic who sends it back towards the goal. Olsson darts off his line to make a save, pushing it away from danger. Liljebæk collects the loose ball and sprints forward, sending a through ball down the line intended for Leroux. Ribeiro slides in to block him off and clear it away before Leroux can reach it, allowing Västerås to easily regain possession. Tront moves upfield with the ball and plays it across to Johansson on the right side of midfield. He throws in a looping cross into the box but it gets cleared away by Zachrisson at the far post who is quick on his feet. The game continues in this same sluggish rhythm with neither team making any major advances forward, Västerås maintaining their dominance in possession while Varbergs wait for opportunity counterattack. The crowd slowly getting restless as neither team makes any significant move towards scoring another goal. Varbergs are fighting back, their defense has held up so far and dare pushing for a breakthrough. And look at this. Ismet Lushaku is already making his mark on the pitch this half, doing some spectacular dribbling to evade the Västerås midfielders and get himself into a shooting position. Oh, what a shot. But it goes a few inches wide. It looks like Robin Tranberg is playing the golden boot today. He has consistently been the one creating chances in the midfield and giving his team a chance to make something happen. The crowd cheers loudly each time he gets the better of an opponent, making him an instant fan favorite. As the teams come back out onto the pitch for the second half of the match, Varbergs FC remain determined to turn the 0-3 scoreline around and put themselves back into contention in this game. The crowd are quite lively now, willing their team on to success. The ball is quickly passed to Varbergs forward Robin Simovic, who has been putting in a shift all game and providing some moments of spark and creativity. With excellent footwork he takes it past Västerås defense, working his way into shooting range. As he shapes himself up to fire from distance, several opposing defenders quickly gather around him and his chance passes away due to space being closed up. Robin remains determined though, looking for any chance that he can get his team back in the game with a single goal. Varbergs have possession of the ball and Caroline LaRue is making a great run down the left side. He's past one defender and now charging towards the box. Crossing it back in for Robin Simovic, who takes a shot but is just off target. Varbergs still looking to pull one back, with 20 minutes left on the clock. In the background, thunder is heard and the sky darkens. It looks like heavy rain is on its way as clouds pour in over the pitch, lightning flashes in the distance. Västerås are doing a good job of defending against Varbergs surges forward, but Varbergs just won't let up, dare giving it their all as we enter into minute 71 with no goals yet scored. We're back at the pitch in Varberg and the game is still 0-3, Västerås in the lead. Martin Gambos takes a thrilling shot but David Olsson, goalkeeper for Varbergs, runs up to block the shot. The crowd roars and goes absolutely wild with excitement. Ismet Lushaku receives a pass from Oliver Silverholt and tries to weave his way through Västerås defense to the goal, but Pedro Ribeiro counters his movements with an impenetrable brick wall of defense. In spite of these valiant efforts from both teams, there is still no change on the scoreboard. We have less than 20 minutes to go before we'll have our final result between Varbergs and Västerås. Varbergs continue to push forward, searching for a way to break through the Västerås defense. Hampus Zachrisson throws the ball into the box, hoping someone from Varbergs will get there before the defenders. But Max Larsson reacts quickly, clearing the ball away from danger. Ismet Lushaku is quick to follow up for Varbergs and tries to reclaim possession of the ball, but his tackle is just out of reach of it. Adam Padovan cleverly plays the ball back to Anton Fagerström, who collects it easily with both hands and sets Västerås back on attack. Philip Tront accelerates upfield and fires a long-range shot at David Olsson's goal, but it soars high over the crossbar and out of bounds. Varbergs players breathe a sigh of relief as they get ready for another go at pushing past Västerås defenses. The Varbergs players look determined to get on the scoreboard, as they move the ball up the pitch and put Västerås defense on their heels. Out of nowhere, Ismet Lushaku drives a powerful shot on goal. Anton Fagerström dives and barely gets his fingertips to it, deflecting the shot and preserving Västerås' clean sheet. The crowd erupts into cheers for both sides, and the energy in Varberg Arena is electric. Varbergs attacks as Robin Simovic passes a long ball to Anton Liljebäck. Liljebäck takes it to the running Oliver Silverholt, who temporarily loses control of the ball but is able to regain it from an opposing player and passes it forward. Silverholt's effort is met with applause and cheers from Varberg supporters in the stands. With very few seconds until the end, the Västerås keeper Fagerström saves a clear chance of goal for Varbergs. The crowd acknowledges his efforts and cheer on their team, vocalizing their support with joy. The game is going full steam ahead as Varbergs try to claw back from their 3-goal deficit. Ismet Lushaku is taking the initiative, racing down the pitch with a flurry of energetic passes from his midfielders at his side. He jinks around Västerås Pedro Ribeiro and drives towards the penalty box. The crowd roar as he strikes the ball with his left foot and sends it sailing towards the far corner. But it's not to be. Anton Fagerström leaps across to make a stunning save. The crowd scream in disappointment. Meanwhile, Varberg's veteran defender Oliver Silverholt has been like a rock at the back, making some outstanding interceptions throughout the game. He reads the play like a book and is always one step ahead of his opponents. Right now he's heading upfield to help push forward one last attack before the final whistle sounds, giving every ounce of energy he's got left in him despite being well into extra time. Go Oliver, go! The game is progressing with Varbergs gradually getting back into the game. The players on both sides are clearly fatigued, but Västerås are the ones that fatigue more. Anton Liljebäck is having a great game in midfield, as he keeps breaking up plays and creating openings up front. On the other hand, Oliver Silverholt has been quite lackluster in his defending duties today. He's been getting outpaced by opponents and failing to make key interceptions. As the clock ticks and Therese no end of the match in sight, Varbergs have just earned a corner kick after an energetic attack from the midfield up to their forwards. Can they make something happen and actually score? We'll have to wait and see. Varberg's Ismet Lushaku is putting the pressure on Västerås' Max Larsson. Max reaches out and manages to slip away with the ball, but Ismet is hot on his heels. He cuts inside and plays the ball back to Pedro Ribeiro, but Luke Leroux is in position and makes a brilliant clearance. On the opposite end, Jaheim Burke launches forward on a counter-attack, with Robin Simovic struggling to keep up. Burke sends a through ball up to Philip Tront in space, but his shot sails high of the bar. Both sides are struggling to break down their opponent's defenses now as the game slows down. With only 3 minutes left in regulation time, it looks as if Varbergs will take home all 3 points. Varbergs desperately trying to grab a goal back, launching a quick counter-attack as Lushaku passes it out to Robin Simovic. Simovic makes a break for the goal with Tranberg and Alfonsi in his wake. He attempts for the shot, but is blocked by the Västerås defense. Ribeiro was an absolute wall. How did he get there so quickly? What an example of raw athleticism. The ball is intercepted and sent over to Edlund, who is unguarded by the Varberg defense, who had pushed forward to make room for their attackers. Edlund passes it up to Gambos, who surges down towards Olsen in goal. Olsen dives low, stopping Gambos' shot dead at his feet. The crowd erupts with cheers of admiration for Olsen's reflexes. Truly extraordinary stuff. The Varbergs player, Anton Liljebäck, displays incredible agility as he weaves his way through the Västerås defenders before launching a powerful shot towards the goal. Fagerström dives to his right to make the save and keep Västerås in the lead. The crowd roars with appreciation of Liljebäck's skillful attempt. The two teams are pushing forward in a ferocious bid to get on the scoresheet. Varbergs pushing forward with Ismet Lushaku and Luke Leroux leading the charge, trying to create something for their side. Västerås are keeping the pressure on too, looking determined to make the final score more favorable to them. Both teams playing intense and highly competitive soccer. There's a great energy around the pitch, with both sets of fans roaring their teams on. Wow, what an atmosphere. These passionate supporters really know how to get behind their team. It's an inspiring sight to see. The Varbergs players kick off the second half, passing the ball back and forth in search of an opening in Västerås defense. With 81 minutes on the clock, Pedro Ribeiro makes an aggressive tackle on Anton Liljebäck and regains possession for Västerås. Ribeiro plays it out wide to Daniel Ask, who takes his time to weigh up his options before finding Fredrik Zabiemva with a precise pass. Zabiemva darts forward into Varberg territory, but Oliver Silverholt is there to challenge him and dispossesses him. The clock keeps ticking, but neither team is managing to create any meaningful chances at goal, as the game slowly starts grinding down into a stop-start affair, with each side taking their time in possession of the ball. Despite some clever passing combinations here and there, neither Varberg nor Västerås can break through their opponent's defenses and open up the score sheet. The score remains 0-3 as we enter stoppage time, with both teams content to maintain their respective leads. A huge save from Varberg's goalkeeper David Olsen. Västerås' Jaheim Burke just charged through the defense and seemed primed to score, but a resilient effort from Olsen keeps the visitors out. He's been a rock in the back today and is surely earning some accolades for his performance. Here we go. It's time for some fun banter. Oliver Silverholt has been terrorizing Västerås defense all afternoon, so what do you call a fly buzzing around Silverholt? A goal pass. The crowd roars as Varberg's Joakim Lindner launches a cross into Västerås' Frazen Zabiemva, who clears the ball out of danger. Varberg's Oliver Alfonsi swoops in, but his shot is blocked. The crowd rises to their feet in anticipation. Varberg keep up the pressure as Ismet Lushaku goes into a one-on-one duel with Västerås' Pedro Ribeiro, but Ribeiro is equal to the task and the chance is gone. Great defending from Västerås. The crowd is electric, with their cheers reverberating across the stadium in support of both sides. We've now reached minute 83 and it's still 0-3 for Västerås as we head into stoppage time. How will this thrilling game end? Stay tuned to find out, and kudos to this amazing audience here today for keeping this game alive with their enthusiasm. The Varberg's midfield looks to break the defense line of Västerås with a tricky pass, and Luke Leroux looks to capitalize on the opportunity, but Philip Tront nicks away the ball. As both teams face off in the middle of the pitch, they look to mount an attack. Anton Liljebäck looks to make a move, but Max Larsson sticks tight to him, closing in on any chance of a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Pedro Ribeiro is seen hustling down the right flank and puts in a cross towards Martin Gambos. The cross is well intercepted by Hampus Zachrisson and relocated to Robin Simovic. Simovic quickly dribbles past his markers, but his strikes across the face of goal sails over goal post. What do you call it when Varberg's goalkeeper David Olsson stays back from a corner spot? A goalkeeper taking his save the day stance. Varberg surges forward on attack. Oliver Alfonsi throws a long ball towards Ismet Lushaku on the left flank. Ismet keeps the ball close to his feet, takes on his marker and cuts inside towards the Västerås goal. He takes a shot at goal, but it is blocked by Adam Padovan, who dives just in time to get into position and make the clearance. The action moves to the center of the pitch and intensity levels rise as both teams look for an opening. All players give it their all and push for a breakthrough. The crowd noise is deafening. The sun beats down on the pitch, and with each pass, sweat flies off both teams' bodies as they try to gain an advantage over their opponents. It's already intensely physical and a hard-fought battle out there, but neither team has been able to break through so far. The heat is on in the pitch as Varbergs is making another final push for a goal. Robin Simovic dribbles through with the ball, weaving around two defenders, then passes it over to Oliver Alfonsi. He tries to make a move towards Västerås goalmouth, but suddenly Robin Tranberg appears from the blind side and intercepts his pass. It was an impressive display of football intellect by Tranberg, who had been studying the movements of Alfonsi closely throughout the game. Västerås counterattacks with Max Larsson running with the ball, followed closely by Simon Johansson. They make it down the field, but David Olsson at goal for Varbergs puts a stop to their efforts with an awesome save. The crowd erupts and Olsson gets a well-deserved round of applause, rising to prove that even after such a tough match, he still stands tall between the sticks. Varbergs is pushing hard for a goal, but Västerås defense is resilient and their goalkeeper keeping the ball out of their net. In a great display of defensive tenacity, Philip Tront blocks a series of shots from Varberg's attackers, preserving Västerås' 3-goal lead. It's certainly been an impressive performance from him tonight. Varbergs make one final desperate effort to score just as the clock runs out of time. Their midfielder, Ismet Lushaku, receives a pass from defender Joakim Lindner and takes off with the ball down the field. Lushaku maneuvers around Västerås' defense with an impressive combination of speed and agility. He rounds the defenders in an attempt to make it to the penalty area, but his progress is quickly snuffed out by a sliding tackle from their left-back Frederick Zabiemva. Lushaku fights for control of the ball even as he tumbles to ground, but it's no use. He can only watch in defeat as Zabiemva clears it out of bounds. As the referee blows his whistle signaling full time, Varbergs realize that their desperate gambit has failed and they go home empty-handed after a hard-fought game. We are almost at the end of this game and we still don't have a goal. Varbergs has switched up their tactics, trying to launch one last attack, but Västerås' defense is solid here. Both sides are pushing hard now. They are making runs and trying to split up their opponent's defense here. The crowd is absolutely electric too. The roar is thunderous as each team takes a last desperate attempt for the winning goal. The clock ticks as the seconds dwindle away, but it looks like neither side will be able to make it across the line today. We haven't seen a goal yet, but what we've seen is an incredible display of passion and determination by both teams. Congratulations to both clubs for giving us an amazing show today. Varbergs has just taken a corner, but the ball is played back out. Now Västerås has it and Adam Padovan is looking to switch it out to the right side. He plays it wide but Oliver Silverholt is there, blocking the pass. The ball bounces off his shin and goes high into the air. Ismet Lushaku gathers it, looks up and fires a long ball upfield to Oliver Alfonsi. He's racing into space past two defenders, with only Anton Fagerström to beat. But just as he's about to pull the trigger, the referee blows his whistle for a foul by Alfonsi. Incredible decision by the referee that looked like a great opportunity for Varbergs to pull one back. Varbergs is on the attack now as Oliver Alfonsi sends a long ball down the field for Robin Simovic to chase. Simovic fires a shot off but it's quickly blocked by Adam Padovan who dives across the face of the goal. The crowd roars in approval as Adam Padovan is able to keep his balance and make that last-minute save. In midfield, Varbergs' Ismet Lushaku proves to be a dynamo of energy, running around and playing perfect defense against Västerås' attacking line. He makes a great interception and sends a through pass right into the feet of Oliver Silverholt on the left flank. Silverholt takes one touch before sending in an incredible cross deep into Västerås' box, but no Varbergs player was able to get onto it in time. The game is in overtime and the players of both teams are growing desperate to score a goal. Varbergs midfielder Ismet Lushaku launches a long-range shot towards Anton Fagerström in Västerås' goal, but it misses its mark with just inches. Moments later, Västerås launch a counter-attack with Philip Tront dominating the left flank, but his low shot is blocked by the Varbergs defense. The crowd erupts in cheering, as both sides keep putting their heart and soul into trying to secure a win. The tension increases as every minute ticks away, but still no team has managed to break the deadlock. Both sets of players are pushing forward with ferocity, looking for just one moment of glory that could turn the tide of this tight match. The game continues in extra time as Varbergs looks to hold off Västerås and steal a point. Anton Fagerström punches away an effort from Robin Simovic, firing it out for a corner. Varbergs whip in the corner but Västerås scramble the ball to safety. Hampus Zachrisson looks to make an incisive run forward down the right flank, but he's crumpled by a heavy tackle from Max Larsson. He stays down in pain and the medical team rush onto the field to attend to him. It looks like his afternoon is over with a concerning injury for Varbergs. Meanwhile, the score remains 0-3 in favor of Västerås with no recent signs of that changing anytime soon. The crowd is on its feet as the players prepare to battle it out in extra time. Varbergs is putting on a brave face, trying not to show their disappointment after the full-time whistle. Västerås are determined to hold their lead and keep the Varbergs scoreless. Anton Fagerström runs out from the goal and charges upfield as Philip Tront gets ready to take a corner kick. He sends it in high and deep towards the far post, only for Lucas Leroux to clear it away with a timely headed clearance. Down at the opposite end of the stadium, Västerås are pressing hard for another goal. Martin Gambos takes advantage of an opening in Varberg's defense, unleashing him toward goal with a firm tackle, but his shot sails wide of the post. The crowd cheers as both teams do their best to put on a good show despite this being an extra time game. The stands are filled with fans from both sides decked out in traditional attire, flags swaying from side to side and chants from both teams filling up any silences in between. It's a sight to behold. Varbergs is pressing hard for a goal, but Västerås is up to the task. Their goalkeeper Fagerström is ready for any shots along with their defense manned by Ribeiro, Larsson, Padovan, and Zabiemva. Västerås are now trying to push forward and attack the Varbergs goal, with their midfielders Johansson, Ask, Edlund and Gambos linking up the play. Tront and Burke are running at the Varbergs defenders in attempt to create space for an attack. The tension in the game is palpable as both teams are giving it all they got in hopes of breaking the 0-3 deadlock. Varbergs goalie Olsen shows his expertise between the sticks as he denies Västerås dangerous chances again and again. To complicate matters further, Oliver Silverholt has just been shown a yellow card which leaves Varbergs with some extra pressure to see this game off without conceding another goal. Meanwhile on the pitch both sides continue to battle it out in search of that decisive goal that could change the entire complexion of this match. The last few minutes of the game has seen Varbergs pressing the Västerås defense with a newfound energy. David Olsson in goal has been inspiring his team with his leadership and strength, rushing upfield to help build attacks. Out on the wings, Luke Leroux has been a terror to take on, as he puts in pinpoint crosses into the danger area. In the middle of the park, Ismet Lushaku has been unmatched in playing one-touch passes through the good press from Västerås, but no one from Varbergs have been able to find that final touch in front of goal. Västerås have been defending with tenacity and intelligence, braving every surging attack from Varbergs. Philip Tront has especially put in a great performance up front as he uses his pace and agility to counterattack dangerously when given the ball at just the right moment. His clever footwork and sharp passes have created numerous opportunities for Västerås, but unfortunately they've failed to capitalize on them. The game coming into extra time is neck and neck with no team finding that crucial breakthrough yet. The players are fighting within the extra time as every second matters and can count toward the outcome of the game. Varbergs takes on the challenge valiantly, but David Olsson in Varbergs' goalkeeper is injured in a collision with Philip Tront from Västerås. The referee stops play to allow for medical assistance, however play quickly resumes as no substitutions are allowed with the modern rules of extra time. Olsson seems to have suffered a minor injury and continues to perform his duties admirably. The teams continue to battle up until the final whistle, with neither side finding a breakthrough. The score remains 0-3 in favor of Västerås at the end of this thrilling match. The ball is back in play and we're into extra time. The exhausted players from both sides are giving it their all to cling onto the possession. Varbergs looking for an attack as they pass the ball upfield and they have a decent chance at goal, but the Västerås defense holds fast and it's out of play. The teams struggle for control once again and Varbergs send a cross in, but Therese nobody there to meet it and it sails away into the arms of Fagerström. Västerås now with a chance to move forward, but Mensah dives in with an audacious sliding challenge to break up their play. The midfielder is on the floor now in obvious pain while Tront tries to take advantage of the situation, advancing sharp on goal. Olsson rushes out of his goal line and throws himself in front of the shot, an absolutely heroic save from Varberg's keeper. He makes a stand and averts another goal-sure chance for Västerås. The ball starts rolling again, as the ref blows his whistle for the start of extra time. Both teams are pushing hard to get the goal, but neither is able to find an opening. Then suddenly, a Västerås player launches an incredible long-range shot that looks destined for the top right corner of the net, but David Olsson in Varberg's goal has other ideas and pulls off an amazing diving save. The crowd roars in delight at his efforts, and one of his teammates runs over to high-five him. Meanwhile, they musters up another attack, with Luke Leroux running down the right wing. He's being tracked closely by Västerås Fredrik Zabiemba and is being forced wide. He passes back to Oliver Silverholt in defense, who promptly plays it to Ismet Lushaku, who neatly drags it past two defenders before shooting just wide. It was a truly impressive piece of play from Lushaku, who has really caught the eye today despite playing in a defensive role. The fans now eagerly wait for a miracle as the teams march out for the second half of extra time. Varbergs and Västerås are determined not to let their opponents break through as they hike up and down the pitch, but so far neither have been able to breach their defense. Blue skies above provide some solace to the players below, as the sun shines down upon them and warms their skin. Both teams are battling hard and fighting with renewed vigor despite the clock ticking away. Both goalkeepers face wave after wave of attackers with agility and strength, managing to save shots despite seeming impossible chances. Neither team has been able to find the back of the net in this second half of extra time, but with only moments left on the clock, another chance is presented that might yet change this stalemate. The second half continues with the same intensity as before. Varbergs charging up the pitch fiercely with full force, looking to reverse the score. They make a strong run up the right flank, Luke Leroux playing it across to Oliver Alfonsi, who takes a shot. Fagerström barges in with a heroic save, pushing the ball out of play with a powerful punch. Västerås regaining possession on their end of the pitch and making a counter-attack. Burke attempting to get past Silverholt at the edge of the box but fails to do so, Liljebæk pouncing to force him out of play and averting danger. Varbergs managed to transition quickly, Tranberg sending in an audacious cross for Simovic, but Padovan meets it early and heads it away from danger. Västerås settling after that close call and encouraging each other from their own half of the pitch. They make a breakaway move up left flank with Gambos sending in an excellent pass into Tront's feet, who manages to take his shot from close range only for Olsen to make a super save off his line. Varbergs is pushing hard in the dying minutes, pushing for a goal to pull the score back, but so far Västerås has stood strong, repelling every attack. You can feel the tension on the pitch, as both teams fight for a goal that could change the game. Robin Simovic, who is Varberg's forward, is leading from the front, organizing his teammates and driving forward with dribbles and passes. His skill and determination inspiring the audience, who have been erupting with cheers as he leads his team forward. However, his efforts still remain unrewarded, and despite some close calls, Västerås remains vigilant as they look to secure their third win of the season. Varbergs have possession of the ball and dare looking to make up some ground as they race down the pitch. They create a decent chance as Oliver Silverholt chips a long ball over the opposition defense and into the area. Philip Tront is on hand to challenge for the ball, but Hampus Zachrisson manages to beat him to it and make an attacking move. Unfortunately, disaster strikes for Varbergs as Hampus goes down clutching his ankle and several teammates rush to check on him. The medical team rushes onto the pitch, quickly attending to Hampus, who looks in significant pain. The game pauses momentarily as play resumes. It's now clear that Varbergs will have to soldier on without their star midfielder, with no signs of this scoreline changing anytime soon. Varbergs have an all-out attack, pushing hard to try and score as time runs out. Ismet Lushaku takes the ball on the right side of the field and looks to cross it, but Adam Padovan steps in to take it away. Daniel Ask gets the rebound and passes it quickly to his teammate Philip Tront, who takes a shot. But David Olsen is there with a quick save. Oliver Alfonsi takes possession of the ball, which sends him into a one-on-one against Anton Fagerström. He makes a strong run at him, with Fagerström narrowing the space available, but Alfonsi steps around him effortlessly. He winds up for a shot that rockets towards goal, but it's just an inch too high. It sails over the bar and Varbergs lose another chance for a goal. Anecdote: Pedro Ribera from Västerås has shown incredible speed tonight on the pitch. He's been able to steal multiple possessions from Varbergs players and move them into Västerås offensive chances. His quick reflexes have made him an invaluable resource for his team during this game. With less than a minute in extra time, the game has picked up intensity as Varbergs are desperately trying to make something happen. Ole Edlund of Västerås drives past two defenders and sends a pass through to Philip Tront inside the box. But goalkeeper David Olsen is quick off his feet and dives acrobatically to make an impressive save. The match is stopped momentarily as Oliver Silverholt of Varbergs goes down after a challenge from Max Larsson near midfield, and the referee signals for medical attention. The physio rushes onto the pitch while Oliver Silverholt lies motionless on the turf, arms outstretched. After a few anxious minutes, Silverholt is eventually stretchered off with what looks like a shoulder injury, with no substitutes remaining for Varbergs. The defending champions, Varbergs, are doing everything in their power to claw back the 3-goal deficit. Ismet Lushaku is leading the charge for Varbergs with voracious tackles and aggressive runs up the pitch. Oliver Alfonsi attempts a daring dribble around some Västerås defenders but is knocked off the ball. The ball finds its way back to Varbergs' feet via Robin Tranberg's interception, and they launch another attack. Martin Gambos of Västerås has other plans though, as he intercepts yet another move from Varbergs. The stadium erupts into cheers as they watch him lose 3 defenders with a tricky flicking move before sending in a pinpoint pass to Jaheen Berg, who fails to net the decisive 4th goal. As time continues to tick away, tensions mount for getting an exciting end to the game. Both teams have their eyes on the prize as they enter extra time, the decisive moment of the match. Both teams are doing their best to break down their opponent's defenses. Varbergs make a sudden dash down the wing as Oliver Alfonsi attempts to set up a scoring chance, but Max Larsson for Västerås is quick to react and cuts out the ball before it reaches its intended target. The midfielders from both teams are jostling for space in the middle and barely giving each other an inch, pushing their reflexes to the breaking point as it's getting more tense by the minute. On the other side of the pitch, Fredrik Nzabiemba is going up against Robin Simovic, both of them staying close to each other, not wanting to give any distance away. Varbergs are pressing forward now, trying with all they might to create opportunities and chances, but Västerås defense remains resilient and refuses to break under pressure. Varbergs have one final try through Ismet Lushaku on a free kick that just misses wide by an inch. With seconds left in extra time, both teams will have settled for 0-3 score as we finish off this dramatic match between Varbergs and Västerås. Varbergs is attacking with urgency and trying to get on the scoreboard, but Västerås defense is proving hard to penetrate. The ball is bouncing from player to player in the midfield as Varbergs runs a few offensive plays. They come close to finding a way through with a shot from midfielder Ismet Lushaku that whizzes just over the bar, leaving the crowd gasp in anticipation. Anton Liljback from Varbergs is flying all over the pitch, trying to make something happen by throwing and crunching tackles and making fearless runs up and down the sidelines. He's still searching for his first goal of this game, but despite being kept scoreless, he's been giving it his all. After a 2-minute water break, the second half of the match starts back up. The penalty area for Varbergs is under pressure from Västerås, but their keeper Olsen stands strong and saves the shots fired in. Västerås pushing hard for an equalizer in the dying seconds of extra time, but Varbergs' defense is standing firm to keep them out. In the background, the crowd roars with enthusiasm when Tront breaks away from defenders and sprints down the left flank of the pitch before firing a cross into the box. He takes a shot, but it sails over the crossbar, as Varbergs manage to keep their lead and remain in control of the match. With this scoreline, it looks like Varbergs will be taking home all 3 points. The players of Varbergs and Västerås are pushing hard, trying to break the stalemate in extra time. Varbergs have taken control of possession, running the ball up the field but still not having much luck in breaking through Västerås' defensive line. David Olsen is looking for a pass from his midfielders, but Therese very little in the way of options at the moment. Anton Fagerström is keeping close vigil over his goal and doing a good job at that, denying any attempts by Varberg to take shots at his net. The game is starting to become very boring as time ticks away and neither team has managed to mount a serious threat on either side. Tensions are high as neither team seems willing to settle for a draw, but with only 2 minutes left on the clock, it looks increasingly like that's exactly what they'll be stuck with come full time. The whistle is blown for the second half as the fans in the stands show their unwavering support for both teams. Varbergs have come out strong with an attack on Västerås' goal, but Anton Fagerström is quick to get down and reject them, earning cheers from his passionate fans in the stands. On the other side, Västerås counterattack with a precision shot just wide of the post. The crowd appreciates this display of skill, giving both teams loud cheers. Not wanting to be outdone by their opponents, Varbergs respond with a well-orchestrated attack that finds its way towards Vasta's goal, only to be brilliantly blocked by Pedro Ribera. The crowd's energy increases as time keeps ticking away and we enter extra time. The game continues with back-and-forth action between both sides, but neither team has been able to find the back of the net before the whistle is blown for full time. Despite no goals being scored, the fans in attendance show their appreciation for both teams' efforts by showering them with applause. The Västerås team kick off to start the second half of extra time. Both teams are fighting hard and both goalkeepers are making some brilliant saves. Varbergs trying to make their way forward with long passes, but Västerås is staying firm in the defense. Varbergs launches a long ball in an attempt to find a breakthrough, but it falls short and Västerås take back possession and move forward with it. They try to find a way through, but with no luck, and Varbergs regain the ball and go back on attack once again. The crowd here at the stadium are still cheering for their teams with such enthusiasm despite the score and lack of goals. The ball is rolling again, and both teams are giving all they have to try to score that winning goal. Varbergs regains possession and moves 2/3 of the field, giving them some attacking prospects. Ismet Lushaku sends a powerful shot towards the Västerås goal, but it's blocked by Pedro Ribera. Västerås counters quickly with Philip Tront finding Martin Gambos, and he has a clear shot on goal, but his strike sails over the bar. The crowd here at the stadium is roaring as both teams go all out for that elusive game-winning goal. Varbergs keeps pushing forward and their defense has been strengthened, with Summer signing Oliver Silverholt proving his worth. With time running out on extra time, Västerås Fredrik Nzabiemva is passed quickly and he drives the ball upfield. Anton Liljebæk steps in to win possession and passes it off to Oliver Alfonsi, who takes it deeper into enemy territory. An intense exchange between Luc Leroux and Simon Johansson ensues as both players go for the ball with determination. In the end, play is stopped by the referee blowing for a foul against Johansson. No change in score just yet. It is an intense battle in extra time as Varbergs and Västerås continue to search for the game-winning goal. Västerås has the momentum right now, putting pressure on Varbergs' defense since the start of extra time. The crowd is going wild, they can sense a goal coming. Varbergs responds to the pressure and launches a counter-attack. Ismet Lushaku breaks away with the ball and sprints to the center circle before passing it over to Anton Liljebæk, who takes it upfield. As he battles against multiple defenders, Robin Tranberg is free in a forward position and receives a pass from Liljebæk. Tranberg shoots quickly at goal with maximum power, but his shot is blocked brilliantly by Fagerström in goal for Västerås. Moments later, another chance for Varberg as Alfonsi kicks a long-range shot toward goal, but Fagerström carries on to make another spectacular save. The crowd is roaring, energized by all this thrilling action. The players of Varbergs are desperately pushing forward in search of an equalizing goal. However, Västerås looks determined to hold on to their 3-goal lead. The clock keeps ticking and the pressure is mounting as the game enters extra time. Anton Fagerström in goal for Västerås pulls off a brilliant reflex save from a destructive shot from Oliver Alfonsi. Anton dives towards his left and tips the ball away from danger, although he does get an elbow in the face for his troubles. The crowd roars in delight for Anton's heroic effort. Varberg's Robin Tranberg then sends a pass over to Luc Leroux, who attempts to set up a shot with his right foot, but Max Larsson steps in with an excellent challenge and thwarts the attack. The players have stepped up their game in extra time and were all expecting some last-minute drama before this match comes to an end. Good evening to everyone. We are at extra time here in Varbergs with the score still 0-3. Both teams keep giving their best on this intense match and the crowd is really giving the extra motivation they need. It has been an incredible display of football by both teams, so far. The Varbergs team has started up the action slightly more as they come close to getting a goal, with Robin Simovic receiving a powerful pass from one of his teammates, advancing into the penalty box and shooting towards the goal. Unfortunately, he misses his shot wide, but his effort is rewarded with a loud cheer from the crowd. Oliver Alfonsi continues with his dominance in defense for Varbergs as he successfully blocks Jaheen Burke's attack, who was previously heading forward towards goal. The Västerås team have been fighting their way back valiantly and come close to getting an equalizing goal as Philip Tront brings it up in midfield. He passes it to Jaheen Burke, who is at the very edge of the penalty box. However, he is denied by Gideon Mensah of Varbergs, who effectively blocks him from passing further forward. If it had continued this way, we may be on our way to an equalizer. The crowd keeps motivated, and that's evident in the game, stemming from Varbergs' players' commitment as they continue trying to score a goal and seize control of the pitch again. The match continues. Stay tuned for more actions play by play. Folks, the final whistle has just gone and Västerås SK are through to the next round of Svenska Cupen. It's been a thrilling battle between these two teams, but Västerås SK have come out on top. This is a huge success for the team, not just in terms of moving forward in the cup, but in using this difficult matchup as an opportunity to really test themselves. They've gone to a new level today. Players' outstanding performances throughout and excellent tactical changes have seen them get through what was always going to be a challenging game. Now comes the hard part. Their path forward is going to be far more difficult from here on out. Every opponent will be tougher than the last, and they'll likely face some of the toughest teams that Sweden has to offer. We look forward to seeing what this team can do and wish them every success in their journey ahead. The referee blows their whistle, signifying the beginning of this thrilling matchup between Västerås and Östersunds FK. Both sides look determined to start on the right foot and attempt to dominate the field. Västerås has possession as Anton Fagerström and his defensive-minded quartet of Pedro Ribeiro, Max Larsson, Adam Padovan, and Fredrik Nzabiemvo attempt to breach the staunch defensive line of Ali Keita and Ziad Ghanum, Kalpi Watar, Kevin Jablinski, and Sam Menshira. As they strive forward, they are met with a strong midfield presence from Simon Johansson, Daniel Ask, Ule Edlund, and Martin Gambos. The forwards of Västerås Philip Tront and Jahim Burke have already had several chances but have not yet been able to break through the defense of Östersunds FK, with their opponents' midfielders Andra Osterholm, Simon Krohn, Yannicka Jumani and Eric Brendan regularly blocking their shots attempts. Sadma Zikovic and Sebastian Karlsson Groch are making sure to keep the pressure on Västerås defense as they search for an opening in their opponent's defense, but so far they remain unsuccessful as we enter into overtime with no score made thus far. 0-0 is still the final score as we come towards an end in this exciting matchup between two determined teams. The midfielders on both teams are battling for the ball in the center of the pitch. Ule Edlund, from Västerås, makes an impressive pass to winger Martin Gambos, who takes a shot but it's blocked by Kalpi Watar. During this play, Sebastian Karlsson Groch was unmarked in the opposite end and he has a great opportunity to take a shot, but his powerful strike goes over the crossbar. Anecdote: Philip Trinit of Västerås has been making some amazing runs down the left flank throughout the game. His footwork is hypnotizing as he dodges defenders before crossing it into his team's box for potential goal-scoring opportunities. The two sides are battling hard in the midfield, trying to gain control of the game. Västerås Pedro Ribeiro is making some impressive sliding tackles to slow down the Östersunds FK attack. Ule Edlund and Martin Gambos are pressing forward as they try to set up Philip Tront and Jahim Burke for a chance on goal. Kalpi Watar looks solid at the back for Östersunds FK and is thwarting every threat from Västerås. The tartan-clad crowd at Västerås cheer on their team with raucous chants of encouragement, urging them on with every pass and tackle. Minute 20 now, still no team has been able to score a goal and the score remains 0-0. The crowd is buzzing with excitement within the stadium as the teams line up. It's Västerås striker Jahim Burke who starts things off, jostling against Östersunds FK's Kalpi Watar on the wings in an attempt to create space. Burke darts to the other side of the pitch, dancing around Watar, and finding his way past defender Kevin Jablinski. He drives the ball towards goal, but his shot drifts across the face of the goal and out for a goal kick. Ule Edlund steps into action for Västerås, darting forward from midfield to collect a well-timed through ball from Adam Padovan. Sweeping past Yannicka Jumani, Edlund finds himself facing off against Ali Keita in the Östersunds FK goal, but his shot is blocked at point-blank range and flies away harmlessly out wide of the box. With a minute left in this tense first half, there is still no score on either side of this intriguing clash between Västerås and Östersunds FK. The battle is far from over, though, both sides looking determined to draw first blood here as we come closer and closer to half-time. The teams are in a deadlock, neither Västerås nor Östersunds FK able to break through their defenses. The players from both sides launches exchanges of passes in a relentless effort to find a break, but with no success. Anton Fagerström for Västerås pulls yet another outstanding save from the top corner to keep his team in the game. Meanwhile, Ali Keita at the other side of the pitch shows agility and anticipation, defending a long-range shot by Ule Edlund with an impressive dive. And now what do we have here? It seems that Pedro Ribeiro is so desperate to score that he's literally running up and down the pitch passing everyone but the goalkeeper. Don't worry fans, it looks like he won't score. Yet. The ball is with Västerås as they press their attack. Ribeiro spearheads the charge, sprinting into the penalty area and firing a shot on goal. But it is saved by Keita, who flings himself forward and makes a spectacular save. The crowd erupts in appreciation for the goalkeeper's heroics, showing their enthusiasm for the game with loud cheers of admiration. The Östersunds defenders aren't sitting idle either. Jablinski makes a crucial interception, denying the attacking line any clear goal-scoring chances. The midfielders from both sides battle for possession, with tackles flying in from time to time as they wrestle for control of the ball. The game has been fast and intense so far, and it looks set to continue that way. The stadium is abuzz with energy as fans cheer on their team, waving flags and holding up banners in support of their team. The architecture of the stadium shows off its modern design that offers great visibility of pitch-level action wherever you are sat. Every spot in the stands gives you a direct view of every event occurring on the field. The two teams have been battling for possession, but so far the game has been tightly contested. Västerås has had a couple of promising attacks, but each time their opponent's Östersunds FK can seem to clear the ball and defuse the threat. Max Larsson, Fredrik Nzabiemvis, and Adam Padovan have put in some hard work in defense to keep their attack at bay. Over in the midfield, Ole Edlund is controlling play as he uses quick thinking and precise passing to help the team transition upfield. Both offensive lines are having trouble getting into dangerous positions, with both sides playing a low back line and compact formation. It's minute 41 of the game, and still no goals have been scored so far. It's been a snail-paced match, with each team unable to find just that one critical strike that could decide this match. The match is becoming quite dull, as both teams seem content with merely retaining possession of the ball rather than really trying for something spectacular. Västerås is on the attack and controlling the ball in their offensive third. Philip Tront, on the left wing, produces some excellent footwork to cut inside and passes the ball to Ole Edlund. Edlund goes on a surging run, eluding several defenders before placing the ball into the path of Simon Johansson. Johansson shows great composure with a clinical finish into the back of the net. The crowd erupts with joy as Västerås takes a 1-0 lead in this pivotal match. Västerås immediately launch a counterattack, and Philip Tront plays a long ball over to Jaheen Burke, who is just outside the penalty box. Burke's quick feet evade the defenders before he unleashes a powerful strike, but Ali Keita is alert and makes an acrobatic dive to his left to deny the shot. Östersunds FK take advantage of their momentum by launching counterattacks of their own. Sadmir Zikovic finds some space just outside the penalty box and curls in a shot off his left foot, but Anton Fagerström is well positioned and parries it away. We're almost at the halfway point of this intense match, and so far, neither team has been successful in breaking through the other's defense. Both teams are pushing hard for the opening goal, making this a different game entirely from what we saw in the opening minutes. The chances are coming fast and furious now, with each team getting dangerously close but neither doing enough to get on board yet. Stay tuned, as this promises to be an epic clash. The supporters in the stands are showing their excitement as we approach closer to halftime. Östersunds FK is applying enormous amounts of pressure as they look to equalize the scoreline, but they seem to be having a hard time breaking down Västerås' defense. Ribeiro just made a heroic tackle in the box to stop Östersunds FK from scoring. Max Larsson hits the ball upfield and it's quickly intercepted by Kevin Jablinski, who passes it back to Ali Keita. The game is beginning to slow down now, with neither team managing to make any penetration in the box. Östersunds FK are passing around the ball on the halfway line, trying to tire out Västerås midfielders, but every time they put in a decent passing move, it's quickly broken up by Adam Padovan or Ole Edlund with their smart tackling. It looks like there won't be any more action until halftime rolls around, as both teams are starting to show signs of fatigue from all their efforts so far. The score remains 10 for Västerås. The game resumes with a long pass from Adam Padovan, deep in Västerås' defensive line, which launches Philip Tront down the pitch. As Tront gets into shooting distance, Ziad Garnoum and Kalpi Watar move to cut off his shot. Garnoum slides in and has Tront covered as the ball is whisked away. This pacey scene of action has continued for the last few minutes, and Östersunds FK have been lucky to keep a clean sheet so far, goalie Ali Keita making several miraculous saves. Now Eric Brendan grabs the ball and strides forward into space as Yannicka Jumani gets into a perfect position on the left wing. However, Andra Osterholm makes a crucial tackle just in time to deny Östersunds FK an opportunity to face Västerås goal. The stadium is abuzz with shouts and cheers from both teams' passionate supporters, surrounded by a vibrant atmosphere. The atmosphere is truly electric in this soccer match. The 30,000 capacity stadium is located on top of a hill overlooking the town of Västerås, with its modern architecture featuring steel beams at each corner towering over all four stands that have an elegant design etched onto them. The lush green turf perfectly complements this wonderful architectural masterpiece. Västerås goalkeeper, Anton Fagerström, gets the ball and launches a long pass toward midfielder, Simon Johansson. He displays an amazing display of dribbling skills, sidestepping two Östersund's players and sending the ball toward Philip Trott. He rushes forward but hits the ball just too far, sending it out of bounds. The crowd roars in appreciation for such a tremendous play. Västerås takes the corner kick but is unable to make anything dangerous happen off it. The game continues without any further chance created by either of the teams, as they seem to have reached a stalemate midfield. The game picks up as Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström grabs a cross from Östersund's Sadmir Zikovic and sends it out of bounds. Västerås take the throw-in with Pedro Ribeiro looking for an option upfield. He finds Ule Edlund who takes on two defenders before firing a shot that goes just wide of Ali Keita's goal. Östersund's break away with Yannicka Jumani stealing the ball from Max Larsson, but his shot is deflected wide by Adam Padovan and the corner comes to nothing. And now to add some levity as we check up on Jaheen Burke of Västerås. What do you get when you mix a soccer ball with a hamburger? A foot longer. The players from both teams are dicing for possession, chipping the ball between each other in an intense battle for control. Ribeiro and Watar throw themselves into a race for the ball, flicking it between them in an attempt to maintain possession. The midfielders for each team are controlling the tempo, slowing down play and allowing their respective sides to regroup. Jumani and Edlund maintain pressure and keep their sides high up the field, preventing any breakthroughs from the opposition. Both teams are stretching out passes as they try to create gaps in the opposing defense. Karlsson Groch sends in a cross towards Keita, but Fagerström is ready and quickly blocks out any danger. The game is slowing down, as no goals have been scored yet and the score remains 1-0. However, in the 21st minute of the game, Västerås Fredrik Nzabiemba just muffed a huge chance to double the Västerås lead. He came too slow off the mark and was caught by a defender as he attempted his shot. A real wasted opportunity for Västerås there. In the 23rd minute, both teams are still feeling each other out, engaging in a game of cat and mouse on the pitch. Västerås Anton Fagerström is making some impressive saves in the goal, sending powerful kicks that soar down towards Östersund's half. On the offensive side, Östersund is getting a few chances as Sebastian Karlsson Groch slices his way down the right flank. The weather outside is sunny but chilly with a light breeze blowing in from the north. There's a tense feeling in the air as both teams jostle for position on the field. All eyes are on Groch as he once again looks to find an opening in Västerås defense. It appears that he's about to take his shot. The players seem to be in great spirits and the energy is high on the pitch as Västerås and Östersund's FK battle it out in the crucial first half. Both teams are working hard to gain control. The Västerås goalkeeper, Anton Fagerström, makes a miraculous save as a powerful shot from Östersund's FK's Sadmir Zikovic heads towards the goal line. He dives out of his line and manages to get his fingertips on the ball to deflect it away from danger. On the opposite side of the field, Östersund's FK goalkeeper Ali Keita steps up and puts his body on the line as he blocks a swift strike from Västerås Simon Johansson. The crowd erupt with cheers as Keita sends the ball rocketing back into play. The weather is looking good for this match with mild temperatures and wall-to-wall sunshine. Both teams will be able to take advantage of this prime playing weather for what looks set to be an exciting second half. As minute 23 draws to a close, no team has scored yet, with both sides still vying for a winning goal and the score still at 1-0. It's already been a fast-paced game, and we're only 25 minutes in. Västerås have had the most of the possession, but Östersund's FK are pressing hard and not giving them an inch. Both teams seem equally determined to break the deadlock. Burke receives the ball at his feet, dodging a tackle from Jablinski as he does so. Edlund makes a well-timed run down the touchline and Burke finds him with an inch-perfect pass. Edlund looks up and sees Trott making a run into the box. He delivers an exquisite cross right on target. Trott takes one touch and then slams it past Ali Keita. Västerås take the lead. Orally, you can hear every fan in Västerås erupt. It feels like they've lifted the roof off this stadium as they celebrate their team taking the lead. They won't be crowing yet though it's only halftime, so there's still 45 minutes left to play. The score is 1-0 and Västerås are leading. Västerås controlling possession as Jaheen Burke passes it off to Simon Johansson on the side. Johansson takes on a defender and fires a pass into the box looking for Tronet, but Watar intercepts the cross and sends it back upfield. Joran Edlund tries to chase it down, but Ajamani knocks it away. Osterholm sends a long ball over to Carlson Groch, who attempts to control it, but Padovan is there pouncing on the ball and passing it over to Larsen. Larsen drives into the midfield, then sends a through ball towards Burke, who is quickly approaching the box. Burke connects with the ball beautifully. Now with only Ali Kato ahead of him, can he find the back of the net? The game is getting fiercer as the clock ticks on. Västerås are applying constant pressure on Östersund's FK's defense, with Pedro Ribera playing a key role in the build-up. Riveros' dribbling is proving too much for the defenders, as his footwork and pace give him the upper hand in individual duels. On the other side of the pitch, Sam Menshiro has been a reassuring presence for Östersund's FK, tirelessly battling in midfield and helping to maintain a sense of composure. Meanwhile, Jahim Burke has been like a featherweight on Västerås wings as he dances past opposition players with ease, slicing through their defenses like butter with every touch of the ball. The score remains stuck at 0-0 and we'll have to wait until after half-time to see who will finally break the deadlock. It's an exciting game as we near minute 27 and Västerås is controlling the play. Ole Edlund is making his presence felt on the pitch, tirelessly pushing up and down the left wing against Östersund's defense. Just then, Edlund intercepts a pass deep in his own half, quickly turning and playing it long to Philip Tront. Tront receives the ball well but loses a 50-50 ball with Ziad Garnoum of Östersund's FK. Tront shakes it off with a smile and still looks determined to make something happen up front. A fun anecdote about Ole Edlund is that he's never scored a goal in his 9 years of senior play but has been commended for his defensive efforts on countless occasions. The Östersund's FK midfielders mount a counterattack. Erik Brendan has the ball at his feet and creates a 2-on-1 with Sadma Zikovic. Brendan passes the ball to Zikovic and he takes a shot on goal, but it's blocked by Anton Fagerström, the Västerås goalkeeper. The ball is cleared out of the penalty area and we continue in the game. The crowd at the stadium is enthusiasm high as Östersund's FK fight for control of possession. With every pass, tackle and shot, they are hoping for a goal from their team. Yannick Ajamani receives the ball down the left flank and unleashes a powerful shot towards the Västerås goal, but it just misses to the right of the post. A sigh of disappointment echoes through the stadium. The architecture of stadium is quite impressive. It includes 4 stands, 2 standing areas behind each set of goals and an open top terrace overhanging one side. The atmosphere in this arena is electric as both teams go into their half-time break with score still 2-0 as Västerås defenders keep Östersund FC strikers at bay. The crowd is roaring as Västerås launch an attack down the left flank with Ole Edlund taking on 2 defenders. Dribbling around them, he advances into Östersund's box. He sets up a tantalizing cross and there is Philip Tront who charges in to head the ball towards the goal. The crowd erupts in cheers as they watch the ball rocket into the top corner of the net, leaving Ali Keita no chance of saving it. It's 2-0 Västerås, and what a strike from Tront. What skill from Edlund to fashion that opportunity. Truly a superb goal for Västerås. The midfielders of both teams have been actively trying to find openings in each other's defense. So far, neither side has been able to break through and the score remains 2-0. Västerås player Philip Tront is making his presence felt by putting pressure on the defenders of Östersund's FK. The strikers for Västerås have failed to really create any clear opportunities so far, but Tront is doing his best to give his team chances on goal. In the 33rd minute, Tront does something special in order to gain an advantage for his team. He uses a combination of dribbling and passing skills that catch the defenders off guard and send a long pass down the field. His teammate Jahim Burke is able to run onto the ball at full speed and get off an attempt that sails just wide of the goalpost. It's a great effort nonetheless. Both teams have been putting on a display of their impressive soccer skills, with Västerås dominating the possession, passing through Östersund's midfield. However, it's been difficult for them to find an opportunity to get a real chance at goal, and they've begun to fall into a bit of a lull in the game. Meanwhile, Östersunds have yet to mount a serious threat, but they're certainly looking more organized in defense. It looks as though we are going to head into halftime without seeing any goals so far in this match, as both teams struggle to unlock the opposing team's defense. It's been an uneventful first half and the score remains Västerås 0, Ostersund 0. Västerås nearly breaks the deadlock. Trond has some space and plays a cross into the feet of Nzabiemba. He takes the shot and forces a good save from Keita. The crowd cheers in response, showing their enthusiasm for the game. Östersund's FK counter quickly with a sharp pass from Edlund to Carlson Groch. He takes on two defenders and nearly sets up a Jumani for a goal, but Ribeiro is able to make the recovery in time. The fans continue to be on their feet throughout this gripping first half, encouraging both teams to hunt for that all-important goal. Västerås is doing their best to put pressure on Östersund's defense, but Östersund's Kalpi Watar is bravely holding the line and making sure no one in blue gets around him. He's won a string of tackles and continues to be a thorn in the side of Västerås's offense. As a result, Västerås has to keep their attack very narrow, funneling it down the wing where Kalpi is ready to step up and intercept any passes. The crowd is cheering for their team, but so far the scoreboard remains unchanged. The game continues with both teams pushing for the goal in fervent intensity. That's when Daniel Ask breaks through the defense and looks poised to take a shot at goal. In an incredible show of strength, Kevin Jablinski stages an impressive tackle on Daniel at the last moment to deny Västerås an opportunity at goal and keep his side in the lead. The 38th minute of the game marks a stale period in the match between Västerås and Östersund's FK. Neither team has been able to make a decisive strike so far, with neither goalkeeper particularly challenged. Västerås has had a few opportunities to break past Östersund's defense, but nothing has come of their efforts thus far. On the other side of the pitch, Östersunds have been mostly toothless in the attack. They've managed to create some chances, but none dangerous enough to test out Anton Fagerström in goal. The game has become somewhat boring and stoppage time looms as both sides strive to break the deadlock. The ball is played forward to Adam Padovan of Västerås, who advances forward with superb speed as he dribbles along the right flank. The Östersunds defenders close in on him, but Padovan cuts inside and slips a short pass to Ole Edlund. At this point, the midfielders start to drive forward, led by Daniel Ask. He passes to Philip Tront up the pitch, who chips it up towards Jahim Burke in the centre-forward position. Burke moves quickly and sets up a 1-2 with Tront, which fool the opposing defenders, allowing him to break through into space on the edge of the penalty box. Burke goes up against Kalpi Watar of Östersund's FK and manages to create a shooting angle before firing off a powerful shot from outside the box. Keita in goal reacts swiftly and dives quickly towards his left post to make a crucial save for his team. Without their goalkeeper's amazing work, this would surely have been a goal for Västerås. The Östersunds crowd erupts with enthusiasm as they cheer on their goalkeeper for saving what could have been an agonizing moment. The ball is with Västerås and they launch a counterattack. Ole Edlund passes the ball to Philip Tront, who takes it towards the goal. He passes to Jahim Burke in front of the box and he takes a shot, but Ali Keita quickly dives down to make the save. Östersund's FK reacts quickly. Yannicka Jumani intercepts the ball and passes it forward to Sadma Zikovic. Zikovic then quickly passes it to Sebastian Carlson Groch, who runs down the wing and takes a shot from outside the penalty area, but Anton Fagerström makes an impressive save. Västerås mount another attack with Martin Gambos playing a great ball into Philip Tront inside the penalty area, but Ziad Garnoum stops him with a crucial tackle. The keeper gathers up the loose ball as both sides look for any chance they can get. Västerås tries to break through the solid wall of Östersund's defense with Johansson curling in a cross from the right, but Kalpi Watar is there to clear it, booting the ball back upfield. Edlund takes a shot, but it's blocked with ease by Jablinski. Ribeiro pushes forward and flips in a low ball into the box and Therese Padovan, ready to pounce, but Ziad Garnoum gets across in time to snuff out the danger. The pace at which both teams are playing has slowed considerably since their first half offensive attempts. There isn't much energy left on the pitch now, and what few attempts at build-ups are made a stop before they go anywhere. Both Västerås and Östersund seem content just knocking the ball around without any real intention or purpose, making for a rather dull game thus far. The game has seen great energy on all sides, as Västerås, led by goalkeeper Anton Fagerström and a defensive quartet of Pedro Ribeiro, Max Larsson, Adam Padovan, and Fredrik Zabiemba, pushed forward against Östersunds FK. The midfielders Simon Johansson, Daniel Ask, Ole Edlund and Martin Gambos have kept a creative and dynamic movement to their passing that stifled the visitors' attack. Forward Philip Tront and Jahim Burke have been instrumental in mounting counterattacks quickly for their team. For Östersunds FK, goalkeeper Ali Keita has had his hands full behind the backline of Ziad Garnum, Kalpi Watar, Kevin Jablinski and Sam Menshira, while Andrew Osterholm, Simon Krohn, Yannicka Jumani and Eric Brendan created chances in midfield. Sebastian Karlsson Groch and Sadma Zikovic lead the attack but have yet to break through Västerås' defense. Going into halftime at 0-0 ensures a captivating second half as these two teams battle it out for 3 points. Västerås is still in control, dominating possession and pressuring Östersunds FK. Ole Edlund, who has been at the heart of Västerås midfield all game, is leading the charge once more. After receiving the ball from Martin Gambos on the left flank, he quickly feeds it to Philip Tront, who unleashes a powerful shot towards goal. The goalkeeper Ali Keita dives to his right and makes a spectacular save to deny Västerås a fourth goal. Eklund stands envious on the edge of the box, disappointed that his excellent pass was not rewarded with a goal. The excitement continues as Sebastian Karlsson Groch from Östersund breaks free of his defender on the right wing and looks to be in an excellent position to make something happen. However, Adam Padovan has other ideas as he tracks back tenaciously and manages to use his body strength to win Victor's back and put clear the danger. Much respect for Adam Padovan's defensive resilience in such a crucial moment of the game. It's an exciting second half in tonight's match between Västerås and Östersunds FK. Västerås have not been able to break through the Östersunds defense. Neither team has been able to score a goal and the score remains 3-0. The sky is clear but the wind is picking up as we approach the final few minutes of the game. Daniel Ask strides forward for Västerås, dodging two defenders with brilliant footwork before unleashing a powerful shot on goal. But it sails just wide of the post. The crowd hushes as Lafor Rasmussen receives a pass from Yannicka Jumani, turning on the spot and threatening to break through the defense. But Adam Padovan is there to make an amazing sliding tackle and clear the ball away. Västerås begin to press further forward now, searching desperately for an equalizer in these closing moments. A long-range shot from Ole Edlund goes right at Ali Keita, who palms it away with a brilliant save. The second half of the game begins at a frantic pace as Västerås looks to hold on to their commanding 3-0 lead. Östersunds FK are pushing hard for a goal, desperately trying to get back in the game. So far, neither squad has been able to break through the other's stern defense, but it's clearly not for lack of trying. Just now, Jahim Burke makes an excellent run up the left wing and beats his defender with some nifty footwork. He fires off a sharp cross towards the box, where Philip Tront is waiting. Tront takes the ball and rockets a strike towards goal, only for Ali Keita in goal to pull off an impressive save and deny him. Great work from Keita. Västerås midfielder Ole Edlund breaks down the right flank, sending in a solid cross into the box. Östersunds FK defender Ziad Garnum charges forward to clear it out of danger, but Fredrik Zabiemba beats him to it, sending a powerful header towards goal. Ali Keita dives to make the save, but in doing so takes out Västerås Max Larsson at the same time. The referee stops play as Larsson looks in serious discomfort and needs medical attention on the sideline. It looks like a nasty injury for Max Larsson, and it's tense moments in the stadium as we await news on his well-being. With no goals keeping us entertained for now, the score remains 3-0 in favor of Västerås. Västerås have possession of the ball and are making a play on goal, but they are struggling to break through Östersund's defense. Kalpi Watar seems to be the wall they can't get past. They're enjoying lots of support from the crowd who are cheering and chanting. A great atmosphere here today. Västerås keep pressing forward, but they're having trouble keeping up their momentum up as Östersunds have kept their formation tight and compact. Larsson sends a cross into the box, looking for Johansson at the front post, but Ali Keita rise to the occasion with a brilliant diving save and keeps their clean sheet intact. Fantastic defending from Östersunds, and you can feel the energy here in the stadium. Västerås take the ball up close to the box. Ribera moves forward and makes the pass into Trond, who controls the ball and passes it off to Gambos. Gambos looks to get a shot off, but Jablinski puts a stop to it by making an interception. Talk about impressive defense from Jablinski. Now Carlson Groch takes the ball down and tries for a shot, but Padovan puts in the slide tackle and secures possession for Västerås. The crowd is on their feet, cheering players on both sides, exhibiting marvelous display of soccer. Kudos to the supporters for keeping this game energized with their enthusiasm and pleasure. Västerås Fredrik Zabiemva has been a strong presence on the pitch so far, but is giving away the ball to Östersunds FK in this moment. He sloppily misplaces his pass, allowing Sebastian Carlson Groch to sprint past him and start an attack. The away team looks dangerous as Groch makes a run towards the penalty box with the ball. He passes it upfield to Sadma Zikovic, who takes a shot on goal, but Anton Fagerström is ready and makes a stunning save to maintain their 3-0 lead over Östersunds FK. Västerås is making a strong push up the pitch. Defender Adam Padovan is leading the charge. He collects the ball in his own half and charges forward with it, powering past two defenders, before sending a spectacular cross-field pass to Jahim Burke. Burke takes one touch and sends a dangerous shot towards goal, but Ali Keita makes a wonderful diving save to keep the score 3-0. What an impressive display of skill by Adam Padovan. Västerås attacker Max Larsson tackled by Östersund's Kevin Jablinski, who slides in and wins the ball with a well-timed tackle, keeping it away from his opponents. Bernhard Ask takes his place to set up the play for Västerås, but Ole Edlund misplaces his pass and it falls to the feet of an Östersund player. Criticism here for Edlund for making a poor pass and not playing it safe or giving it back to the goalkeeper. The game is slowing down, with both teams playing a more conservative style of soccer. Västerås is controlling the game, but cannot find the breakthrough they need in Östersunds FK's defense. Simon Johansson takes a shot on goal, but it sails just over the bar and out of play. Ole Edlund makes a great move to keep in possession, but it is quickly snuffed out by the Östersunds FK defense. Anton Fagerström makes two terrific saves to keep Västerås in front at 3-0. The action has slowed down as both teams struggle to get any sort of momentum going forward. The Västerås midfielders have picked up their game in the second half and have been putting a lot of pressure on the Östersunds defense. Ole Edlund is leading the charge and has managed to break through their lines to launch an attack. He charges forward, but a perfectly timed tackle by Kalpi Watar manages to keep him at bay. The crowd roars its approval as both sides battle hard for the advantage. Daniel Ask joins in the attack and creates an opportunity, but his shot flies just wide of the goal. The fans in attendance are really getting into it with loud chants of support for both teams. This is truly outstanding soccer being showcased here today. The action in the pitch resumes after the mid-game break, and Östersunds FK is determined to get back into this game. Ali Keita launches a long ball that finds its way to Yannicka Jemani at midfield, who quickly passes it to Sebastian Carlson Groch on the right flank. Groch takes one touch to control the ball and then lifts a perfectly placed cross towards Sadma Zikovic in the penalty box. But Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström is quick off his line and is able to clear the ball away before Zikovic can get a foot on it. The crowd lets out a collective groan of disappointment. Look for an increased focus from Östersunds FK as they try to mount a comeback in this game. Meanwhile, on the other side of the pitch, there is quite an anecdote developing between Västerås midfielder Ole Edlund and Östersunds defender Kalpi Watar. Just moments ago, these two players had quite an entertaining exchange of words following a challenge, with Edlund jumping up in indignation to plead his case and Watar eventually appearing to laugh it off before they were broken up by the referee. It looks like we may see more of this exciting matchup as this match progresses. Västerås midfielder Simon Johansson fights for the ball in midfield and goes one-on-one with his defender. He takes on a shot at goal, but Ali Keita in the goal for Östersunds FK pulls off a stunning save to keep it scoreless. Meanwhile, referee Nair continues to struggle with keeping control of the game. Already carrying a yellow card for both teams, He does nothing when Yannicka Jumani from Östersunds FK intentionally elbows Fredrik Nzabiemba from Västerås. With the intensity rising on pitch and tensions high amongst supporters, it's important that the referees step up and regain control of the game. The action is happening fast and furious as both teams struggle to gain the upper hand. Västerås forwards Philip Tront and Jaheim Burke race up the pitch, pushing Östersunds FK's defense backward. Despite the pressure, Östersunds FK handles the situation valiantly, defending stoutly and making it difficult for Västerås to get a clear chance at goal. Rick Brendan of Östersunds FK has been particularly impressive today, coming off the bench late in the first half. Moments prior he was seen sprinting more than 50 yards non-stop to get back on defense before his team conceded another goal. He is surely in contention for man of the match. Västerås are still eager to fight, and as Simon Johansson makes a thrilling sprint up the pitch, he takes a shot from outside the box. Ali Keita dives for the save but can't get his hands to it, flying just over the top of the goal. Östersunds are now given a free kick right on the edge of Västerås box. Yannicka Jumani steps up and sends a fierce effort towards the goal, sailing just wide to the right of the post. Pedro Rivera breaks downfield with urgency, but his cross is intercepted by Kalpi Watar, which gives Östersunds another chance to move upfield. Keita sends a long ball down into Västerås half as we reach minute 74 in the second half. Sebastian Karlsson Groch manages to get onto it and slides it forward for Eric Brendan, who unleashes a powerful effort towards goal, but his shot is blocked by the Västerås defense. Constant pressure from Östersunds FK in the second half, as they try to position themselves to break Västerås defense and get on the scoreboard. Olive Edlund of Västerås with a superb counter-attack out of nowhere, now blazing towards the goal line with the ball at his feet. A wall of defenders appears out of nowhere, but Edlund uses his body to shield the ball and shifts it to Jaheim Burke, who is able to get a shot on target. Ali Keita in goal for Östersunds FK produces a sharp save, redirecting the shot away from danger and keeping it still 3-0. Moments like this are proving why Keita has been undisputedly one of the best goalkeepers in Swedish football over the last few years. He puts his speed and agility on full display here as he delivers a stunning save when his team needed him most. Supporters are exceptionally vocal in their support for their team as the two sides regroup and return from the halftime break. Västerås and Östersunds FK come out firing, but neither team is able to secure a goal. Pedro Rivero, Max Larsson, and Adam Padovan are providing tremendous defensive play on the side of Västerås as Östersunds FK feed the ball around in an attempt to find a gap in the defense. The midfielders of both teams also continue to battle fiercely in duels of control over the ball. The home crowd cheers as Simon Johansson connects with Ole Edlund and wraps his boot around a pass that heads towards Philip Tront just outside the box. The striker strikes at goal, but Ali Keita dives and saves it before it reaches the back of the net. Västerås keep trying to break Östersunds' defense, but it's safe to say Ali Keita is having one of his best games today, blocking several shots on targets that look set for a goal even from here in the bleachers. The players from both teams have been giving it their all, and it's an end-to-end battle, with Västerås getting close with some good chances down the left side. The pace of the game is frenetic, but Östersunds FK keep their discipline, fighting every inch to stop any shots on goal. The ball is worked out wide to Fredrik Nzabiemba on the right-hand side. He takes two touches and crosses in a delicious ball towards Simon Johansson, who rises up to meet it, but Ali Keita tips the ball away heroically at full stretch to keep them in the game. A wonder save. And the crowd here today loves a joke, and they're loving this one. It seems when Kalpi Watar was asked what his favorite food was, he replied, "I like my goals like I like my pizzas, with extra topping." Västerås is on the attack again, as Pedro Ribeiro surges forward with the ball and turns past his defender. He finds Ole Edlund in the center, who then quickly passes to Philip Tront out wide. Tront is quickly surrounded by Östersunds defenders, but he manages to get off a shot that deflects off Kalpi Watar, and out for a corner kick. The crowd roars with excitement as the corner is taken into the box, with Max Larsson leaping highest to meet it. His header sails just over the bar and across the sideline. The supporters are right behind their team here, with some fantastic support coming from both Västerås and Östersunds fans. We're in the 75th minute of the game, and Västerås is looking to hold on to their 3-0 lead over Östersund's FK. The Östersund's players are giving it their all, but the solid defensive line of Västerås has stopped them in their tracks. We saw an impressive display of athleticism from Adam Padovan, who put an admirable tackle on Yannicka Jumani just outside the penalty area, stopping an almost certain score by Östersund by pushing him off balance and stealing the ball away. Ole Edlund then rushed upfield with it, setting up a play for Philip Tront that was cut short when Sebastian Karlsson Groch got his foot in just in time. Now we see Daniel Ars with possession for Västerås, moving towards midfield and looking for an open pathway. He finds one and quickly passes it off to Martin Gambos just before he gets marked. Martin takes over now and dribbles it closer to the goal mouth. He's lined up now and unleashes a shot towards Ali Keita. The ball was deflected off by Kalpi Watar, who's standing tall at the center of the penalty area. Good recovery defense by Östersund. The crowd is on its feet as Västerås is putting up a strong defensive effort. Ole Edlund just intercepted a pass from the Östersund's FK midfield and he quickly sent the ball to Philip Tront, who found himself in a one-on-one opportunity with Ali Keita. Alas, the goalkeeping heroics of Keita put an end to Västerås' attack. The action changes as Kalpi Watar intercepts a long pass in Östersund's FK's half and drives towards goal. His skillful maneuvering leaves multiple defenders in his dust, but just as he reaches the box, Adam Padovan slides into a scintillating tackle to stop Watar's attack. What I love about football is it's the little moments like that excite fans like me. Instances where sheer talent and athleticism joined together can create breathtaking plays that can spark joy and wonder. Today, I have to give special mention to Adam Padovan for his exceptional tackle on Kalpi Watar, which completely changed the tide of the game. Heading into the final part of the game, Västerås continue to press Östersund's FK, with Pedro Ribeiro pressing deep into their box with a determined drive along the right flank. The sunny skies hold above the stadium, and the crisp air carries through the shouts of players and supporters alike. Adam Padovan sets up from near midfield, releasing a deft pass to Simon Johansson, who quickly drives towards goal. Keita in goal dives low to the ground, but his fingertips can't quite reach Johansson's shot as it zooms wide of the far post. Close call for Östersund. The teams are still competing fiercely, but no goals have been scored so far in the second half. Ole Edlund commands the middle of the field for Västerås and has been making some intelligent passes, trying to find his side's way to goal. Josef Sonderberg of Östersund's FK is obstructing every clever pass from Västerås and swiftly regaining possession for his team. Anxiety is rising, as the game is nearing its end and a goal looks unlikely despite both teams' efforts. Kalpi Watar attempts an impressive header, only to be denied by a solid save from Anton Fagerström in the Västerås goal mouth. The match has become quite dull, with both sides seemingly playing without aggression and dedication as they struggle against each other. The clock ticks away, yet no breakthrough is imminent. Looks like we'll be ending without an upset in this one. The ball is kicked off in the 80th minute with Östersund's FK in possession. The defense of Västerås steps up to press them, and Fredrik Zabiemba wins the ball back and passes it to Simon Johansson. Simon passes it to Ole Edlund, who takes a shot from far away, but unfortunately it is too weak and saved easily by Ali Keita. Now we see the midfielders from Östersund's FK attempting to launch a counter-attack, but they are quickly shut down by Västerås defense and midfield. Both teams are now fighting for possession again, but this has become quite a boring contest as neither side appears able to take control. There's still no goals scored here in the second half, and the score of 3-0 remains unchanged. The Nyköping defender Ziad Ghanum is delivering a textbook perfect tackle on Västerås' Fredrik Zabiemba. Ghanum slows down the Västerås attacker and quickly turns possession in favor of Östersund's FK. The ball is out of play as Zabiemba goes down holding on to his knee in pain. Despite having a rough patch over the course of the game, Kalpi Watar is leading the defense admirably, showing great composure and never panicking at any point. His outstanding play hasn't gone unnoticed, and he has earned himself praises from all quarters of the stadium. Västerås' Philip Tront is on the attack, looking to create something up front. He plays a long pass to Ole Edlund in the midfield. Edlund plays it deeper to Adam Padovan, who uses his strength and agility to beat his defender and make his way towards the box. There's a wall of Östersund's FK players awaiting him, but he manages to slip it through and create an opportunity for Jaheim Burke, who sends a perfectly weighted cross into the box. Burke finds Pedro Ribeiros run from deep, but Ribeiros' header sails just wide of the post. Close call for Östersund's FK. The teams prepare for the last few minutes of the game. Västerås is doing their utmost to keep the clean sheet and hold on to their 3-0 lead. Pedro Ribeiro passes a ball to Ole Edlund, who attempts a shot on goal, but miskicks it as he loses control over the ball. The crowd roars with excitement as they get firmly behind their teams in these last few moments of play. Martin Gambo sprints forward to pick up the loose ball, but his pass is intercepted by Keita, who averts the danger. The Östersund's FK defense pushes forward in search of a goal, and Yannick Adjumani sends in a cross that Simon Krohn can't quite get his foot as far as, losing control at the last second. Great passion from both teams and from all the fans here today. The ball is set in motion from the restart, with Östersund's FK regaining possession and making their way into the Västerås half. Yannick Adjumani finds himself on the edge of the box and fires a shot on goal, but his effort is blocked by Fredrik Nzabiemba in a well-timed tackle. The ball trickles out to Andra Osterholm, who whips in a dangerous cross, but it's headed away by Max Larsson at the far post. Both sides are throwing bodies forward in search of a late goal as the clock counts down, but Terry's still nothing doing. The weather outside has been humid and warm throughout the game, but a light breeze has picked up now that we are near full-time perfect weather for football. The kickoff for extra time is underway. Västerås kick off the second half of the game. Anton Fagerström starts to deliver a booming punt upfield, where it is received by Pedro Ribeiro, who lays it off to Max Larsson in the midfield. Larsson looks to drive forward, but is stopped by a tackle from Kalpi Wataa in Östersund's defense. Larsson sends another pass upfield amongst a flurry of defenders, but Ali Keita is quick enough to scoop it up in his hands. The humidity and heat of this summer afternoon really have both sides pushing their limits out on the field as they continue their intense battle on the pitch. Neither team has a break in their stride as they battle each other back and forth with tenacious defense. Nobody wants to give an inch. The fatigue from earlier goals from Östersund's FK has not slowed them down one bit as they continue their relentless attack. The cloudless sky casts an intense orange hue over the stadium and plays havoc with our shadows on the grass, adding an eerie yet beautiful scene for us all here at our live broadcast location. The clock is ticking down with only a few minutes of extra time left to play. Västerås has increased the tempo, pressing Östersund's FK high up the pitch. Ribeiro and Padovan aggressively pressure the defense, not giving them time to think or breathe in possession. Larsson and Nzabiemba are locked into their defensive shape and are solid enough to counter any attacking threat. Edlund is setting a high work rate and is clearly trying to make something happen out of this game as he surges forward from midfield, beating two defenders with a cheeky nutmeg before sending in an ambitious cross into the box that fails to connect. The intensity on the pitch has reached its peak as both teams fight for every ball and desperately try to create that one breakthrough moment. Neither team can find it though, with the goal line defended by both sides' determined goalkeepers standing firm between the posts. The final whistle goes off soon after, ending a hard-fought match without either side finding the net in extra time. The score: Västerås 3-0 Östersund's FK. Västerås and Östersund's FK are in a nail-biting extra time stage, with the score still at 3-0. Both teams have been pressing hard with shots on goal, but both Anton Fagerström of Västerås and Ali Keita of Östersund's FK have put up remarkable defenses to keep their teams in the game. The tension is palpable as we approach the end of extra time. Philip Tront of Västerås is leading the charge, showing tremendous skill and poise in his efforts to break the deadlock. His touch on the ball is something special, and he has been creating multiple scoring opportunities for his squad. Just moments later, however, Tront is taken down from behind by Kalpi Wataa of Östersund's FK. A risky challenge that could mean a red card for Wataa if it had been seen by the ref. The ball remains firmly with Västerås as we come to a close here with no goals scored. Both teams take turns attacking but fail to get the ball in the back of the net. Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström makes an incredible save to keep Östersunds out of the game and ensures victory for his team. Meanwhile, Yannicka Jumani from Östersunds FK fails to play a good pass and gives away possession, causing an attacking opportunity for Västerås. The game is nearing the final whistle, as both teams exhaust their reserves to try and find a way through the stubborn defenses. Västerås have had plenty of chances, but find themselves thwarted by Ali Keita in goal for Östersunds FK. It's been an uphill battle for Östersunds FK all night long, but they've managed to hold out. Captain Andra Osterholm has led his team admirably so far and continues to inspire them in these dying minutes. He can be seen ordering his teammates around, his voice full of passion and determination. Time is almost up now, and he knows this might be their last chance at salvaging a point from this game. The clock is ticking as the two teams fight for the win in extra time. Both Västerås and Östersunds FK are giving it their all to gain a much-needed goal, but neither have scored yet. Both teams have good positioning and are pushing strongly down the field, trying to capitalize on any chances they can find. Västerås seem to be executing smoother passes and their defense is holding strong against Östersunds' pressure. Fagerström is alert between the sticks for Västerås, making big saves when needed to keep their clean sheet secure. On the Östersunds side, Keita is also keeping them in contention with some impressive saves of his own. The midfielders are controlling possession well and are sending long balls up, trying to breach the solid Västerås defense. The pressure is mounting as we reach the last few minutes here in extra time, but neither team looks close to breakthrough yet. Will one of them finally get on the scoresheet before time runs out? The teams are coming back on the pitch for the second half of extra time, and Västerås looks determined to break the scoreless deadlock. We can now see Philip Tront, who was an outstanding figure in the first half, step up his game with some powerful runs up the pitch. He's passing to Jahim Burke, who is making passes of his own, targeting the defenders of Östersunds FK. On the other side of the ball, Östersunds FK are pushing back, but they have their keeper Ali Keita to thank for keeping them in it, as he makes a fantastic block against Tront as he attempted to go one-on-one with him. The last few minutes of this match will be crucial if either team wants a win in this intense game. A story worth mentioning is that of Erik Brendan, a midfielder for Östersunds FK, who has been playing with a heavy heart. It was recently revealed that his grandmother passed away, but he has still managed to put together an amazing performance despite his grief. His tenacity and dedication has truly been an inspiration for us all. Västerås is pushing hard for the winning goal, looking to finally put the game to bed. Västerås midfielder Ole Edlund picks up a loose ball in his own half and surges forward, driving past a couple of defenders. He's heading for goal, but Östersunds keeper Ali Keita is quickly off his line and reaches the ball first, getting a hand out and claiming it comfortably. The intensity is palpable, with players from both sides giving it all they've got in a desperate attempt to score. Västerås striker Philip Tront breaks free on the left-hand side of the box, but Östersunds Kalpi Watar times his slide tackle perfectly and manages to force Tronet wide, just enough to deny him any shooter's opportunity. Both teams are now looking exhausted as they enter the final minutes of extra time, but they're still pushing forward with energy, Västerås pressing to grab that all-important goal and Östersunds hoping they can hold on to their clean sheet. Can either side make something happen this late in the game? We'll find out soon enough. The players of Västerås and Östersunds FK are still fighting for the winning goal. Anton Fagerström from Västerås does a great save in the box that results in a corner kick for Östersunds FK. The corner is crossed in, but the header from Yannicka Jumani is cleared out by Max Larsson further away from goal. The crowd are really engaged, cheering on every touch of the ball and using any little breakthrough as motivation to fulfill their desires for a goal. Ole Edlund from Västerås takes control of the ball, going on an amazing dribble, but his attempt at the goal is blocked by Kevin Jablinski. Both teams are playing with all their might, but still no goals have been scored since the first half. Can any of them make it within these last few minutes? The final whistle has blown, and this match is headed to extra time. Both sides are looking to break the deadlock, but no team has been able to find that decisive goal yet. Västerås have the first chance in extra time as Fredrik Zabiemba is sent through on goal, but fantastic defending from Kalpi Watar takes the ball away from Västerås midfielder. The crowd reacts loudly, impressed with his dedication and drive. What a tense moment there was. Ule Edlund of Västerås makes a powerful run down the left wing and delivers a low cross into Sadma Zikovic of Östersund, who slides just as the ball arrives. But Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström is alive to the danger and manages to get his hands on it. The crowd erupt with appreciation for how well both sides are contesting this game. The match continues at a frantic pace as both teams give their all for that all-important winning goal. The fans are right behind their respective sides, really adding an electric atmosphere to the stadium. What an energetic audience we have here today. The referee has blown his whistle and both teams are back onto the pitch for extra time. Västerås is trying to keep Östersund's FK from making a comeback, but the defending team is determined to show their full strength. Both teams are pushing forward and trying hard not to leave any gaps in defense. Ule Edlund of Västerås tries with a long shot on goal, but goalkeeper Ali Keita responds immediately and makes an incredible save. The crowd is roaring with excitement, chanting both teams' names and cheering passionately as the action unfolds. Pedro Ribeiro is taken down by Sam Menshiro, but play continues on as the referee waved off any foul. Both sides are fighting for completing dominance, showing great stamina and strategy as they continue their onslaught of attacks. Not much more time left until the final whistle. It's all down to this last minute of gameplay. The crowd is roaring with anticipation for the last few minutes of this intense contest between Västerås and Östersund's FK. Both teams are pushing forward, trying to break the stalemate. Västerås midfielder Simon Johansson is leading a counter-attack, slaloming his way through their opponents to create an opportunity. He looks up and finds Pedro Ribeiro in the penalty area. Ribeiro quickly controls the ball and unleashes a shot that narrowly misses its target. Now it's Östersund's turn as they race down the field in search of a goal. Captain Yannicka Jumani dribbles past two defenders before setting up forward Sadma Zikovic with a perfect pass. Zikovic unleashes a powerful shot that goes wide of the post. The crowd gasps before erupting into applause for the effort. Extra time begins and Västerås is now looking to break the deadlock, but Östersund's FK look determined to hold on to the victory. They are so close to achieving. Västerås forward Philip Tront surges forward with the ball, pulling off a few nifty dribbles as he goes, but his strike towards the Östersund's FK goal skims only inches wide of the posts. The crowd erupts with a cheer, sensing that this could finally be Västerås' chance. Västerås keep pressing for an equalizer and Jahim Burke hits an effort from 30 yards out that sails agonizingly wide of Ali Keita's posts. The crowd is now almost shaking as they cheer on their side, willing them on to victory. The game looks like it will soon come to a close as Östersund's FK defend valiantly against a relentless attack from Västerås. But as Västerås keeper Anton Fagerström steps up for one last free kick, hope pulses through the crowd once more. The players on the pitch all look exhausted as they've been battling for extra time. Västerås are pushing their players to get the ball in the back of the net and grab a late goal. However, Östersund's FK are holding strong. The tension and energy on the pitch is palpable. Suddenly, Terry's an injury on the pitch as Västerås Frederic Zabiemba takes a nasty fall. Play is stopped as medical staff rushes onto the field to tend to him. They carefully carry him off. We can only hope he recovers quickly and will be able to resume his match play soon. Västerås is dominating the pitch and Pedro Ribeiro takes a powerful shot on goal, looking to tilt the score in his team's favor. The ball slips through Ali Keita's fingers and sails into the top right corner of the net. Pandemonium erupts from the stands as Västerås take a 4-0 lead late in extra time. Daniel Ask had an impressive performance for Västerås, but Ule Edlund has been lackluster today, failing to make an impact in the midfield. Västerås makes a surge forward led by Ule Edlund in the midfield, linking up with Philip Tront and Jahim Burke. The trio drives hard towards the Östersund's goal, with Tront gaining an opening to take a powerful shot. It's blocked yet again by Ali Keita, who dives bravely to make an emphatic save. Keita is unafraid of throwing his body on the line to make such saves. What a courageous and commendable performance from the goalkeeper. The players on the pitch are giving it their all and pushing themselves to the limit. Västerås midfielder Simon Johansson is making a brilliant run up the pitch, weaving past Östersund's FK's defenders. He looks to be heading for a one-on-one with keeper Ali Keita. Johansson takes aim and fires off a shot, but it goes just wide of the post. The crowd groans in disappointment as the whistle blows for full time. The pitch is alive with activity as both teams battle for every inch of ground. There are plenty of physical clashes, players sliding in from all directions in pursuit of the ball, and spirited debate between coaches on the sidelines. The sun has set now and floodlights at both ends bathe the playing surface in a bright orange glow, with smoke from flares billowing into the night sky. The players are struggling to break into their opponent's final third and neither side is able to make a considerable impact. Both teams have resorted to long balls over the top in an effort to create chances, but with little success. Västerås' Pedro Ribeiro is making some big contributions down the right flank, and he takes a shot but it skydives over the crossbar. Östersund's FK's Yannicka Jumani runs at pace and tries to break down Västerås' defense, but his attempt comes to nothing after Fredrik Nzabiemba muscled him on the wing. With only a few seconds left of extra time, the two sides play out cautiously and patiently in an effort not to give away any valuable chances. The clock ticks over and it finishes 3-0 to Västerås, a dull affair with very little action at either end of the pitch throughout the course of the game. Västerås quickly do a corner kick, sending the ball up to Ribeiro in the box. He jostles for space but is crowded by three defenders and is forced to pass it back outside. The crowd roars as they sense the chance at a comeback, with nerves running high. Ole Edlund collects on the left wing, breezing past two defenders before setting up Ask in front of goal, who attempts a chip shot but his attempt hits the crossbar and bounces out. The crowd gasps in anticipation as Östersund's counterattack in waves. Menshiro sent into space with a long ball from Keita. He cuts inside only for Larsson to come across with a timely interception. Pedro Ribeiro counterattacks for Västerås after recovering possession and dribbles upfield. He sees Simon Johansson making an overlap run on the far side. Recognizing that advantage, he sends him a through pass which is intercepted by Kalpi Watar. He strides forward but Adam Padovan slides in hard to rob him of possession. The crowd goes wild with applause at this heroic defensive effort. Both teams battle valiantly against each other, desperately trying to score the goal that will guarantee them victory. Time begins ticking away and neither team is able to make their breakthrough as the referee blows his whistle for full time and extra time ends with both teams locked at 0-0. The referee is giving a few extra minutes in this intense game as both teams are still fighting for the win. The ball is marking its course around the field as Västerås is attacking but Östersund's FK is defending well. A risky tackle goes wrong as one of Östersund's players makes a controversial foul within their box, and the referee decides to call it out and signal a free kick for Västerås. Anton Fagerström takes one giant leap into the packed defense of Östersund's and attempts to score from the free kick, but his shot is saved by Ali Keita. The fans in support of Västerås are screaming for a penalty, but the referee doesn't seem to be swayed by this. He remains unmoved and continues with the game. It's still 3-0. Will extra time be enough for either team to change the score? The game has 2 minutes left and Västerås is still in the lead, 3-0. Östersund's FK is on the attack, desperately trying to chip away at Västerås' advantage to push for extra time. Yannicka Jumani surges down the left with the ball, looking to break the deadlock against Västerås. With four defenders keeping him pinned in, the Jumani is unable to make any headway, until Sadma Zikovic launches a long cross from the right. The ball floats into the box towards Zikovic and Eric Brendan, but Adam Padovan manages to deflect it out for a corner. The corner kick goes into a crowded penalty area, but no Östersund player manages to get a touch on the cross and it swings out over the goal line. Anton Fagerström moans in frustration as he races off his line, but it's too late, another chance wasted. The referee blows his whistle and that's it. Full time. What a dramatic match this has been here at Arena Västerås, with both teams going head to head in search of a goal to turn this game around, but it ends 3-0 with victory heading Västerås' way. The pitch looks pristine with lush green grass surrounding the white lines that run up and down like an electric ribbon. Every player on both teams has left everything they had out there tonight as they pushed for victory in what was an incredible display of quality football from both sides of the pitch. The game continues and the tension is palpable in the stadium as both teams desperately search for a way to score a goal. Västerås midfielders are making passes and trying to create opening in Östersund's FK's defense, but they can't break through. Östersund's counterattacks are well defended by Västerås defense, who are running around snatching passes and loose balls. Now midfielder Simon Johansson makes an incredible run, dribbling past two defenders before shooting a powerful shot on goal. Ali Keita is lightning fast and manages to make the save. What an amazing play from these two players. The crowd roars with appreciation of their effort and we move on, still without any goals from either side. The game continues into extra time with both sides looking for a decisive late goal. Västerås has kept up its relentless attacking pressure throughout the match, while Östersunds FK has done its best to hold firm at the back. Both teams are now exhausted from having pushed the pace throughout the second half. Their exhaustion is visible as they trudge around the pitch. The playing surface is slick and even, giving players a quick pace for their dribbles and passes. The ball sails over several body scissor kicks and lunging clearances as both teams do their best to break through. Although there are few accurate passes and shots, both sides remain determined to make a breakthrough. We are seeing a tense match between Västerås and Östersunds FK with both teams scrambling for the ball in extra time, but no goals scored yet. On the pitch we see Anton Fagerström working hard to keep a clean sheet in goal for Västerås. On the opposite side, Ali Keita is making astounding saves and proving to be a formidable opponent to their rivals. Kalpi Watar just made a spectacular tackle that had the fans roaring their appreciation and Adam Padovan dribbling his way into the penalty box, sending Östersunds defenders into a fluster. Tension is palpable as both teams fight for control of the ball and a chance to gain an advantage on each other. In an interesting twist of events, we discovered that Swedish international Simon Kron used to play with Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström in Malmö FF when they were younger before they moved on to other teams. They have been sharing friendly banter throughout this game and it adds an intriguing angle to this tightly contested match. Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström looks to be getting antsy as the game enters its second half of extra time, unused to going such a long period of time without a goal being scored. However, the defense lineup for Västerås, Pedro Ribeiro, Max Larsson, Adam Padovan, for Fredrik Nzabiemva, hangs tough in preventing any advancement from Östersunds FK. Down on the goal line, Ali Keita is forced to remain on his toes as Jahim Burke continues to lay relentless pressure on the Östersunds FK goalkeeper. As play drags on without a decisive strike from either side, it looks like this game is destined for penalty kicks. Oh, and not sure if you caught it, but earlier in the match Yannicka Jumani lost his shoe and did like 10 push-ups before putting it back on. What a commitment to pro-level soccer. Talk about peak fitness levels. The match is coming to a close with neither team able to find a breakthrough. Both teams have been desperately searching for a goal in extra time, but it hasn't been forthcoming yet. Västerås has had a few close chances from Martin Gambos, but they just can't seem to capitalize on them. Östersunds FK have been pushing hard too, with Sebastian Karlsson Groch doing some really impressive work in midfield. He's definitely making his mark on this match. The final whistle has just gone, and it is a momentous win for Västerås SK. They have done the seemingly impossible to climb their way up to the Svenska Cupen final, and have done so with great fortitude and admirable spirit. Euphoric celebration can be seen from the members of Västerås SK. This is a huge occasion for them, as they will now look forward to take on even tougher opposition in their pursuit of cup glory. It has been an intense match out there today. Östersunds FK gave it their all and made life harder for the victors than could ever have been expected, but in the end none of that mattered as Västerås SK were able to survive an onslaught of attack and come out as worthy winners. Congratulations are due to them. The whistle blows and the match is underway. The crowd cheers as Göteborg kicks off from the center spot. The fans are already on their feet. Both teams look eager to assert themselves, with the Göteborg side pressing forward in search of an early goal. Västerås responds with a swift counterattack, but its efforts come up short as the Göteborg defense scrambles back into position. Thurn, Svensson and Hagen are working well together in midfield, easily neutralizing each of Västerås' attempts to move forward. The referee catches keeper Dahlberg tipping a toe over the line as he attempts to clear his box before awarding a free kick to Västerås. Fagerström takes position but his effort sails just wide of the post and we remain scoreless at 0-0 after 14 minutes of exciting play. Göteborg kick off the game and start with some aggressive pressure in the midfield. Västerås are doing well holding off the challenge, but Göteborg are getting closer to their goal. Suddenly, there is an injury on the pitch as Sebastian Olsson from Göteborg is unable to continue after twisting his ankle trying to intercept the ball from Västerås' attack. The referee calls for a medical team and the player looks in pain but limps off the pitch. The teams take a few minutes break in play until a replacement player is sent on. Play resumes and both teams are doing well with some decent passing play between them, but neither side has launched a serious effort on goal yet, with the score still 0-0 at halftime. Göteborg take the ball down the middle of the pitch and Sebastian Olsson finds Marcus Berg in plenty of space but his shot goes wide. In a desperate attempt to reclaim possession, Västerås' Pedro Ribeiro pulls at Berg's shirt and brings him down, but the referee gives nothing. Unfortunate decision by the official who should have been brave enough to award the foul there. Nevertheless, Göteborg regroup quickly and start a counter-attack which ends suddenly as Suleiman Abdullahi is cynically wiped out by Martin Gambos despite being onside. Another big shout for a free kick ignored by the referee who just waves play on Shocker. The game is heated up, both teams keeping the pressure to try and score that vital first goal. Göteborg have had a great spell of possession, making their way up the pitch as they look to create something out of nothing. But Västerås have been equal to the task, organized at the back and challenging for every tackle and aerial duel. Pontus Dahlberg has done excellent so far in goal for Göteborg, orchestrating his defense with clear instructions and dominating his box when called upon. On the other side, Anton Fagerström has been a rock in net for Västerås, making himself big in every situation and denying any chance of a goal his opponent has created. Both teams are pushing their hardest now, with Svensson and Ribeiro almost combining for a scoring opportunity but just punching away from each other at the very last moment which led to a throw-in for Göteborg but Västerås is ready quickly to clog all passing lanes. This match is being played on intense tension and play is still undecided between these two sides. The ball is now in Göteborg's half, with Elias Hagen controlling the ball and making a pass to Elmer Ponnnervik in the midfield. Elmer dribbles the ball forward and passes it to Marcus Berg in the attack. Marcus takes a shot on goal but it's blocked by Västerås defender Max Larsson. Now Västerås have possession as Ole Edlund takes control of the ball, passing it down the left side to Pedro Ribeiro who crosses it into the penalty area. Göteborg's goalkeeper Pontus Dahlberg is ready, diving to save the shot from Philip Tront. The game is slowing down now as both teams struggle for possession of the ball. Neither team has been able to break through yet for a goal and at minute 7, we're still scoreless. Göteborg takes possession of the ball and sends it up to their strikers. Berg dribbles the ball past the Västerås defenders, but they quickly manage to regain possession. Tront sends a long pass over to Berg on the left side who is racing down the line. He takes a few touches before cutting past Karl to find space in the box. Elias Hagen dives in, but Berg's strike is too fast and finds its way into the back of the net. Goal for Västerås. The crowd goes wild as they erupt in cheers and celebrate with their team. They may be behind in score but they certainly have morale on their side. What a turn of fortunes. The players kick off in the spirited start to the matchup between Göteborg and Västerås, both teams requesting possession of the ball at every opportunity. It's a drizzly evening in Göteborg, with a soft rain blessing the game. Both sides have been avid in their attempts to take possession but so far no team has been able to make an impact on the scoreboard, still 0-0. Elias Hagen for Göteborg puts up a fantastic effort as he charges forward but is thwarted at the last moment by Fredrik Zabiemba's outstretched leg. Pontus Dahlberg dives from side to side on his goal line, making a couple of great saves to deny Daniel Osk's shot from outside the area. The enthusiasm of the crowd is palpable and they roar as Marcus Berg marauders forward clean with ball, eluding Padovan and Tront before receiving an exquisite pass from Thurn only to sky his shot high into the night sky. The halftime whistle blows, signaling a break in play as both sides retire to their corners ahead of what promises to be an entertaining second half. The ball is fed to Max Larsson, Västerås defender. He drives it forward, but Oskar Wendt of Göteborg intercepts swiftly. The crowd are on their feet, roaring as he carries the ball forward and passes it to Gustav Svensson in the midfield. Svensson attempts to set up a shot, but his pass is blocked by Pedro Ribeiro of Västerås. The excitement in the air is palpable as the fans roar with both admiration and envy at Ribeiro's skillful moves. Just as it looks like Västerås might take the lead, Johan Bangsbo of Göteborg runs in and takes the ball away from danger. The fans are wildly cheering for their team with every brilliant move they make. It's still goalless here at the Lingam Arena, but what a display of soccer we have seen so far. Göteborg starting the game with a lot of offensive attack, and they are trying to create a gap between the two teams. They benefit from a wide pitch and they exploit it to their advantage. Västerås is responding with great positional play, controlling the blocks very well. There is pressure all around, back and forth. Suddenly there is a terrible clash between Jahim Burke and Oskar Wendt, both going for an aerial ball. Oskar Wendt takes the worst of it and has to immediately receive medical attention, leaving the pitch and heading for the tunnel. Göteborg's forward Marcus Berg has the ball and is making a strong run into the opponent's box. He passes the ball to Suleiman Abdullahi, but his shot is blocked by Max Larsson in Västerås defense. The ball is now up in midfield, where Gustav Svensson puts up an impressive show of skill to take it away from the opponents. He plays a pass back to Adam Kalm, who sprints forward, just narrowly evading the tackle of Fredrik Nzabiemva of Västerås. Despite some great defending from Västerås, Göteborg are beginning to create more chances and are looking increasingly dangerous as the game goes on. Ole Edlund nearly gives his team the lead when he puts his shot inches wide of Pontus Dahlberg's goalpost. The intensity has been growing throughout this match, with both teams desperate for a breakthrough goal. Göteborg with a great chance to break the deadlock. A long ball is sent through the air, Berg heads it on, and Abdullahi is there to collect. He bursts forward and takes a shot from just outside the box. It was low and hard, but Fagerström in goal dives expertly to deny the effort. Now it's Västerås' turn to attack. Tront sends an inch-perfect cross into the box, but Padovan can't make contact and his effort sails high over the bar. The referee has a talk with some of the players as tempers start to flare on both sides. Now, instead of issuing a caution like he should have done, he chooses to let them off without any sanction. Not a wise decision from him, in my opinion. Let's hope he takes more decisive action if there are any further incidents in this game. The action continues in the 14th minute. Göteborg shows good passing and dare trying to push their way forward. Marcus Berg collects a ball inside the box and sends it to Elias Hagen, but Västerås is quick to counter and Max Larsson makes a crucial tackle. The referee is blowing his whistle, but instead of giving a foul, he's giving a throw-in. What kind of decision-making is this? The crowd starts booing, but nothing changes his mind. Göteborg wins possession back, still searching for an opportunity to break the deadlock. Sebastian Olsson goes on a run down the right side, gets past two defenders and sends in a dangerous cross for Hussein Karniel, but Anton Fagerström claims the ball. What a save! Göteborg players are passing the ball around steadily, with the defenders holding off Västerås' offense. Västerås is pressing high and dominating the midfield, keeping Göteborg players on their toes. As we enter into minute 16 of the game, Göteborg manages to break through and make a long pass towards Marcus Berg on the right side of the pitch. He attempts to take a shot, but is blocked by Max Larsson. The crowd is roaring with anticipation as Västerås tries to keep control of their defense. We remain at 0-0 with plenty of time left in this half. The weather is pleasant, sunny and a bit windy, which keeps things interesting for fans. The stadium is alive with anticipation as both teams battle it out for control of the ball. The ball is with Göteborg in their half and Elias Hagen plays a long ball up the pitch. Västerås Max Larsson intercepts, but Hagen quickly tracks back and secures the ball. He drives it forward, bouncing between two Västerås defenders before delivering a through ball to Marcus Berg, who is clear on goal. Unfortunately, before he can get a shot off, Adam Padovan tackles him from behind, bringing him down painfully. The crowd holds its breath as Berg lies motionless on the ground, looks like he's sustained a nasty injury. The referees call for medical attention, and after some initial treatment, he is gradually helped off the pitch. Neither team has scored so far in this game. Göteborg 0, Västerås 1. The game has truly stagnated here in the last few minutes, with both teams struggling to break through the midfield and find a way to goal. Göteborg seems to be the stronger side, pressing hard on the ball and preventing Västerås from advancing. Pontus Dahlberg looks confident in goal for Göteborg, having made 2 important saves up until this point. Meanwhile, Västerås has continued to rely on counterattacks to test their opponents, but without any effect thus far. In the midfield, players from both sides are making some impressive runs in an effort to life up this dull affair. However, chances remain scarce and still no goals have been scored, making for one extremely boring football match so far. The crowd is starting to get restless as Göteborg and Västerås are proving to be a tightly contested match with no side gaining a foothold in the game. Both teams have had their chances, but neither side has been able to convert their opportunities into goals so far in the match. Pontus Dahlberg, Göteborg's goalkeeper, has been pulling off some impressive saves from Västerås' efforts to break the deadlock. The midfield battle is fierce and intense as both Simon Thurn and Hussein Karniel for Göteborg, and Simon Johansson and Daniel Ask for Västerås, are doing an impressive job of keeping the ball away from each other's forwards with their tactical awareness. Both teams look evenly matched, and it seems like it could take a moment of brilliance from either side to unlock the scoreline. The match is becoming boring as it approaches its end of first half without any goals being scored yet. The score remains 0-0, tight but uneventful. The action on the pitch is intensifying. Göteborg are really pushing forward in the attack, and they've managed to maintain possession of the ball in their opponent's half for most of the last few minutes. Västerås is working hard defensively, doing all they can to close down the spaces and block any attempts at goal. Suleiman Abdullahi surges forward and finds himself in a promising position, but Max Larsson strips him of possession with a strong challenge. Olsen is then able to quickly pick up the ball in defense and deliver it to Hussein Karniel on the midfield, who drives it straight down the middle with a terrific through ball. However, Västerås maintain their strength at the back, with Ribeiro making an excellent tackle and setting away his teammate Jaheen Burke on a counterattack. Burke orchestrates a great run with pinpoint accuracy, but his shot at goal is confidently saved by Dahlberg between the goalposts. The crowd erupts into an excited roar as this thrilling match intensifies. The pitch conditions are still dry and sunny, providing fast-paced play with plenty of energy visible from both teams. Göteborg maintain the ball possession, trying to find the opening in Västerås defense. Elias Hagen takes on 3 Västerås players and finds a way to pass the ball towards Berg, who is trying to move closer up front. He lifts his head up and looks for Hussein Karniel on his left-hand side. The midfielder manages to receive his pass but is quickly surrounded by defenders. Ribeiro calmly dispossesses the player and plays a long ball towards Tront in the midfield, who battles for the ball with a Göteborg defender and wins it back for his team. Burke makes a quick run down the wing, guarded by now 3 defenders, who close him tightly even when he tries to dribble around them. He passes back to Edlund, who flicks it over Svensson's head, and they make their way through Göteborg's midfield. Johansson plays a through ball between 2 players towards Padovan, whose shot is blocked away by Dahlberg in goal. The keeper kicks it out far with power. Kurtador launches a long throw in towards Berg, who immediately turns around and strikes it goalward. Fagerström parries away the attempt. Tremendous effort from both teams. Fantastic action on both ends of the pitch. The action on the pitch is heating up, with Göteborg and Västerås clashing for possession. Pontus Dahlberg for Göteborg is kept busy, parrying away 2 shot attempts from Västerås forward Philip Trott. The Göteborg midfield is putting in a solid effort. Hussein Karnil shows off his skill, weaving through the defense of Västerås with a mesmerizing dribbling display. He sets up Elias Hagen, whose shot sails just wide of the goalpost. The crowd is enthralled and erupts in cheers. Just as it looks like they're heading into halftime at 0-1, winger Suleiman Abdullahi bursts down the pitch on one of his blistering runs. His ferocious strikes have earned him the nickname the Cannon, and today he lives up to it with a thunderous shot that inches onto the crossbar before ricocheting away to safety. In the end, no team finds a breakthrough before halftime, but the score is still 0-1 when they break for halftime. Göteborg's Johan Bangsbo sends an accurate cross into the opponent's box and the ball is intercepted by their stopper, Max Larsson. He quickly passes it back to his teammate, Ole Edlund, who sets him up for a blistering strike towards the goal. Pontus Dahlberg in goal for Göteborg fends off the shot in fine style with a swift reflexive save. The crowd erupts in applause for a great effort from Västerås. As the play resumes, an anecdote from earlier: Sebastian Olsson celebrated his 25th birthday today by taking part in this game against Västerås. Now, he has certainly made a mark of his own on Göteborg's midfield and continues to work diligently in their defensive third. The action on the pitch has just kicked up a gear as Västerås looks to push for the opening goal. Alexander Tront is making a driving run forward, challenging the Göteborg defense, but Elias Hagen is there to meet him, quickly snuffing out his attack. Both teams are showing flashes of brilliance as they battle it out in the rain, a cold, steady drizzle falling on the players. Tempers are rising and both sides are giving their all. Tyson Gambo on a surging run now, through two defenders and into the penalty area. His shot is blocked by defender Johan Bangsbo, who gets it clear and away to safety. Pontus Dahlberg thankful for his defender's efforts as he watches proceedings from his place in goal. The referee just stopped play for a foul by Elias Hagen, who lunged in on Ole Edlund and caught him with a sliding tackle. It was clumsy, but it's not clear if the ref has made the right call. There was a certain degree of contact, but it wasn't malicious and Edlund was on his feet almost immediately afterwards. We'll have to wait to see what penalty is handed out. In the meantime, both teams are continuing to apply pressure in search of an opener. Marcus Berg receives a threaded pass from Hussein Karnil in the Göteborg penalty area and takes a powerful shot. It's blocked by Max Larsson before being cleared upfield by Simon Johansson. Great defending from Västerås, and now they break quickly up the other end. The long ball finds Philip Tront in space, but his volley is blocked by Oscar Wendt and put out for a Göteborg throw-in. An exciting game so far with both sides having their chances. Göteborg has started dominating the match as Kalm passes the ball to Hagen, who quickly moves down the left side of the field, past two players from Västerås. He darts a pass to Berg on the wing, who takes a shot from just outside of the penalty box. The ball sails towards goal but is punched away by Fagerström in goal. Amazing save. The crowd is cheering and clapping to show their appreciation for the fantastic display of athleticism on display. Göteborg keeps pressing forward and Berg is at it again as he passes to Thurn in the center circle, who then feeds it back to Berg. Berg charges forward with speed and looks to shoot, but his attempt is thwarted by an excellent challenge from Ribera. The crowd erupts once again in appreciation for this impressive defensive play by Västerås. Both teams seemingly share a mutual respect for each other's playing performance, and it's good to hear the supportive cheers from both sides. Back into the game now. It's still 0-0 with 8 minutes remaining in the first half. Let's see what happens next. The atmosphere at Gamla Ullevi Stadium has been hot since kickoff, and the fans have been passionately cheering on Göteborg. Just moments ago we witnessed an incredible dribble by Göteborg's Marcus Berg, who left several defenders in his wake before the ball was eventually intercepted by Västerås' Jack Berg. Despite the superb effort by Berg, Västerås have managed to keep possession and have strung together some impressive passes up the middle, with Ole Edlund finding some space for a shot. The crowd erupts as the ball rockets just wide of Dahlberg's goal. Great efforts all around from both sides as they head into the 33rd minute of play. The crowd here is wonderfully engaged, vocalize their appreciation for each team's impressive passing and shots on goal. Göteborg midfielder Hussein Karnil is making a powerful run up the pitch, accelerating past several Västerås players in his wake. He dribbles it forward towards the goal and passes it to Marcus Berg. Berg sends a cross to the far post, but unfortunately Elias Hagen is unable to take the shot. Over in defense, Adam Kalm perfectly reads a pass from Västerås forward Jaheen Berg, tackling the ball off of him before calmly finding his teammate with a well-timed pass out of his own end. Both teams are continuing to fight for every inch on the pitch as they search for an opening goal. The score in the game remains 0-1 as both Göteborg and Västerås battle it out on the pitch. Göteborg's goalkeeper Pontus Dahlberg shows great composure under pressure, coming up with a crucial save to keep their team in the match. On the opposite side, Anton Fagerström is also keeping Västerås safe, leading his defense well with a string of key tackles and sliding saves. While there has been no goals yet in this match, forwards Marcus Berg and Suleiman Abdullahi from Göteborg have managed to create threatening attacks with a flurry of crosses and shots, but Västerås defense has so far stood firm. The midfielders for both sides, Elias Hagen for Göteborg and Martin Gambos for Västerås, are playing some good possession football in order to build up the attack. The weather on this crisp evening is perfect for football: sunny, clear skies and pleasantly warm temperature. Both teams are giving it their all in this highly anticipated match. Göteborg's Marcus Berg looks to break away and receive a long ball, but it's intercepted by Västerås' Max Larsson. He clears away from danger, but in the process of doing so, he comes colliding into Göteborg's Johan Bangsberg. Fortunately, the whistle for the foul has gone off and players from both sides check up on him. After a few moments of assessment, it's been confirmed that Bangsbo is unable to carry on and needs to be substituted off the pitch due to an injury sustained from the collision. A substitution will be made shortly. The score remains at 0-1 at this point in time as the first half comes to an end soon. Göteborg's goalkeeper Pontus Dahlberg just made a fantastic save, denying Västerås' attack a crucial opportunity to take a lead. He rushed off his line and throws himself across the goal, making an unbelievable fingertip save. What a show of talent we've seen from the young goalkeeper. He is fast becoming one of the best in the league. His positivity and energy have fueled Göteborg to this stalemate scoreline against Västerås. The anticipation in the stadium is electric as Göteborg have gone close to taking the lead several times. Their quick passing game is causing Västerås defense plenty of problems, but they've managed to stay organized and prevent any goals so far. Göteborg's Sebastian Olsson plays a neat 1-2 with Marcus Berg, before launching a shot from outside the box. It looks like it could be goal-bound, but Västerås keeper Anton Fagerström dives to his left and pulls off a spectacular save to deny him. The crowd erupts at that display of athleticism. Västerås break forward in numbers, and Simon Johansson does well to keep possession in midfield before finding his teammate Jaheen Berg with an accurate pass. Berg has plenty of work to do though, as he's forced wide by Adam Kalm. Still, he manages to get a cross into the box, but it's cleared out by Johan Bangsbo before any of Västerås forwards can get on the end of it. The fans remain enthusiastic, sensing that something is about to happen, and are eager to see which team breaks the deadlock first. Göteborg is attacking and is looking for an opening in Västerås' defense. Marcus Berg receives a pass from Sebastian Olsson in the box and takes a shot, but it goes wide. The crowd groans, but still cheers on the team. Meanwhile, Västerås is doing everything it can to maintain their meager lead. The two teams continue to battle back and forth in midfield. Max Larsson passes it quickly up to Philip Tront, who chips a shot at goal, but it's saved by some impressive reflexes by Pontus Dahlberg. Both sides are giving their all and the intensity of the match is palpable inside the stadium. With only 1 minute left in the half, both teams are pushing forward to try and secure a goal before halftime. It's an exciting end of half as energy spikes with every attempt on goal. Göteborg is pushing forward, looking to break the stalemate, as Thurn makes an outstanding run down the middle of the pitch and sends a pinpoint pass to Berg. Trying to pick out a teammate in the box, his cross is cleared by the Västerås defense. The crowd are on their feet as the energy in the stadium rises. Larsson is quick on his feet and intercepts an errant pass from Carneal, then charges down the left wing in search of a way past Adam Kalm. He sends in a low cross for Edlund, who's lurking at the edge of the 6-yard box, but Kalm produces a great sliding tackle to snuff out the danger. The intensity of this game is palpable with both sides pressing for superiority. Göteborg puts up a powerful fight here in the first half. Elias Hagen drives in a fierce shot from the 18-yard box, but it hits the post. Västerås is quick to press back and Philip Trinet carries the ball out of the defense and passes it up to Joachim Berg, who goes one-on-one with Pontus Dahlberg. But Dahlberg is great this time, diffusing the chance and keeping Göteborg in front. The crowd is going wild with every sprint, tackle and pass they've been engaged throughout this first half, urging their teams on. Now, it's minute 46 and both teams will take a moment for some well-deserved rest until we kick off again for the second half of this exciting game. We're down to the closing minutes of first half and both teams are pressing hard, trying to break open the game. Göteborg are applying intense pressure on Västerås right now with Marcus Berg and Suleiman Abdullahi trying to break through. Anton Fagerström is commanding the box for Västerås and is quick off his line to clear away any dangerous passes from the Göteborg defenders. At the other end, Martin Gambos is making a nice run down the wings, taking a shot at goal, just wide of the post. The crowd let out an audible gasp as it levels past for a goal kick. Göteborg has been doing some great work in midfield with Simon Thurn and Hussein Karnil linking up well in attack, however neither team has been able to break through so far. The crowd in the stands is starting to get anxious as they cheer their team on towards a much-needed goal. The game so far has been a defensive struggle. Göteborg's back line of Dahlberg, Olsen, Bangsbo, Karl and Wendt have managed to stave off Västerås offense, led by Ribeiro, Larsson, Padovan, and Zabiemva. So far the midfield battle has been fought in the middles of the pitch between Thurn and Karnil for Göteborg, Johansson and Ask for Västerås. Both teams have had their chances, but still remain locked 0-0 at the half. Berg up top for Göteborg and Trottenberg for Västerås have both had some good looks but couldn't finish it off in the first half. Despite all this physicality, there hasn't been a goal yet here at the break in Göteborg. It's still 0-1 with Västerås on top at half-time. With the second half of the game underway, Göteborg is looking for a way to even up the score as Västerås is currently in the lead with 1-0. Both sides are attacking ferociously with purposeful passing and relentless footwork. On the pitch, we can see midfielders Ellis Hagen from Göteborg and Daniel Ask from Västerås vying for possession in an attempt to initiate a fast break downfield. Both teams are displaying impressive defensive work as defenders Oskar Wendt for Göteborg and Fredrik Zabiemva for Västerås consistently get in front of their opponent's shots. Keeper Pontus Dahlberg of Göteborg exhibits deft reflexes while keeping his wits about him. Anton Fagerström of Västerås gives his team some luck by making a miraculous save off a long-distance shot from Marcus Berg of Göteborg. The crowd has been silenced by all the impressive plays that have been showcased on this Wednesday night at this electric pitch in Gothenburg. The players from Västerås quickly break away, setting off a fast counter-attack, and Philip Tront gets the ball at his feet. He plays it perfectly to Joachim Berg, who makes a quick move to get past one defender. Drive with his footwork, he beats another defender and sends a shot towards goal. It's like a rocket, flying through the air and into the bottom corner past the Göteborg goalkeeper. Västerås take the lead, they've scored. The away side erupts into cheers as Joachim Berg sprints away in jubilation. What an incredible finish! Göteborg is pushing hard, taking possession and spending more time in Västerås half. Thurn takes a shot but it's just off target and the ball sails past the outside of the post. The rain has been coming down for some time now, making for a slick surface, and the players are struggling to find any real footing. Meanwhile, Kalm does well to intercept an attempted pass from Gambos, winning back possession for Göteborg and thwarting Västerås' attempt to surge forward. Olsen brings the ball up from the back but his pass towards Berg is intercepted by Larsson at the edge of their own box, who quickly sends it upfield. Berg is on the chase hoping to latch onto it, but Dahlberg is out quickly and arrives first, gathering the ball safely before launching a long throw upfield. Västerås take possession from the kickoff and Simon Johansson passes the ball to Philip Tront on the left flank. Tront charges forward with the ball as Gustav Svensson tries to bring him down, but the referee waves play on. Tronet plays a through ball to Joachim Berg in front of goal, but Adam Karl slides in and makes a perfectly timed tackle to deny the chance. The tackle is so clean that not even the referee can find any fault, and awards Göteborg with a free kick instead. With an excellent block by Kaln and a great display of fair play by both teams in this match, it's clear why there has been such difficulty with refereeing decisions today. The Göteborg midfielders break quickly in transition and Elias Hagen gets the ball near the penalty area. He plays it to Marcus Berg, who unleashes a shot on goal, but Anton Fagerström is there to make a great save. The Västerås crowd are on their feet as their team holds on to their lead. Ribeiro takes the ball down the right side and plays a deflected pass towards Berg in the center, but Dahlberg is quick off his line and collects it before anyone can get to it. The supporters from both sides are really getting into the game now, really encouraging their teams and adding to the electric atmosphere in the stadium. The Västerås side are showing more energy and determination, probing Göteborg's defense with a flurry of passes. Their midfielders quickly combine to send Philip Tront down the left flank. He swings in a pinpoint cross for Berg to power home the header. The away side have scored an absolutely stunning goal. The goalkeeper had no chance. Varzertas double their lead and put one foot firmly in the next round. What an unplayable move from the away team. They found a killer blow. Göteborg goalkeeper, Pontus Dahlberg, rushes off his line in the attempt to break up Västerås' latest attack, but El Edlund takes control of the situation. He flicks the ball over him and plays a pass to Joachim Berg. Berg sets off toward goal, but before he can get a shot away, Sebastian Olsson comes in with a hard challenge. Olsson wins the ball easily enough, but it seems he's paid for it. He's down on the ground and writhing in apparent pain. It looks like a nasty knock for Olsson, who will have to be helped off the pitch by his teammates. That's an early blow for Göteborg. Medical staff from both teams hurry onto the field to get him back on his feet, but his day is done. There will be no further involvement from him as Pedro Ribeiro jumps into the fray at defense and takes his place. This game continues 0-3. The Göteborg team is pushing to get a goal, with Elias Hagen making an aggressive move towards the goal, weaving in and out the Västerås defenders, but keeper Anton Fagerström blocks his shot. Svensson and Thurn circle in on the goal, but their passes were cut off by the defensive wall of Västerås. Marcus Berg is trying to make something happen, using his agility as he weaves through defenders. It's a tense moment on the pitch right now. In one of these moments of intense play, a joke slips through our commentator. Joachim Berg runs across the pitch and stops in front of our commentator box, takes off his helmet and says, "Hey, do you know why footballers shouldn't date scientists? Because they're always analyzing." Before sprinting away back onto the pitch, determined to give his team what they need for victory. The Göteborg goalkeeper Pontus Dahlberg dives and manages to save a long-range strike from Joachim Berg, keeping the score at 0-3. The Västerås attack is relentless as they camp in the Göteborg half, feverishly looking for the fourth goal, which would seal the game. Adam Padovan sends a cross into the box, which is almost intercepted by Elias Hagen, but instead it's met by Pedro Ribeiro, who launches a vicious strike on goal. Dahlberg responds with an astonishing save and somehow keeps the score leveled at 0-3. Both sides battle for possession as theatrics begin to unfold in midfield, with tackles flying in from every angle and both teams pressing for victory. Vast amounts of energy pour from each player on both sides as they desperately search for any opportunity to get a goal. The game is truly heating up as it looks like there could be something for either team to take away come full time. Göteborg has possession and is pushing forward into the Västerås half. Marcus Berg intercepts a pass and passes to Hussein Karnil in midfield. He looks up ahead to see Elias Hagen running down the right wing. He quickly sends the ball over to him, but the Västerås defense catches up and clears the danger. Not to be deterred, Göteborg regains the ball and works it back upfield again. This time it falls to Gustav Svensson, who attempts a shot from distance, but his effort flies well wide of target. The referee blows his whistle for a Västerås throw-in. Ribeiro throws it deep into the Göteborg penalty box, but Pontus Dahlberg rushes out to gather it safely in his gloves. Göteborg looks to counterattack as quickly as possible. Now Berg surges forward, carrying the ball upfield before eventually being tackled by Larsson just outside of Västerås penalty box. The referee awards Göteborg a free kick in an excellent shooting position. Göteborg midfielder Elias Hagen starts to pick up the pace, rushing up the sidelines towards the visiting team's goal. He manages to put a perfectly placed pass across to striker Suleiman Abdullahi, who tries to direct it towards the goal. Through a combination of crisp defending from Max Larsson, the goalkeeper's quick reflexes, and an unlucky bounce that resulted in an out-of-bounds clearance, the shot on goal is cancelled out. On the other sideline, Västerås forward Jaheen Berk shows impressive speed and composure as he steals past Sebastian Olsson and Oscar Wendt in quick succession. He then carries the ball towards Göteborg's goal as Pontus Dahlberg comes out to oppose him. Berk opts to try his luck from a long distance but ends up skying it over the bar, much to the disappointment of his team and its supporters in attendance. Göteborg further presses in an effort to score a goal in the last few minutes left of the match. Pontus Dahlberg keeps a firm grip on defense, quickly securing any potential goal-scoring chances for Västerås. Victorious fans in the stands rise as Marcus Berg charges towards the goal and flicks a pass to Suleiman Abdullahi, who volleys it high only to have it caught by Anton Fagerström. The crowd roars and then quickly settles back into tense silence as Göteborg continues their attack. Västerås keeps up with their defense and sends the ball back and out of play. The match is growing more heated as we enter the last 20 minutes of play. Göteborg is trying to make a comeback, pushing forward and increasing their pressure. As they launch a dangerous attack, Wendt comes tearing down the left flank and send in a pinpoint cross to Berg, who leaps in the air to head it towards goal. But Fagerström is up for the challenge, reacting quickly and plunging down to tip away Berg's shot with an astounding save. The crowd erupts in response to this fantastic play. Göteborg are now playing with full intensity and gradually beginning to inch closer towards breaking Västerås' defense. Following up this move, Kalm takes possession of the ball with a surprise burst of pace, fiercely shutting down any challenges on his path. His powerful shot sails just past the post as the stadium breaks out into thunderous cheers. The simultaneous chants from both sides fill up what is quite an impressive-looking stadium, something unique for both teams' fans alike. An architectural masterpiece spread over several tiers upon tiers of seating areas for spectators to enjoy their favorite teams battle it out in front of larger-than-life screens on either end of the stadium. Göteborg's goaltender, Pontus Dahlberg, has made an incredible save in the 67th minute to keep it 0-3. He managed to block a powerful shot on goal from Jaheen Berk, who had taken a risky move while dribbling his way through the Göteborg defense. He turns around quickly and launches the ball towards goal but is blocked by Dahlberg's determined effort. Absolutely amazing job from Pontus. Göteborg pressing hard in search of their first goal, but they've yet to be successful. Marcus Berg has been a real nuisance in the Västerås box and is holding up the ball, trying to keep defenders at bay while he looks for an assist. Sebastian Olsson on the right flank leaps into action and delivers a dangerous cross into the heart of the box. It's pinballing around between several players, but Ole Edlund finds himself with a big chance to clear it. He gets a foot on it, sending it away from danger and relieving pressure for his team. Göteborg's forward Suleiman Abdullahi comes running down the pitch and zips past two defenders with ease. He sets up a long-range shot, but his effort goes wide of the goal. Västerås' Ole Edlund looks to maintain possession and keeps moving the ball around from player to player. Both sides have their best players on the pitch, but neither side are able to find a breakthrough in the game. As time ticks away, both teams are growing increasingly tentative, with Göteborg struggling to develop any kind of momentum or find any space in Västerås' defense. The tempo of the game is slowing down and Göteborg cannot find a way back into this match. The score remains 0-3 as we move into injury time. Göteborg takes a break for a throw in as players regroup for their next move. Tront wins the ball for Västerås, sending it to Edlund, who takes off in a sprint up the left flank with Berg running close behind. Edlund attempts to whip across into the 6-yard box, but it is intercepted by Bangsbo, who clears the ball out of the area. The crisp autumn air has drawn a slight chill to the pitch, but despite that, both teams remain focused on their task at hand, closing out this match with a win. Västerås is looking to capitalize on their lead and time their attack perfectly. Tront receives the ball from Edlund and is put under intense pressure from Sarah Hedkevist in defense. He shoots the ball towards the net, but Dahlberg gets his foot to the ball and palms it away for a corner kick. The Göteborg crowd erupts as they look to gain some momentum. On the corner kick, Ask plays it short to Larsen, who takes a long-range shot, but it's blocked by Thurn, who makes a vital interception. The referee blows his whistle and awards a free kick to Göteborg. Olsen takes the free kick, which is going straight towards Fernandez, but he's called offside by the linesman. The crowd boos as they feel aggrieved by this decision. The referee seems unaware of how close Fernandez was and that he may have been onside. He has made another mistake, and in such an important game it could prove costly. Västerås attack is strong, extending their lead in the game. Adam Kalm is quick to intercept, stealing the ball away from Ole Edlund and pushing it up to Elias Hagen. Hagen goes on a splendid solo run, using his skill and speed to get away from the defender. He passes it forward to Marcus Berg, but unfortunately it's blocked by Max Larsen. The crowd cheers as Port Ribeiro goes in for an aggressive tackle against Hussein Carnier. The referee gives a yellow card and the crowd boos at Ribeiro's dangerous challenge. The crowd is silent in anticipation as Göteborg takes control of the ball. Gustav Svensson takes it forward, dodging defenders skillfully. He sends the ball out to Marcus Berg on the left wing, who attempts to make an aerial pass into the Västerås penalty box, but his shot is blocked by Max Larsen. The ball falls to Adam Kalm in defense, who quickly works into open space, advancing the ball upfield. He spots Elias Hagen making a run down along the right sideline and passes him a beautiful through ball. Hagen elects to take it down with one touch and darts across the penalty box towards goal. But he runs into trouble as Fredrik Nzabiemba steps up for Västerås and manages to steal possession away at the last second. Västerås gains momentum with their counterattack, and Philip Tront has a great chance in front of goal after receiving a long pass from Simon Johansson. Tront unleashes a powerful strike, but Pontus Dahlberg stands tall and saves spectacularly. The entire stadium rises to its feet, applauding as Göteborg manages to clear the danger away towards safety. Both sides are pushing hard for that opening goal, but time is running out. Will Göteborg manage to come back and level the score, or will Västerås hold out for all 3 points? We'll have to wait and see how this game plays out. The teams are back out in the field, and Göteborg is looking to make something happen in the last few minutes of the game. An aggressive attack from Västerås yields a free kick, and they take it quickly, darting towards goal. They manage to get a shot off, but Pontus Dahlberg is there to protect his goal and steps up to make a vital save. But it comes at a cost as Sebastian Olsen takes a boot to the shin from an opposing player and immediately goes down. He looks to be in pain, and the team medics rush onto the pitch to attend to his injury. It looks like he might not be able to continue playing. With only minutes left on the clock, Göteborg are down a man and 0-3 down on the scoreboard as we enter extra time. It's looking like an uphill battle for them now, but these dedicated players won't give up without a fight. The match is well into stoppage time, and both sides are still pushing for a goal. Göteborg midfielder Simon Thurn lets out a loud cry for the ball, but it never comes. Västerås forward Philip Tront gets the ball and makes a burst of energy down the left wing. But he is quickly shut down by defensive midfielder Gustav Svensson, who dispossesses him. With time running out, it looks like this game is heading for a 0-3 scoreline. And on that bombshell, let's take a quick break and tell a joke about one of our players. How does Gustav Svensson like to relax after the game? By taking long Swedish massages. Extra time is winding down, so Göteborg needs to find a goal quickly if they want to stay in the game. However, Göteborg's defense is playing stellar, sustaining the attack from Västerås. Defender Adam Kalm is impressing, in particular with his reliability and mastery of the ball, as he make another key block. It's starting to look like Västerås might be able to ride out their slim lead for the final few minutes. The intensity on the pitch is palpable as both teams go for broke in extra time for a chance at a win. Göteborg is controlling the game more from the midfield, but Västerås won't back down without a fight. Ribeiro has picked up his second yellow card for a reckless tackle and is sent off with little over 7 minutes left in overtime. Both teams now find themselves with just 10 men, both eager to change their fate in this match. Jaheim Burke takes control of the ball and zooms past the Göteborg defense, making his way into the box. He takes aim at the goal, but his shot sails past goal, leaving Dahlberg with no chance to save it. The crowd here at Stora Valla erupts with excitement as they encourage and cheer their teams on. What an exciting finish we're seeing here. Both teams are giving it their all in hopes of securing a winning goal here in the last few minutes of extra time. The players from either side seem downright exhausted and desperate in their attempts. Göteborg midfielder Simon Thern is having a particularly tough day today, as every chance for a goal seems to slip away from him. He rushes into a number of opportunities only to be dispossessed by Västerås defenders before he can even take his shot. It's clearly taking its toll on him as his energy wears thin throughout this extra 30 minutes. Thern will have to up his game if Göteborg wants any chance at bringing the score up before they exhaust their time. Both teams are in the midst of an intensive and fast-paced extra time period. Neither team has been able to find the back of the net and break the 0-3 deadlock. Göteborg have been pushing for a goal and have come close, but Västerås' solid defense have done a fantastic job at keeping them at bay. Moments ago, Elias Hagen got into a great scoring position for Göteborg, but his shot flew wide across the goal. Now Marcus Berg looks to take advantage of another opportunity as he drives forward with the ball, but he is eventually brought down near midfield. Both teams continue to wage a fierce battle for control, each hoping they can find that crucial breakthrough goal. Unfortunately though, this match appears to be heading towards an uneventful end, as it's already clear neither team will be able to produce a winning result in this game. The Göteborg team is relentless in their effort to break Västerås' stronghold on the game, but their shots on goal are going wide. There's a moment where Sebastian Olsson takes off from the midfield, weaving through the defense and sending a powerful strike toward the goal. However, his shot goes wide, touched by the outstretched hand of Anton Fagerström, who dives at full stretch to make an incredible save and keep his goal safe. With minutes ticking away, it looks like Västerås will hang onto the 0-3 scoreline. An anecdote about Elias Hagen is that he loves to pull pranks on his teammates during training sessions. He can be quite mischievous with a good sense of humor, as evidenced by his ability to lighten up any tense situation with an impromptu joke or witty comment. The sound of the whistle signals the start of extra time. Both teams are still searching for a goal. Göteborg is being aggressive and pushing up the pitch, while Västerås looks to counterattack with swift movement and short passes around midfield. The crackle of cleats on the grass of the pitch as players go in for tackles is heard. Players are darting up and down the field in a bid to capitalize on any advantage, be it physical or mental, in all areas of play. Västerås' Pedro Rivera controls the ball with a delicate touch before playing it across to Max Larsson on the left flank. He rockets past two Göteborg defenders, takes on another and unleashes an effort towards goal. It narrowly misses to the right of goal. The goalkeeper dives for nothing and desperately tries to get back into position. Göteborg's Simon Thern manages to get on the ball and sparks a counter-attack by driving forward quickly with one loping stride. He unselfishly plays a deft pass towards Marcus Berg, but he can't quite get enough power behind his shot. A lead-off for Västerås, who are still in front at 0-3 after 90 minutes of play. We could be heading for extra time if neither side scores soon. As the teams take their positions on the pitch, the capacity crowd in the stadium holds its breath and collectively inhales. Both Göteborg and Västerås intend to make this extra time count, as they target a crucial 3 points. And here we go. Göteborg fire an early attack straight down the middle with Marcus Berg taking control. He fires a shot from range, but it's not enough to beat Anton Fagerström of Västerås, who makes a vital low save and regains possession for his side. Västerås push their advantage and have some sustained spells of pressure in the Göteborg half. Philip Tront surges forward with great pace, but his shot is blocked at the last second by Adam Kuln of Göteborg, who then clears into touch. The game continues in the same manner, with both teams pressing and applying pressure but failing to break through one another's defense. The crowd at the stadium continues to support their respective teams enthusiastically as they watch on from an iconic arena full of character, built out of timber-paneled stands rounded off by a massive terrace curve framing the magnetic pitch below. The many chants echo out around the circumference of this home for sport, surrounded by rich greenery and open countryside for miles further still beyond those grand half-moon arches which provide such an iconic sunset backdrop each night before games like these. Västerås are making their mark on the extra time as they surge forward up the pitch. Tront receives the ball but is immediately closed down by two Göteborg defenders. He dodges the challenge and passes it to Berg, who has charged into the box, but he mistimes his shot and it goes sailing over the bar. The crowd roar with excitement at this near chance for Västerås, a testament to their passionate engagement with this match. The tension on the field is palpable as both teams fight for the chance to come away with a victory. Göteborg looks determined to find an equalizer as they mount one last attack. Västerås defenders do what they can to contain them, pressing in on Göteborg's midfielders and forwards. Pontus Dahlberg, Göteborg's goalkeeper, is particularly impressive, doing his best to deny Västerås of a fourth goal. Just as it looks like Göteborg might have the inevitable breakthrough, Simon Johansson does what Johansson does best: blocks a menacing shot from Marcus Berg. The crowd cheers for Simon as he puckers his cheeks in celebration and theatrically points up at the sky. The game enters an intense stage. Both teams are running frantically across the pitch, giving their all in search of a goal. Every tackle and clearance counts, with the teams pressing hard trying to make a breakthrough. Västerås keep their defensive shape while Göteborg are throwing everything they have at the opposition, but they still can't make a big enough impact. However, no goal is forthcoming yet as both defenses stand firm and deny their attackers. The referee takes center stage here, and his decision-making seems questionable as he makes some contentious calls, which has led to several players becoming frustrated with the inconsistent application of rules. With very few minutes left, it looks like this game will end in a draw as Göteborg failed to equalize despite having shown some promising signs. Both teams are pushing relentlessly, but the defenses are holding strong. Göteborg's goalkeeper Pontus Dahlberg is the star of the show, deflecting shot after shot away from the goal. A brilliant save by Elias Hagen in midfield is cheered by the visiting team's supporters. With his reach and determination, he blocks a precise cross from Västerås, keeping their attack at bay. The hustle and bustle of the game is inexhaustible as both teams battle it out for revenge from the first half of this exciting match. In a moment of comedy, Marcus Berg of Göteborg slips off balance on the muddy pitch after an aggressive tackle by Adam Padovan. Despite this amusing setback, Marcus has been playing with remarkable intensity during this match, particularly in an attempt to turn the tables on Västerås' lead in extra time. It's the last few minutes of the game and Göteborg is pushing hard for a late goal. They've been pressing high up into Västerås' half over the last few minutes, and dare once again knocking on their opponent's door. Pontus Dahlberg has pushed out of his net to add extra numbers in attack, but the Västerås goalkeeper, Anton Fagerström, is ready to make any necessary saves to keep his team ahead. As the ball shifts to the left side of Göteborg's field, we see Elias Hagen charging forward down the wing. He sprints past two defenders and curls across towards Marcus Berg in the box. Berg leaps into the air and heads straight for goal. Fagerström dives low and makes an incredible flying save. He gets both hands on Berg's shot to deny what would have been a magnificent equalizer for Göteborg. He had put so much power behind his header, but Fagerström was equal to it. It's all over now as this match is ending in a 0-3 win for Västerås. Göteborg is making a last-ditch effort to score a goal in this intense match, but Västerås is determined to preserve their lead. Both sides are evenly matched, but Västerås is the one challenging for the ball more often. Göteborg's player Hussein Karnil is pushing further forward and trying to find an open space to make a cross. The ball goes wide, as it seems there is nothing that could breach Västerås' defensive line. The referee blows the whistle, indicating the end of the match. Västerås has won 3-0. The referee shows his inconsistency throughout the game by awarding several controversial free kicks and yellow cards while ignoring more obvious fouls such as pushing, tripping and obstruction. Even though there have been no major decisions that have turned into game-changing moments due to his bad officiating, it's still a disappointing performance from him. The whistle blows as the game resumes. Göteborg's midfielder, Simon Thurn, is making a powerful run along the edge of Västerås' penalty box. He passes to Marcus Berg, who looks to be in prime position for a goal, but his weak shot is easily stopped at the feet of Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström. Now it's Västerås' turn to attack. Jahim Berk has made a crafty run down the left flank, and he looks to be in position to really create some danger in the goal box. The determined midfielder passes it back to Ole Edlund, who takes a crack from outside the box, but his effort ends up going out of bounds. The crowd here inside this old stadium erupts with loud cheers. Göteborg has some new momentum, and they move forward with fierce intensity. Adam Kalm sends in a long pass for Ellis Hagen at the top of the penalty area, but unfortunately he can't connect with his shot as Fagerström dives and stops it with ease. As we enter extra time now, neither team has yet scored a goal, and so far Göteborg have held on to their lead of 0-3 over Västerås. The crowd here inside this historical stadium continues their enthusiasm as they sit in grandstands that were built many decades ago by Sweden's bravest architects. With just minutes left until full time and little room for error on either side, this exciting game is sure to remain intense. The crowd is on their feet as the players come out of their respective locker rooms, ready to battle it out on the pitch. The Göteborg backline is well organized as they press forward, looking to get something going. Västerås have been defending admirably throughout the game so far, and look to keep them at bay with a quick counter-attack. Both teams make substitutions in a bid to gain control over the match. On the pitch the action is fast and furious. Tackles fly in, runs are made and passes hurriedly relayed. Svensson makes a tantalizing run through the back line of Västerås, but his shot just sails wide of the goalpost. Berg then sends in a through ball for Abdullahi, but Padovan steps up with a crunching tackle to clear it away for a throw-in. The crowd erupts. There's only seconds left on the clock and both teams are pushing hard for that elusive goal. Larsson delivers an inch-perfect pass for Trond, who scores with just seconds remaining on the clock. But it's too late. Full time has already been called. No added time can be granted, and so it ends in 0-3. A valiant effort from both sides, but ultimately it ends in victory for Västerås tonight. Göteborg pushing hard for a goal as Trond, on the Västerås side, is showing signs of fatigue after the long extra time. Pontus Dahlberg rushes forward to join the fray, but his teammates can't break through the solid defending from Västerås. The Göteborg attackers run around and trying to pick out gaps in the defense, but so far there has been no luck. The crowd at the stadium are roaring and eagerly cheering on their team through this tense finale. Great energy in this game. Göteborg is pushing hard for a goal, with Marcus Berg receiving the ball from a well-timed pass from Elias Hagen, but Ribeiro and Larsson hold their position to block his shot. Suleiman Abdullahi does well to move into open space and has a clear chance at goal. His shot looks really promising, but Fagerström dives in and makes an excellent save. The crowd goes wild at the brilliance of both players' play. As time runs out, Västerås sets up an attack down the right side with Gambos playing a pinpoint pass through to Trond, who crosses it into the box. Berk looks poised to score, but Olsen is quick to pull off a fantastic tackle, taking the ball before Berk can make contact. A great defensive effort from Göteborg. The fans are cheering like mad here in Göteborg Stadium. It isn't enough for Göteborg, however, and ultimately Västerås come away with a win in extra time as the referee puts an end to an entertaining match. Congratulations must go out to them for their hard-fought victory. The whistle goes off and extra time begins. Göteborg gets the ball rolling. The midfielders begin to pass the ball around looking for an opening in the Västerås defense. Hussein Karniel takes the ball forward and sends it through for Marcus Berg, but Adam Padovan steps in quickly and intercepts. Västerås works the ball up from their backline as Fritz Nzabiemba passes it to Philip Trond up front. The striker takes on two defenders, weaving his way through them with his speed, but Sebastian Olsen is there to make a crucial goal-saving tackle. Both teams continue to compete their hearts out, but neither can find a way to break through the strong defenses of their opponents. Fans are getting restless. It looks like this game is going to have to be decided on penalty shots. Göteborg still pushing forward to break the deadlock, with Marcus Berg set up by Hussein Karniel with a quick cross-field pass, sending Berg into space. He takes a shot on goal, but Anton Fagerström in the Västerås net is equal to it. Västerås quickly break away, and Pontus Dahlberg in the Göteborg goal needs to be alert as they go 2 against 1 with Jahim Berk going it alone. Berk chips it over the top of Dahlberg, but his effort puts the ball wide of the post. Both teams desperate for the win, and this could turn into a classic cup tie if one side can break through in extra time. The players are getting tired and the game is dragging on. Göteborg's Elias Hagen just committed a bad foul and gets a red card, so he'll be out for the rest of the game. Västerås is eager to take this chance and surge forward with an offense, putting a lot of pressure on the Göteborg defense. But they find some resistance as Göteborg's Johan Bangsbo makes an incredible defensive tackle to make up for his teammates' mistake and keep Västerås from getting the score they were eyeing. We can see the frustration in their faces as they head back towards their midfield position. The fans are cheering and whistling on both sides as the teams prepare for the extra time. Göteborg midfielder Simon Thurn dribbles gracefully past three opposing players before making a pass towards defender Adam Kalm, who makes a swift move, boosting the attack of his team as they drive forward to gain a goal. Västerås defenders Ole Edlund and Martin Gambos make crucial interventions to keep out Göteborg's threatening play. A superb save from Västerås goalie Anton Fagerström denies Marcus Berg an opportunity to convert his shot into the net, preventing Göteborg from equalizing the score. The match continues in an intense atmosphere as both sides attempt to break the deadlock with swift attacking football in front of an energetic crowd excitedly chanting on their respective sides. The players of Göteborg and Västerås are all out on the pitch, sprinting and scrambling for control of the ball in these late stages. Both teams are trying their best, but neither side can seem to gain the upper hand. The pitch is a sea of motion, with both teams weaving and darting back and forth, looking for an opening. Göteborg's defense hold firm as Västerås forwards attempt to pierce through. But it's only a matter of inches denying them scoring chances. Suddenly Västerås break out down the right flank. Joachim Berg skips away from his defender before firing a shot at goal. But Dahlberg is just inches wide of the mark in making a great save. The Göteborg crowd erupts in approval, while Västerås supporters hold their breath in frustration. Both sides have had plenty of chances, but they still need something special to break the deadlock. They still have a few minutes left to make it happen. Who will find that crucial breakthrough? The players from Göteborg have taken advantage of the extra time and have come back with a vengeance. They are pushing up their attack, giving Västerås defenders a hard time. The attack is fast and furious, but unfortunately, they are quickly shut down every time they get too close to scoring. The crowd of Göteborg supporters is absolutely roaring as their team presses forward. They're all on their feet, pumping up the intensity with their fervent calls of "Go Gothenburg, go!" The players can clearly hear their cheers and you can see them getting an extra rush of adrenaline as each play passes. Västerås is just barely managing to keep them back by this point, desperately trying to defend their 3-goal lead. Their midfielders are forcing the ball away whenever Göteborg gets close to having an open opportunity, but it's tiring work and won't last forever. The game is in extra time, so Göteborg and Västerås are looking for the winning line. Both teams are pushing forward with all their might, but the defense from both sides have done well to hold each other back. Henrik Hedin of Göteborg is coughing up a lot of dust trying to take control over the ball, but has failed so far when Västerås Pedro Ribera slides in with a well-timed tackle. Now, we see Gustav Svensson of Göteborg making an excellent run past his opponents. Skillfully avoiding their outstretched legs, he passes the ball to Elias Hagen, who drills it across the field to Marcus Berg, who is waiting near the penalty box with anticipation. Berg makes one touch before launching a powerful volley toward the goal. Fagerström dives across and tips it away, barely out of reach. The crowd erupts at this display of fine soccer skills as they cheer on both teams in this exciting match unfolding before them. The stadium that houses these thrilling events stands tall over Gothenburg's shoreline, providing an impressive backdrop for fans watching from afar. Its terrace stands and large non-tiered upper tier provide fantastic views across all parts of the pitch, allowing everyone from season ticket holders to ardent armchair supporters to make their presence felt throughout every match. The game is entering its last minutes and both Göteborg and Västerås are expending all their energy to score one more goal. However, it looks like the game is slowing down, with both teams struggling to maintain possession of the ball in the tight spaces on the field. Göteborg has begun attacking in a more organized fashion and Therese been an increased level of intensity as they try to make something happen. Västerås defense is staying alert and ready for any chance Göteborg can get. It's a tense moment as the time ticks away, both teams pushing forward until the very last whistle. Even so, neither team has been able to break through the other side's defenses, and so, after a full 90 minutes plus extra time of play, The score remains stuck at 0-3 in favor of Västerås. Well, that's it. Fanfare, the final whistle has gone and Västerås SK have secured their path in Svenska Cupen. It was a rousing match with each team giving it their all, but in the end, there can only be one winner. Every single player from Västerås SK deserves a massive round of applause for their stellar performance and tenacity shown tonight. This is a great victory for the Västerås SK team and the supporters that have followed them all the way. They will continue their journey in Svenska Cupen, which is bound to get even tougher with more clubs joining the race. But they have shown they can handle any challenge thrown at them, and it's likely to be an even more enthralling journey to follow. Congratulations on a well-earned victory. It's time for the kickoff. The referees have blown their whistles and the match is now on. Västerås and BK Häcken take to the pitch, the crowd roars in anticipation, both teams playing with passion. From the center circle, Martin Gambos takes a short pass from his fellow teammate, Simon Johansson. Gambos chips it back to Johansson, who takes a shot off from just outside of the box that's blocked by Ivan Hovland from Häcken. Pedro Ribeiro is looking to move forward for Västerås, but he's quickly pressed back by Mikkel Rygaard Jensen from Häcken. The ball is back in play and Rygaard Jensen has it before finding Blair Turgott down the right side, who makes an overlapping run into the box with precision and fires off an ambitious shot that flies wide of Anton Fagerström and out of bounds. 0-0 still on the scoreboard as we begin this matchup between Västerås and BK Häcken. The game gets underway and Västerås Philip Tront and BK Häcken's Blair Turgott, both looking eager to dominate the midfield, vie for possession, with Tront eventually coming out on top but only temporarily. Simon Johansson of Västerås gains control of the ball and immediately makes a run toward BK Häcken's half. He looks to set up a goal-scoring opportunity. Tackles fly in as Johansson is challenged repeatedly by BK Häcken players, but he keeps his footing and passes the ball to his forward, Jahim Burke. Burke looks up ahead of him with no support. It's just him one-on-one against Ivan Hovland of BK Häcken. He takes one step back before going for glory, powering a fierce shot towards Abramson in goal. Abramson dives expertly to block the shot out for a corner kick. The crowd erupts in anticipation as Västerås take their corner. The game is already heating up, as both teams are looking to set the pace early in the match. We have a corner kick from Västerås and Dare sending the ball in with Simon Johansson. The ball flies through the air towards Max Larsson, but Häcken's defender Christopher Hansen competes to head it away. It is an intense battle with all players hustling for possession. Oh, and what skill from Pedro Ribeiro as he effortlessly intercepts the ball for Västerås. But alas, things start to slow down as we see Häcken take control of possession. Well folks, it looks like we have another one of those exciting tense games on our hands. No goals yet and no signs of one soon. As a bit of humor for you all, I must tell you a joke about one of the players. Why did Anton Fagerström only order soup? So that he wouldn't have to goalkeeper any other food. The ball is bouncing between players from both sides as they hunt for openings in the defensive line. Västerås Max Larsson is the first to make a move, pushing forward with intent, but his pass is intercepted by BK Häcken's Thomas Totland. With powerful feet, Totland drives the ball past the midfield and Jahim Burke of Västerås moves quickly to defend. The two tussle for possession before jostling for a moment in an intense battle for control of the ball. A booming cheer from the stands of this beautiful stadium echoes throughout. Västerås and BK Häcken fans alike have united in appreciation for the game being put on display here today, a testament to good football played with passion and skill. The stadium itself features classical architecture in its grandiose stands, circular staircase, and vivid red and yellow color scheme that visually adds to this unique environment. The atmosphere on the pitch is electric as Västerås have kicked off the match and immediately pressed forward. Pedro Ribeiro and Adam Padovan both making surging runs on the wings, but BK Häcken's tight defense blocks their advances. Ole Edlund has already shown off his passing skills, finding great passes through the midfield to keep Västerås in possession. Even Hovland has done well to try and break up the opponent's offensive attacks, showcasing his strength and agility in a way that belies his veteran status. Daniel Ask is putting in an inspired performance here, showing off tricks that make all those watching sit up and take notice. Tront picks out a wide ball which he controls with aplomb straight away, an impressive sight, considering his lack of playing time all season. Burke is working hard to hold up the play and pull defenders out of position to create space for teammates to exploit. The teams are locked at 0-0 as we enter the closing minutes of the first half. The defenders of both Västerås and BK Häcken are making sure the teams are tightly organized in their formations. The midfielders hold their ground and pass accurately to maintain possession. As the clock ticks past 4 minutes, we can see a flurry of action on the pitch. Ole Edlund of Västerås launches a long ball forward, but Thomas Totland of BK Häcken is there to make the tackle and regain possession for his team. Both teams are taking it slow now as they weigh their options for attack. It's a battle for control over the center as each team has their sights set on creating chances on goal. So far, no team has come close to scoring, The score remains 0-0 with both sides showing great tenacity in defense. It's a picture-perfect day here in the stadium today. We've got the stands filled up, and good vibes coming from both sides. Västerås and BK Häcken are ready to go. We're 5 minutes in, and it's been an entertaining flurry of activity so far. Pedro Ribeiro of Västerås with a strong run downfield, but is stopped by Thomas Totland. Bertil Lindström has picked up possession for Västerås. He looks to pass off to his teammate Fredrik Zabiu moving near the penalty box, but Teresa heavy touch. The ball goes to Simon Gustafsson for BK Häcken. However, his attempt for a cross is blocked by Max Larsson. Both teams are continuing to battle it out here. Therese no clear-cut advantage at this point. Västerås Simon Johansson sends in another cross into BK Häcken's goalkeeper Peter Abramson, but it goes wide. Let's see if either team can capitalize on their chances. The action is heating up in the stadium as both Västerås and BK Häcken battle for possession of the ball. Fans are on their feet and the atmosphere is electric. The players struggle for control in midfield and finally, after some intense back and forth, Västerås comes out a bit on top with the ball in possession. They move into attacking territory but their progress is quickly stifled by a stellar defensive effort by BK Häcken, putting them under immediate pressure. The crowd roars in approval as they battle to maintain their composure under pressure. On the pitch, the green grass is flying as players jockey for position, desperately looking to make something happen. Both teams are showing great discipline and organization. The goalkeeper has yet been forced into any high-intensity saves as they stay sharp and alert despite 0 shots on target thus far. Possessions swing back and forth as each team looks to open up their opponent's defense to create a scoring opportunity. Can anyone break through before halftime? Stay tuned. Västerås and BK Häcken players battle for control of the pitch as the clock continues to tick. Daniel Ask makes an incisive run into BK Häcken's midfield, picking out a beautiful pass for Philip Tront. But even Hovland, who was outstanding on defense for BK Häcken so far, is quick to close him down and take the ball before Tront can make anything of it. Despite the wet conditions, both teams are eager for a goal, and with players exchanging passes at speed you can tell there will be something special required. A flurry of passes between BK Häcken's midfielders sets up Simon Gustafsson at the top of the Västerås box. Gustafsson takes a touch and sends the ball out wide to Blair Turgott on the right flank. The winger takes a few steps with it before launching a powerful strike that screams towards Fagerström in the Västerås goal. The keeper dives but not fast enough. Turgott's shot finds its way into bottom left corner of the net. Goal. BK Häcken take the lead, 0-1. Västerås Anton Fagerström has been quick off his line to clear the danger, but some tight defending from BK Häcken's Thomas Totland does enough to force the ball out of play for a throw-in. Pedro Ribeiro and Max Larsson have been shutting down their opponent's attacks so far, but Teresa worry for Västerås now as Fredrik Zabiu appears to have taken a knock. He's on the pitch but struggling to move, as he looks to be limping towards the sidelines. The referee is allowing some medical treatment as play resumes with Västerås still unable to find a way through this BK Häcken defense. The crowd erupts with energy as the players sprint across the pitch, Västerås launching a powerful attack on their opponents with a long pass down the pitch to Jaheim Burke, who moves past his opponents and takes a shot on goal. The ball rockets towards Abramson in the BK Häcken goal, but his defensive skill proves up to the task and he blocks it away. On the sideline, Pedro Ribeiro can't believe his eyes as he makes a joke that Abramson surely must have gone to superhero school. Västerås Anton Fagerström is having one of his best games. He has made 3 incredible saves that have kept the score even. Meanwhile, on the other side of the pitch, BK Häcken's Ivan Udnes is having a difficult time keeping possession and sending out accurate passes. His teammates are frustrated with his lack of composure in crucial passages of play. Västerås dispossesses Häcken and races forward. Their forward Philip Tront takes a shot on goal, but it sails high over the crossbar. Both teams are still searching for an opening goal, but it seems neither can find the back of the net. The two teams battle intensely in midfield, as Västerås attempts to break BK Häcken's defense. The defenders on both sides are solid, making it difficult for the attackers to create any openings. Frederick Nzabiemba for Västerås shows his strength, pushing down the right flank in an attempt to make something happen. Meanwhile at the other end, Thomas Totland of BK Häcken is looking to keep the likes of Jaheen Burke and Philip Tront at bay. The sun is beating down on both teams as they fight for control in this game at the halfway point, still 0-0. In minute 18, Västerås have possession of the ball and dare looking to break through BK Häcken's defensive line. Simon Johansson has the ball and is making a run towards the box with support from Philip Tront and Jaheen Burke. The trio are weaving their way past BK Häcken's midfielders with swift passes between them, as the crowd cheers them on. But Mikkel Rygaard Jensen is quick to step in, snatching away the ball from Johansson and initiating a counter-attack for his side. Abramson sends an ambitious long goal kick upfield to Turgut, who was waiting on the wings. He takes it down on his chest, leaving two defenders behind him in pursuit before zipping a precise pass to Samuel Gustafsson. What a beautiful display of passing football. The crowd noise gets even louder with encouragement. Västerås defense steps up to close Gustafsson down and eventually regain control of possession, coming away unscathed this time. What an exciting game at minute 18. The crowd jumps to their feet as a fast break ensues in Västerås' favor. Frederick Nzabiemba releases a powerful strike on goal, but Peter Abramson dives in the nick of time to make the save. It's an incredible display of concentration by the BK Häcken goalkeeper. Now it looks like Simon Johansson is making a run down the right flank with the ball at his feet. He cuts in and has two defenders surrounding him but holds them off. He's trying to make something happen here for Västerås, but he's stopped by Ivan Hovland. That was a close one for BK Häcken. Meanwhile, Mikkel Rygaard Jensen is running free with the ball and soon finds himself one-on-one against Anton Fagerström in goal. He takes the shot on goal but it sails just wide of the post. What a miss from Jensen. Joke, speaking of Jensen, did you hear about when he only brought one boot to training this morning? The coach asked him where his other boot was and he replied, I got such bad blisters last game that I thought I'd give my foot a rest. The teams are fighting hard for one goal, and they're all working hard to keep each other at bay. Right now, we've got Västerås defending their goal with heart, as the BK Häcken players are trying to find a way past the defenders. Max Larsson and Adam Padovan are doing their best to keep their opponents at a distance, but it's no easy task. The midfielders from both teams are working hard to create chances for their strikers. Simon Johansson is using his skill and experience to try and get the ball upfield for Västerås, while Oscar Udnes is providing wonderful support for BK Häcken. Unfortunately, despite all the energy on display, neither side have been able to score yet. Both sets of fans are getting increasingly frustrated with the lack of action on the field, and it looks like this 0-0 draw could last until the referee blows his whistle. The players on the pitch are starting to heat up. Västerås is pressing hard with Philip Tront and Jaheen Burke charging forward to try and break through the BK Häcken defense. But their efforts are in vain as Thomas Totland puts in a great tackle to stop their momentum. BK Häcken counters quickly with Oscar Udnes and Samuel Gustafsson showing off their tantalizing footwork, teasingly playing past the Västerås defenders. As they bear down on goal, however, Adam Padovan of Västerås puts himself between them and the goal with a heroic block. Both teams are playing with intensity now, as tackles fly in from all sides as each team strives for dominance on the pitch. The ball is in possession of the Västerås team and they are attempting to force an attack, but BK Häcken is doing an excellent job at defending the ball. Ole Edlund on the midfield bursts through a gap in the defense and finds Philip Tront, who is charging forward with the ball. Tront dodges one defender but another one has him in his sights. At this moment, both sides of the stadium stands packed with supporters cheers their teams on to make a play. The atmosphere is electric as Tront attempts to twist away from his opponent and looks for an opening, but his efforts are denied and he is forced to control the ball back towards his half of the field. Both teams remain in a stalemate as they look for any sign of opportunity to gain control. The architecture stands proudly against the skyline which towers over this historic football stadium, its tall towers etched with intricate details that fans appreciate as they cheer their teams on during intense moments such as this. Both sides still striving for that all-important first goal, they remain scoreless after 23 minutes of play. The crowd is electric as the teams split up and take their positions on the field. Anton Fagerström takes his spot in goal for Västerås, as Peter Abramson keeps a strong line against BK Häcken. Each team looks eager to make their mark on the game and score the goal that will give them the win. The midfield exchanges become more intense as BK Häcken try a long ball pass attempt, but it's easily intercepted by Max Larsson for Västerås. Adam Padovan responds with a cross from his side position but ends up being blocked by Thomas Totland, who sends a ball back over to Ibrahim Sadiq of BK Häcken. The crowd roar in support of both teams, showing they are still very much invested in this tight battle to break the 0-0 tie. Ibrahim Sadiq then breaks through Västerås' defense line and delivers a powerful shot on goal, but it's blocked brilliantly by Anton Fagerström. The crowd erupts not just because of the save, but also due to the sheer force behind Sadiq's shot. It goes down as one of the best efforts so far this half, with each team doing all they can to find their breakthrough. Just moments later, Simon Johansson accelerates from midfield towards Ole Edlund at Västerås half and releases an accurate pass forward for Martin Gambos to attempt another shot at goal. The response from the stands is deafening. However, it isn't enough to break past Peter Abramson, who stops another surefire attempt by Gambos. It's been an exciting match nonetheless, and both teams seem like they are almost ready to find their way into one another's nets. We'll have to wait and see which team makes the decisive strike first. The players from both teams are on the field, and we've got some entertaining play going on so far. Västerås are pressing hard and creating some dangerous chances, but their efforts have not been rewarded yet. On the other side of the pitch, BK Häcken are keeping things tight at the back and are determined to deny their opponents any space to make something happen. We're approaching the 25th minute mark now, and neither team can seem to break through. So far it's been a largely uneventful match, Västerås having more of the possession but not finding any clear-cut opportunities to score. BK Häcken are content with bending but not breaking and maintaining their defensive shape so far, denying their opponents any real chances of getting a shot at goal. It's become somewhat of a stalemate this game so far. Excitement's low as neither team can manage to grab the initiative. Can one of them make something happen soon? The crowd roars as the ball is placed at the center, and both teams jockey for control. Västerås starts with the possession, and their skipper Ole Edlund plays a great through ball to Philip Tront, but it's just inches out of his reach. The strikers are pressing high on defense, and they look to capitalize on any errors they can. BK Häcken is also pressing hard, and they break up an attack from Västerås. With a combined effort from Thomas Totland, Ivan Hovland and Oscar Uddains, they manage to clear the ball away before it reaches the danger area. The stand is febrile as both teams continue to battle for the ball in midfield. Martin Gambos of Västerås receives a great pass from Jaheim Burke at the edge of the box and tries his luck with a curling shot towards Peter Abrahamsson's top corner. It's a close call, but Abramson manages to make a last-ditch save to keep it out. Meanwhile, BK Häcken has been trying their hardest to get themselves into good scoring positions. Mikkel Rygaard Jensen puts his body on the line for his team and slides in for a perfect tackle that stops another counter-attack from Västerås before it even starts gaining momentum. The architecture of the stadium is impressive. Terrace, 3 tiers of grandstands wrapping around 3 sides, topped by 53 bronze rain shields that create an eye-catching effect in direct sunlight. Both sets of fans can be heard chanting their respective club songs as they try their best to gain an edge over each other in terms of optimism and cheerleading. Despite no goals yet in this game, this atmosphere has created an intense match here today. Västerås' Philip Tront charges forward, dribbling around Häcken's defenders, but his shot is saved by keeper Abramson. Adam Padovan recovers the loose ball and delicately passes it back to Simon Johansson, who takes a quick shot just past the edge of the box, but it hits the side netting and misses. The crowd goes all. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Blair Turgott attempts to deliver a cross toward the penalty area, but Christopher Hansen is on him like a flash, tackling him away from the ball and taking possession himself. Great defensive play. On another note, Häcken's Mikkel Rygaard Jensen looks like he's playing today with 1 foot in the freezer. All he needs is an Eskimo hat to complete the look. Västerås squandered a good chance in the 28th minute when Philip Tront was put through on goal by Simon Johansson, but was denied by a stunning save from Peter Abramson in the BK Häcken goal. The visitors immediately counter-attacked, with Ibrahim Sadiq taking off down the left wing and cutting inside before unleashing an effort that just grazed the far post. The crowd is still exhilarated from that close shave, and it's all set up for an exciting end to the first half. The game is slowing down, with Häcken adopting a cautious foothold in the game. Ribeiro and Larsson have been sitting back deeply for Västerås, allowing Ask and Edlund to attempt to press forward and launch the counterattack. Unfortunately, neither team has been able to manage any real dangerous opportunities. We're now into minute 29 without a single shot on target for either side. Tront is looking most lively for Västerås, using his pace to outwit Hammer from Häcken several times on the left flank. Meanwhile, Uddenäs has been impressing in midfield with his quick dribbling moves and strong passing. However, Abramson hasn't been overly troubled in goal thus far. The game is still wide open with neither team able to break the deadlock. The game is in full swing as both teams look for an opening. Västerås move the ball quickly up the left wing, sending a cross into the danger zone. BK Häcken's goalkeeper Peter Abramson is equal to the effort, claiming the ball with an assured punch before it can cause any trouble. The two midfielders for Västerås, Simon Johansson and Ole Edlund, link up nicely with a clever 1-2 on the edge of the box, but their efforts to craft an opening are cut short when Adam Padovan brings down Blair Turgott in a strong challenge. Tempers flare on both sides as a few players get involved before it calms down and Adam Padovan walks away after being shown a yellow card by the referee. Just moments later there is concern as Fredrik Nzabiemba receives treatment on what looks like an ankle injury as he was unable to avoid contact with Ibrahim Sadiq in yet another hard tackling challenge. Västerås have a flurry of chance. The ball is thrown back in play and kicks up a big dust cloud as it lands on the pitch. Daniel Ask from Västerås is first to it and he looks to move it confidently forward. He looks up and spots a chance to cross in, but his pass is overhit, bouncing off the artificial turf and out of play. A collective sigh of disappointment rises from the Västerås players on the sidelines. Out of nowhere comes Pedro Ribeiro, who leaps into action, intercepting a pass from BK Häcken that looked destined for their forward line. He takes control of the ball and launches it quickly toward Ole Edlund in midfield, who's readying himself for the pass. Edlund drives forward with possession, pushing past Ibrahim Sadiq and almost slipping past him before Mikkel Rygaard Jensen puts in an all-out tackle to win back control for BK Häcken. A joke about a player Fredrik Nzabiemba from Västerås is so quick, he can run faster than his shadow. The game has begun to slow down with both teams seemingly content to play a more push and pull approach. Västerås are happy to sit back and stay comfortable in possession, while BK Häcken are pushing forward but can't seem to find the opportunity to break through. Pedro Ribeiro has been impressive for Västerås, making crucial defensive challenges and being a key figure at the back for his team. His outfield partner Max Larsson is also helping out defensively, and together they have stifled many of BK Häcken's attacks. At the other end, the attacking trio of Philip Tront, Jaheim Burke and Martin Gambos is having a tough time. There's only been one real chance so far where Martin Gambos was presented with an opportunity to put his team ahead, but Peter Abramson made a superb diving save in goal for BK Häcken. It remains 0-0 as we approach half-time, with both teams looking likely to leave the game without breaking the deadlock. Västerås midfielder Daniel Ask is making a great run up the pitch, weaving his way through some tough tackles and taking an effort at goal. His shot just misses the post though, clattering against the side netting in a close call. Anton Fagerström, Västerås goalkeeper, then quickly grabs the rebound to keep possession of the ball. Häcken winger Ibrahim Sadiq is launching another attack for them now, making a blistering run up the left wing with only Max Larsson chasing him. Sadiq passes it to Ikan Gord on the right, who tries to whip in a cross, but it's intercepted by Fredrik Nzabiemba, who clears away any danger. Elsewhere on the pitch, Jaheim Burke is seen showing off some fancy footwork as he dribbles around a few Häcken players before passing it upfield. It looks like he's put in a lot of work tonight. What an energetic display from Burke. Västerås has possession of the ball and midfielder Daniel Ask leads a swift move up the pitch. He passes it across to forward Jaheim Burke, who quickly controls it and moves towards the penalty area of BK Häcken. Burke sends in a low cross into the box, dodged by defender Johan Hammer, into the feet of forward Philip Tront. Tronet tries a powerful shot on goal, but goalkeeper Peter Abramson springs to life with an incredible reflex save, denying the hometown team from taking the lead. The crowd roars as both sides battle for control of the ball, intensity high on both sides. There is a palpable energy radiating from both teams as they press hard for victory in this suspenseful match. The fans cheer wildly from stands as Ribeiro sprints down the left wing and launches a long pass towards teammate Padovan in an attempt to catch BK Häcken off guard. Padovan flicks it between two defenders, but his shot sails wide of goal. Both teams have given their all thus far, but neither seem to have an answer for their adversary's defense. The game continues at a high pace as they go back and forth, trading attacks across the open field, each team looking for space to exploit and find an opening goal. Adrenaline pumping in thrilling intensity, onlookers can only guess what awaits in this thrilling match unfolding before them. The ball is back in play and Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström sends an aerial ball towards the midfield. Ole Edlund sends a header back to Fredrik Zabiemva. He takes a few steps towards the penalty area as he's closely guarded by two BK Häcken players. He makes a shot, but the referee blows his whistle, calling for an offside. The fans are not happy and voices of dissent echo throughout the stadium. The referee is making too many inexplicable decisions which could swing the momentum of the game in favor of one team or another. Västerås' Pedro Ribeiro looks to launch a cross into the box, but he is called back as the referee blows his whistle for a tripping foul. The midfielder had been sent sprawling to the pitch as BK Häcken's Johan Hammer overstepped the boundaries. A yellow card is issued by the referee, one of his first decisions tonight that has come under scrutiny from viewers due to its harshness. BK Häcken are on the offensive now, passing effectively along their half of the pitch in an attempt to break through Västerås' defense. The game has been played at a frantic pace so far, with both sides looking to break the deadlock. Västerås' Pedro Ribeiro has made some vital interventions in defense, while their midfielders Ask, Edlund and Gambos have been tenacious in the middle of the park. On the other side, Häcken's Hammer and Totland have put up a tight defensive shield, with Abramson making a number of saves when called upon. At this stage of the game, it looks like both teams are happy to play it safe while they search for an opening. Both sets of players are showing great discipline as they earn their respective opponents' respect and make sure their defensive lines stay solid. Passes are becoming increasingly short and sharp as neither team are willing to risk possession too much. As we enter minute 40, the score is still level at 0-0, but it could all change quickly if one team can break through. It's minute 41 and Västerås attempt to create a scoring opportunity as Max Larsson takes possession in the center of the pitch, pushing forward with a sharp 1-2 with Oliver Edlund. Kiewan Burke manages to latch onto a through ball from Edlund, setting up an attacking chance for Västerås. The crowd cheers eagerly as Burke takes aim, but his shot is just wide of the post, and the score remains 0-0. Despite no goals yet in the match, the crowd continues to stay engaged, shouting and chanting for their respective teams. The players are working tirelessly for any edge on the pitch, doing whatever necessary to try and break the deadlock. The game has been tight so far. Both teams are evenly matched and playing intensely. Västerås is pressing forward, but BK Häcken's defense is holding strong. In the 42nd minute, Mikkel Rygaard Jensen nearly misses a chance at the goal, shooting just wide of the post, eliciting loud cheers from the crowd. The sun is shining brightly in the stadium as teams battle in front of an excited audience. The midfielder pass between Ole Edlund and Daniel Ask as they move up towards BK Häcken's goal, only to be blocked by Thomas Totland at the last second. The heat makes it a struggle for both teams, but they persevere and play on with the same intensity. The ball is with Västerås, as Pedro Ribeiro looks to push up the field. The Brazilian shows brilliant footwork as he skips past his marker. He quickly passes to forward Philip Tront, who streaks past the remaining retreating Häcken defenders. Tronet is about to take a shot on goal when BK Häcken's Christopher Hansen fiercely slides in for the challenge, tackling away the ball in a superbly timed move. The crowd's cheers can be heard throughout the arena as they appreciate both players' big effort, paying tribute to Hansen's instinctive defending and Tront's skillful movement. Out of the corner of his eye, Hansen catches a glimpse of his teammate Ibrahim Sadiq applauding him from afar. Sadiq had been watching closely while eating a spicy snack he brought from home, something which has become somewhat traditional before each game. Clearly, food and football bring out the best in Sadiq. It's been a tight matchup between Västerås and BK Häcken so far. Both teams have made valiant efforts but no goals have been made yet. For Västerås, goalkeeper Anton Fagerström has been a giant force in goal, making several crucial saves to keep them alive. Pedro Ribeiro, Max Larsson, Adam Padovan and Fredrik Nzabiemba have formed a menacing defensive lineup. They've been tenacious so far in frustrating BK Häcken's attackers. In the midfield, Simon Johansson, Daniel Ask, Ole Edlund and Martin Gambos have kept the ball safely, searching for the perfect opportunity to capitalize on their attack. Philip Tront and Jahim Burke have provided constant energy up front with their creative runs and surprising passes for their teammates in an attempt to break down BK Häcken defense. For BK Häcken, Peter Abramson has been reliable as always in goal, holding Västerås scoreless thus far. Thomas Totland, Johan Hammer, Ivan Hovland and Christopher Hansen have formed a rock-solid backline well equipped to deal with any threat from the Västerås attackers. Oskar Udnes has shown amazing guile near the midfield along with Samuel Gustafsson and Mikkel Rygaard Jensen, who are applying heavy pressure on opposing players, making it difficult for them to pass through the midfield. Ahead of them is Simon Gustafsson, who is combining with Blair Turgut and Ibrahim Sadiq, trying tirelessly to find a breakthrough, but all of their attempts so far ended in pointlessness. It looks like this match may end scoreless. Chances for a goal in this game seem to be eluding Västerås and BK Häcken so far. We're over halfway and no goal has been made yet. The closest the teams have come to a goal was a shot from Oskar Udnes, but his attempt sailed wide of the target. It's Västerås' turn with Jahim Burke taking on several BK Häcken players at once, but his pass falls short of reaching Fernandez up ahead. The defenders clear it out of the box quickly, giving Häcken the possession again. Out of nowhere, Blair Turgut takes the ball forward, almost reaching the penalty box in one swift moment. He dashes past two Västerås defenders, but one last tackle from Fredrik Nzabiemba is enough to put an end to it and send him back to square one. The battle in midfield is fierce as Ole Edlund shows off his skills on the ball, earning him some well-deserved applause from his home crowd. However, BK Häcken's Mikkel Rygaard Jensen gets hold of the ball, disregarding Edlund's attempt at interception. Jensen flicks past Edlund, allowing him to take the ball into dangerous territory near Västerås area before taking a shot which goes wide for a goal kick. What a dramatic set of plays there. Västerås midfielder Ole Edlund is sprinting up the right side of the pitch as a pass from defender Max Larsson sends him into open space. He charges full speed towards the BK Häcken penalty area, all eyes on him as he barrels up to take a shot. He hits the ball with incredible force, sending it sailing across the face of goal and into the back of the net. The stadium erupts into cheers as Västerås' home team is finally on the board. Edlund is mobbed by his teammates, who quickly break out in celebration following their hard-fought goal. BK Häcken attempts to break past Västerås defense with Blair Turgut running down the left flank and across into their box. Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström steps in and manages to deflect the ball out of bounds. We now see that the game is losing its intensity as both teams struggle to mount any real attacking plays. It's been a slow half so far with few chances at either end of the pitch. Pedro Ribeiro of Västerås looks to be in control at this point, always managing to clear any passes that BK Häcken try through their midfield. The fans are growing restless, as no team is able to make any progress. Västerås have the ball and Ole Edlund quickly sends it upfield to Philip Tront, but Häcken's Tobias Totland closes him down. The two battle it out down the wing, with Tront managing to cross to Jahim Burke. Burke swings a shot on goal, but Peter Abramson makes an excellent save. The crowd erupts as the ball is sent back upfield. Turgut quickly picks up the ball and makes a blistering run straight down the center. He tries to play a pass across goal, but Max Larsson was ready and breaks it up before it can reach dangerous territory. The sun is out in full force today, heating up this match something fierce. There are only a few white clouds in the sky, casting some relief from the hot summer sun. It's a perfect day for soccer here at Västerås Stadium. BK Häcken have come out strong in the second half, determined to even the scoreline. Mikkel Rygaard Jensen surges forward and releases a powerful shot towards the goal, but Anton Fagerström is quick to react, making a vital one-handed save to keep the ball away from goal. The crowd roars in approval of his quick reflexes as the ball is hoofed back upfield. Simon Johansson picks up possession and drives forward, weaving through multiple defenders before being brought down just outside the 18-yard box. The home crowd are on their feet, singing in support of their team. Ole Edlund lines up for the free kick. He takes his run up and strikes the ball with pinpoint accuracy as it soars like a rocket towards Peter Abramson, who is rooted to the spot, only for him to pull off a miraculous save. A huge collective gasp emanates from the stadium as everyone awaits the outcome. The referee blows his whistle twice, letting everyone know that we remain at 1-0. Västerås is applying pressure on the defensive line of BK Häcken with a series of attacks, made possible by Ole Edlund, who is directing the ball to his teammates. Philip Tront is making an excellent run in space and sends a through pass towards Jaheim Burke. Burke is one-on-one with Peter Abramson, but his shot is wide. Abramson is relieved as he ventures out to collect the misser from the touchline. Västerås Max Larsson isn't happy with Burke's execution and gives him an earful from the edge of the pitch. Västerås are pressing hard and they are making some strong attacks, but then BK Häcken's Even Hovland intercepts a pass and makes a break down the sideline. He looks to shoot, but then trips up while in full stride. The ball is cleared away, but then chaos ensues as scrambling Västerås defender Fredrik Nzabiemba is injured while trying to clear the ball out of danger. He's immediately taken off the pitch by medical staff as the crowd cheers on his efforts. The score remains 1-0 as play resumes with a drop ball in midfield. The tension is high as we move into the midway point of the second half. Both teams are pushing hard to score, but they find themselves blocked at every turn. Västerås Philip Tront makes a darting run down the right flank, but his shot is blocked by BK Häcken's defender Johan Hammer. The away team responds quickly as Oscar Udnes threads an intricate through ball to Blair Turgott, but their advance is stopped by Max Larsson's timely intervention. In the next minute, Fredrik Nzabiemba shows some fancy footwork to create a chance for his team, but he is thwarted again, this time by Thomas Totland's productive clearance. As Västerås continue to press forward, BK Häcken struggle to gain any meaningful possession. Ibrahim Siddiq's valiant efforts are in vain against an intense Västerås defensive line. With just minutes remaining, both teams will be looking to capitalize on any opportunity that presents itself in order to grab all 3 points and secure a vital league win. The whistle blows to begin the second half of the match. Immediately, Västerås set off on an offensive surge upfield. Pedro Rivera begins a unit run towards the center of the field, passing it off quickly to Simon Johansson on his right flank. Johansson takes possession and decides to cut in towards the penalty box. He fires a lofted ball towards Burke as he sprints past BK Häcken's defense, but it's just too high for him, and Abramson collects safely in his penalty area. The spectators cheer enthusiastically as the action moves back and forth at a breakneck pace across the pitch. The Västerås fans erupt with each threatening volley launched from their side of the field, while their opponents make every effort possible to shut them down in their own zone. The crowd is enthralled by every move as we approach minute 60 without any goals changing sides. The teams continue to battle as Västerås looks to hold their lead, while BK Häcken attempt to claw back an equalizer. The battle of the midfield continues as the teams go head-to-head, with Ole Edlund of Västerås taking a shot into the hands of keeper Peter Abramson. The tempo of the game has slowed down, as both sides slowly labor up and down the pitch. Both teams seem content in sitting back and soaking up each other's pressure. As we enter into the final 15 minutes of play, neither team has been able to find the back of net and we remain 1-0 in Västerås' favor. The action picks up as Västerås counter-attack from the back. Pedro Rivera plays a long ball up the pitch to Jaheim Burke, who flicks it on to Oliver Edlund. Edlund looks to make a run towards goal, but is quickly halted. It looks like Simon Gustafsson clattered into him from behind. The referee has chosen not to make a call, though the challenge was certainly worthy of one. Edlund is disappointed and waves an arm in exasperation. Both teams keep their concentration as play continues. A challenging few minutes indeed. It's now minute 58 and the real fight has just begun. Both sides are determined to get another goal in, but it's Västerås who looks to have the edge here. Anton Fagerström is doing a good job in goal for them, deflecting every threatening shot that comes their way. For BK Häcken, Peter Abramson isn't letting anything past him either as he stays vigilant between the posts. There were huge cheers from the crowds in the stands as Blair Turgott from BK Häcken was through one-on-one with the goalkeeper, but ultimately his shot went wide. The score still stands at 1-0 and it is anyone's game with 10 minutes left on the clock. It's minute 59 in the game and both teams Västerås and BK Häcken remain desperate to take the lead. Pedro Ribeiro advances forward, but his pass to Philip Tront is blocked by Christopher Hansen. Tront retaliates with some great footwork, using his agility and speed to beat Johannes Hammer, but as he lines up for a shot, even Hovland steps in front of him to block his attempt. BK Häcken break free from their own half and Simon Gustafsson gets past Max Larsson making a long drive towards the goal, but Anton Fagerström is quick off his line and dives for a daring save, blocking the long-range shot beautifully. As the commentator, I can't help but be amazed by Ole Edlund in midfield for Västerås. His fantastic vision and technical ability have been key in controlling possession. The Swedish midfielder finds pockets of space between defenders and controls one-touch passes that keep his team on the offensive attack, making sure they never let their guard down against this aggressive opposition. It's clear that Edlund's technique and commitment is an integral component in Västerås' success tonight. A free kick has been awarded to Häcken, and the referee signals for a player to be taken off, as the foul was committed inside the penalty box. Ibrahim Sadiq steps up to take the kick, but it's not enough to score a goal. Västerås clear the ball with ease, giving no chance for Häcken to get through. The referee shows a yellow card for the defender who made the foul. The players are barking at him as they felt it was too harsh punishment. But he stands by his decision, signaling play to resume with a drop ball just outside the penalty box. Västerås forward Philip Tronet hits the ball across midfield, where Häcken defender Christopher Hansen challenges him hard. It appears Hansen caught Tronet's foot with an excessive amount of force, and yet there is no call from the referee. All of Västerås players turn their attention towards the referee, desperately pleading for a foul. However, he only shakes his head and lets play continue. Västerås is high up the field, starting their latest offensive attack. Pedro Ribeiro takes possession of the ball and lays it off to Ole Edlund from the midfield, but he is quickly dispossessed as BK Häcken's Even Hovland swoops in for a hard tackle. The ball pops out of the danger area and Philip Tront attempts a shot at goal from the far edge of the box, but it goes wide and sails out of bounds. It was an ambitious attempt, but not one that paid off for Västerås. BK Häcken's Mikkel Rygaard Jensen had a lackluster performance throughout this game, rarely participating in build-up play or holding on to possession long enough to spark any meaningful attacks. BK Häcken launches an attack with gusto, their forwards pushing up the field. Blair Turgott has a shot at goal, but he can't connect with the ball. It's quickly cleared away by the defenders of Västerås. Ole Edlund takes the ball and charges forward, heading towards BK Häcken's goal. He takes a shot, but it's blocked by Häcken's Thomas Totland. The ball ricochets back to Edlund and he tries again, this time connecting with a powerful strike at the post. Abramson dives for it, but he's not fast enough. Västerås scores. The fans go wild as the ball sails into the back of the net. Västerås has taken the lead. 1-0. The player from Västerås, Pedro Ribeiro, takes a ball down the left side of the pitch before running into the defender from BK Häcken. Ribeiro tumbles to the ground as the defender puts in a hard tackle, his feet just about getting away in time. In the collision, however, Ribeiro appears to have taken an injury as he is now motionless on the ground and looks to require some medical attention. The referee pauses play and calls for the medical team to attend to him. As play resumes, both teams are still locked at 2-0 with Västerås enjoying most of possession and looking good value to get an equalizer. Västerås midfielder Daniel Ast takes the ball up the pitch, weaving through BK Häcken's defense before launching it towards the goal. However, BK Häcken goalkeeper Peter Abramson is there to make a desperate save, pushing the ball away from goal. What an incredible display of reflexes by Abramson. He made it look so easy. Now play continues on with Västerås keeping possession and looking to attack. Västerås and BK Häcken are locked in a defensive duel as they exchange possession back and forth. There's been an urgency in the air as both teams are looking for an opening, but neither one has found it yet. Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström is on high alert, denying any open shots by BK Häcken forwards Blair Turgut and Ibrahim Sadiq. On the other end, Peter Abramson in net for BK Häcken is sure-handed, not allowing the Västerås attack to find the back of the net. The intensity on the field is visible as both teams look for a way to break the deadlock, but with no end in sight it looks like this match could end in a draw unless something decisive happens soon. The crowd have grown tired of this stale affair despite their efforts to animate the players. There is a palpable feeling of boredom in the air that has settled over this second half. And we're back from the halftime break. Västerås with 58 possession and BK Häcken with 42, as the two teams are in a deadlock to score. Västerås has won most of the tackles and intercepted passes, but loses out in aerial duels. In just a few moments, we have seen Turgut racing down the wings with an attacking intent. Again, showing his blistering pace. Now, a long pass from Adriano Guerrero is intercepted by Max Larsson, who springs an attack on the counter. He switches passes with Tront and passes it up to Gambos, who's dribbling past Hovland. Minute 66, Gambos gets into BK Häcken's box. His shot is blocked out for a corner kick. The resulting corner kick is plucked away by Abramson, who fends away danger yet again. And here comes a hilarious joke about BK Häcken's striker Taylor Turgut. He may be fast on the pitch, but he's slow when it comes to math exams. Both teams have regrouped and the players are all back in their positions. The referee blows his whistle and the game resumes. Västerås has possession of the ball. They work it up to their attackers and Philip Tront swiftly turns away from his defender. The crowd cheers as he advances through the midfield while dribbling the ball. His shot is blocked by an opposing player, but Ole Edlund is close behind him to pick it up. He takes a shot from outside the box just wide of Peter Abrahamsson's post and out of bounds. The Västerås fans erupt in loud cheers that echo through the stadium. The clock is ticking in the second half of this match between Västerås and BK Häcken. The fans are on their feet, cheering for both teams as they battle for every ball. It's an intense match as players are jostling for possession in the midfield. Västerås Pedro Rivera makes a run up the left flank, but his attempt at taking a shot is thwarted by BK Häcken's Ivan Hovland, who slides in to make a brilliant saving tackle. Simon Johansson then picks up the ball and tries to find striker Philip Tront with a long pass, but Johan Hammer leaps into the air to cut out the cross. Minute 68 and we're still goalless here at Malmö Arena, a stadium renowned for its stunning architecture. With its sloping tribune stands, sweeping curves, and colossal steel canopy that stretches over an artificial lake at one end, it is one of Sweden's most impressive stadiums. Both teams have been trying hard to open up their opponent's defense, but so far, each side's backlines have stood firm and kept things level. Just 30 minutes left for either side to make that breakthrough. Burke is sending a through ball to Tront in the penalty area. He looks to be in a good spot to score, but Hammer slides in to intercept the pass. The ball ricochets off his foot and out of bounds. Beautifully defended. There's a corner kick for Västerås now. Ask takes it quickly and sends the ball into the penalty area when Zabiemba lunges for the ball, but Totland is just faster and knocks it away for another corner kick. It looks like it's sunny outside, with a mild breeze blowing throughout the stadium as Västerås looks to finally break through Häcken's defense. Larsson sends in an arching cross towards Tront, but Abramson dives for it and makes an incredible save. He denies that one and keeps his team ahead on the scoreline. As we enter stoppage time, both teams are still searching for that all-important goal as the clock continues to tick down. Will we see a goal before time runs out? Stay tuned to find out. The 70th minute of the game sees a good attacking opportunity for Västerås. Fredrik Zabiemba intercepts the ball and launches a counter-attack, running the ball up the right wing and slipping a neat pass through to Simon Johansson in the midfield line. Johansson looks up and sends a pinpoint low cross towards Joachim Burke in the penalty area, but it's quickly cleared away by Thomas Totland for BK Häcken. The match is taking place in Västerås' iconic Epicenter Arena, a stunning stadium steeped in history. The arena is currently under renovations, however fans can still experience soccer within its rustic interior. All around it there are bright stands filled with nearly 18,000 cheering supporters, illuminated under the floodlights of evening skies. In one corner of the field is what looks to be a display for drone racing games, adding some additional fun for fans of all ages. A full-length running track circles around the field, as well as a massive video screen that highlights replays and special segments. The action is heating up in the second half as both sides battle to gain an edge in the match. An intense moment between Västerås' Martin Gambos and BK Häcken's Oskar Uddenäs takes place, with Gambos emerging victorious after a hard tackle. He moves forward with the ball and makes a run for goal, but his effort is defended well by Thomas Totland, who slides in just in time to stop Gambos from getting a shot off. Turgut of BK Häcken tries to take advantage of the situation, and quickly passes the ball on to Ibrahim Sadiq. He clears some ground and spots an opportunity for a long-range shot, but it sails wide of the post. Oh no! What a missed chance. Ha. Looks like Turgut has joined forces with Cupid, as his passes are always going too far to hit their target, just like Cupid's arrows. Västerås possess the ball in the midfield as Daniel Ask accelerates and advances the ball forwards. Both teams are keeping an eye for any offensive opportunities. Now BK Häcken players engage in a tussle for the ball, with Ole Edlund making a slide tackle to steal away possession. BK Häcken players sprint towards Vasta's goal but are unable to break through the defense of them, and Pedro Ribeiro clears away from danger. The match continues on, and we can sense that both teams are looking for a decisive move to close off this intense encounter. The stadium architecture is breathtaking, where architectural features of the industrial age add to the atmosphere of this intriguing match. The players rush around in lightning speed, yet even at this moment, spectators could identify symbols of historic relevance embedded throughout this wonderful construction site. The match is being played at the beautiful Maestros Arena, with its modern and spacious design befitting of a top-tier soccer match. An enthusiastic crowd of supporters are gathered to watch the thrilling game. In the second half, Västerås remain in control of the game with their dominance on the ball. Pedro Ribeiro has been consistently pressing down his side of the pitch, while Max Larsson and Adam Padovan have been rock solid in defense. Up top, Jahim Burke has been finding space to create chances for himself and for his teammates. At minute 72, BK Häcken is struggling to break through Västerås' stronghold on defense, but Oskar Uddenäs launches a brilliant attack from midfield. He dribbles forward, carrying the ball past several defenders with ease, and quickly passes it off to Simon Gustafsson, who launches a long shot towards goal. But Anton Fagerström is quick off his line to make a fantastic save and deny BK Häcken. Great play by both sides. Anton Fagerström makes a tremendous save and keeps Västerås in the game. He dives to his left to deny Blair Turgut's shot on goal, an incredible feat of agility. Ole Edlund has the ball at his feet on the left-hand side for Västerås and sends a perfect cross into the box, but it's just beyond Philip Tront and goes out of play. Now we have BK Häcken captain Johan Hammer surging forward with the ball, but Simon Johansson comes to the rescue for Västerås, parrying him from behind. Hammer is forced to pass back to Peter Abramson in goal. In a light-hearted moment, it looks like even referee Magnus Thorvaldsson was trying to get in on the action there, stretching out a leg as if he wanted to intercept. Hey, let me give a shout out to our friend Ibrahim Sadiq down in BK Häcken's attack. The last time he got near that ball he ended up losing it in his shoe. Laughs. The action is currently taking place in the midfield, with Västerås and BK Häcken sliding into challenges in an attempt to regain possession. Both teams are fighting fiercely, trading crunching tackles, as everyone strives to make something happen in the final minutes of the match. Suddenly, a great chance presents itself for Västerås. Martin Gambos powers his way through two BK Häcken defenders and squares the ball across the box to Philip Tront. Tront cuts inside, looking for a shot, but Johan Hammer slides in with a heroic last-ditch tackle, just managing to kick the ball away for a corner. The intensity is at maximum. Every player on both sides is giving their all, charged up by their respective cheering crowds. The match hangs on the balance and neither team seems willing to accept defeat. A split-second decision can determine who walks away with the trophy today. The players from both teams are fighting for possession, as the noise from the crowd starts to increase. Västerås midfielder Ole Edlund pushes forward, trying to find some space in the Häcken defense, but is quickly intercepted by Thomas Totland. Both teams seem desperate to break the deadlock, pushing all their players into attack at every chance they get. Things begin to heat up as we reach minute 77, with both teams getting increasingly aggressive in their attempts to score a goal. Adam Padovan battles hard down the right side for Västerås before managing to send a cross into the box, but Abramson gets there first and punches it clear. BK Häcken then look to counterattack, Ibrahim Sadiq dribbling through midfield and finding Blair Turgut in space on the left wing. He takes off with a burst of speed and rockets his way into the box, only for Max Larsson to slide in at the last moment and clear his shot. The defenders are getting stretched as both teams throw everything at each other. It's intense out there. Västerås is putting on some serious pressure late in the game as they attempt to chip away at their 2-goal deficit. Gustafsson makes an energetic run up the middle, but his shot sails just over the bar. The Västerås crowd erupts in cheers, applauding and shouting with enthusiasm for their team's effort. Ole Edlund takes possession deep in BK Häcken territory, passing it around to Tront and Burke, who have created a 2-on-2 with their markers. Burke sends a dangerous deep cross into the box, but it's intercepted by Abramson. Well defended by BK Häcken. The home crowd roars its approval in appreciation for their team's fighting spirit. It's another evenly contested match between these two giants of Swedish soccer. Hard to believe that no one has scored so far. The ball is kicked in from the center, making its way to the Västerås defenders. Fredrik Nzabiemva slips it off to Ole Edlund, who is making his way downfield towards BK Häcken. He's met by a double team from Thomas Totland and Even Hovland, but manages to make it past them with a quick move to the left. Edlund passes it off to Philip Tront, who takes a shot on goal. Peter Abramson takes it with both hands but can't catch it. The crowd is going wild there on their feet, screaming and shouting as if they could will the shot into the goal. Tront follows up with another attempt. This time Abramson blocks it. He takes control of the ball and kicks it off with a powerful drive downfield. It nearly reaches Blair Turgut on the far end of the pitch. He barely misses getting his foot on it as he dives for an intercept. The referee blows his whistle for a stop in play as 90 minutes have now been reached. Neither team has managed to break away and score a goal yet, leaving us at 2-0 in favor of Västerås heading into extra time. The crowd is still loudly pacing their support for either side, arousing anticipation for what else this game has yet to reveal. It's minute 88 and Västerås are on the attack. Philip Tront dribbles past one defender, then another, in an electrifying display of speed and control. He plays it off to Jahim Burke, who takes a shot at the goal, but his effort goes just over the bar. BK Häcken quickly regain possession, moving the ball swiftly upfield. Christopher Hansen shows impressive skill, delivering an inch-perfect cross that Blair Turgut meets in the box, but he is denied by a superb diving save from Anton Fagerström. What an outstanding performance by Västerås goalkeeper so far. The clock ticks as the two sides face off and the game is stalling at minute 89. The last 11 minutes have seen Västerås fight hard to find a way back, but BK Häcken are looking strong in defense. Turgut manages to get off a shot that's intercepted by Padovan and he quickly delivers it up the pitch. Rivera puts a great pass through to Johansson, who makes his way upfield, taking on two defenders and rustling up some momentum as he nears the edge of the box. He brings it into range and unleashes a ferocious strike, only to see Abramson make a stunning save. Lamar has been driving up from his defensive line to support his team, but they can't seem to penetrate the opponent's wall of defense, and it looks like chances are running out for Västerås. The pitch is a muddy mess with players slipping left, right and center, swapping sides in search of an elusive goal. Every effort is being made but no major breakthrough seems on the horizon. Will we see a late drama here at 90 minutes, or will it remain resolute at 2-0? The crowd is cheering as the referee blows the whistle for the final minutes of the game. Västerås looks to secure the win. Martin Gambos passes the ball up to Ole Edlund in midfield. Edlund then finds a streaking Philip Tront, but his pass is intercepted by Thomas Totland from BK Häcken. Totland passes it back to Ibrahim Sadiq, who takes off with it towards Västerås goal. Tront catches up and tackles him well, but Sadiq still manages to take a shot on goal. It's saved brilliantly by Anton Fagerström. The entire stadium erupts in cheers as Fagerström clears the ball out of bounds. The wind picks up and the clouds darken as we enter stoppage time now with 90 minutes on the clock. It looks like we're in for some rain here in Västerås, but hopefully we can get through this game before it starts pouring down. The referee blows his whistle to kick off the final minute of play. Västerås is looking to hold on and secure the win, while BK Häcken desperately search for an equalizer in what has been a tense affair from start to finish. On the pitch, Simon Johansson receives the ball from Martin Gambos and he strides forward with purpose. He bounds past multiple defenders before unleashing a powerful strike at goal, but it sails just wide. The crowd erupts into thunderous applause, amazed by the athleticism and skill displayed by both teams throughout. The referee blows his whistle for full time and Västerås have secured an impressive victory. Let's give these vocal fans a round of applause. They have been superb all game long. What an ending to top of a thrilling match between these two sides. Both teams have worked hard during this second half of play and there is still no scoreless draw, but we are inching ever closer to the final whistle. Västerås had a chance to tie the scores up after Daniel Ast sent a long ball into the box from midfield, but unfortunately it was just slightly overhit and too far for Fredrik Nzabiyemba to get his foot on it. But not all hope is lost yet, as one of BK Häcken's forwards, Blair Turgut, has shown impressive determination throughout the game. Just moments ago, Blair was seen sprinting towards the goal post while fending off several Västerås players. Unfortunately, though, he was just unable to get past the defense completely and Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström came out with a decisive save. It's been an impressive display from Turgut, whose skillful play has been almost enough to earn his team a point here today. The players are still going strong as they enter into extra time. Västerås player, Jahim Berk, has been the star of the match so far with his relentless energy and dynamic attacking play. His footwork has been crucial in breaking down BK Häcken's defense, but he has yet to convert his opportunities into any goals. He looks determined. Could this be the moment he'll break through? BK Häcken is also determined to keep their 2-goal lead and have been playing a tenacious defensive game. They pack their box when Västerås are attacking and it is proving to be an effective way of keeping them at bay. There is an all-out battle happening on the pitch now. Both sides are scrapping for every inch, but no team seems able to break through and challenge the scoreline, at least not yet. The action has been intense in the second half and now it's down to extra time. We see Västerås pushing forward, hoping desperately for a goal that could turn the tide of this game. Their forwards Philip Tront and Jahim Berk make a break into the BK Häcken penalty area but are pushed back by Christopher Hansen and Johan Hammer's powerful defending. The crowd is firmly behind Västerås. You can feel the fans rattling their scarves in anticipation of a goal. The energy is palpable at this stadium as supporters cheer and chant their hearts out, showing their support for their team. And it's not just Västerås that's seeing this tremendous support. BK Häcken has an impressive crowd showing up, passionately rooting on their team with equal measure. It's truly amazing to see the grandstand filled with passionate supporters on both sides. The players are really giving their all in extra time as they desperately search for a chance to break the deadlock and even the score. The fatigue is setting in and yet they continue to fight. Pedro Rivero gets the ball on the defense and passes it forward to Ole Edlund, who sends it across to Philip Tront, who looks for an opening but the defense guards him tightly. In a sudden change of events, Eden Hovland intercepts a wayward pass and runs towards Västerås goal for a counterattack, but Max Larsson is quickly on his heels in pursuit and stops his progress with an incredible tackle. To lighten up the mood, we have a joke going around. They say Blair Turgut only needs one foot to do a bicycle kick. The intensity is definitely rising as Västerås Philip Tront drives the ball up the field and sets up Martin Gambos with a perfect pass. Gambos charges towards goal, but he's denied by a tremendous save by BK Häcken goalkeeper Peter Abramson. Both teams continue to aggressively attack, their energy levels only increasing with each minute of extra time. Västerås Ole Edlund gets into a great position on the right side of the box and takes a shot on goal. The fans roar as the shot goes just wide of the post. Tempers flare as tensions mount and players collide fiercely for every loose ball. BK Häcken responds with an onslaught of their own, creating several scoring opportunities, but coming up just short each time. Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström is tested yet again as Blair Turgut gets off a powerful strike from outside the box. However, Fagerström is able to get his hands on it and push it away for a corner kick. As the whistle blows ending extra time, neither team was able to break through one another's defense and secure a win, leaving this match scoreless at 2-0. The referee blows the whistle and the second half of extra time begins. Västerås is attacking. Fredrik Nzabiemba breaks away with the ball, dribbling down the right side of the pitch. The Häcken defenders close in on him, but he keeps hold of the ball. The crowd cheers as Nzabiemba takes a shot at goal, but goalkeeper Peter Abramson dives in to make a spectacular save. On the other end of the pitch, Blair Turgott is making a run for Häcken. He passes it off to Mikkel Rygaard Jensen, who takes a long-range shot attempt. But Anton Fagerström closes in fast and makes an incredible save just inches away from the goal line. The play continues up and downfield with both teams attacking and defending, but neither scoring as time runs out. The match ends with 2-0 on the scoreboard, as well as a stadium full of cheering fans. Västerås has won. BK Häcken's home stadium is an impressive piece of sports architecture surrounded by lush green lawns, lined with grandstand seating for over 20,000 people. A lengthy marble walkway connects two large brick buildings topped with red-tiled roofs which house concession stands and restrooms. The pitch itself is framed by raised berm seating covered in bright blue tarps, while illuminated towers hover above, offering clear views from all corners of the stadium at night. Västerås players try to put pressure on BK Häcken, but their opponents fight back with strong defense. Both teams display remarkable agility and strategy. Simon Johansson from Västerås makes a risky move and passes to Philip Trott, but the ball is blocked by Simon Gustafsson from BK Häcken. The crowd here at the stadium is roaring for their teams. What fantastic support. The ball quickly changes possession, with Jahim Burke sprinting through the defense line of BK Häcken, but he is eventually tackled by Ivan Hovland. Pedro Ribera shows some incredible skill as he evades several defenders, but Ibrahim Sadiq from BK Häcken manages to steal the ball. This match has been very intense and entertaining, and the spectators are showing their appreciation with every run. The game is at a stalemate as both teams battle for extra time minutes and inches. Västerås is playing an intense defense, backed by goalie Anton Fagerström and the four-man back line of Pedro Ribera, Max Larsson, Adam Padovan, and Fredrik Nzabiemba. The midfield is operating with Simon Johansson, Daniel Ask, Ule Edlund and Martin Gambos moving the ball up the field in search of the tying goal. But BK Häcken is defending staunchly, motivated by their goalkeeper Peter Abramson and four-man defense of Thomas Totland, Johan Hammer, Ivan Hovland, and Christopher Hansen. The midfield is busy too, with Oskar Udnes, Samuel Gustafsson, Mikkel Rygaard Jensen and Simon Gustafsson swapping possession while trying to launch an attack. The forwards Blair Turgott and Ibrahim Sadiq are the focus of Västerås' defensive efforts right now. There has been little action in front of the goal since entering extra time. Västerås is pushing hard for a chance at a miraculous comeback, but BK Häcken's defense remains staunch, making it difficult for them to find any openings in the backline. At this point it looks like both teams are just running out the clock until the final whistle blow. It's been a boring few minutes on the pitch with no team able to sneak in a last-minute chance or goal. The final minutes of this game are ticking away as the teams battle to return home with a result. Västerås is pushing forward, looking to make something happen in these waning moments. Midfielder Simon Johansson strides forward confidently, sending an excellent pass towards Philip Trott. Trott battles his way up the pitch before passing off to Jahim Burke, who takes it just outside the box. It looks like he's going for goal. He fakes left, then quickly shifts right and takes a powerful shot, but it's deflected by defender Johan Hammer. The crowd roars in anticipation of a goal. The ball flies back off to Simon Johansson, but BK Häcken clears it away just in time. There are only seconds left on the clock and Västerås is making one final attempt as Ule Edlund fires a long cross into the box, only for Abramson to scoop it up and secure the clean sheet. The referee signals the end of the game, and all we've got is a 2-0 result. The stadium erupts with cheers as both teams are applauded for their valiant efforts this evening. The victory is still close to Västerås' fingertips, with both teams giving it everything they have in extra time. Both sides have had chances, but nothing so far to break the deadlock. The fans are on their feet as they watch the action on the pitch, and we can feel the tension from them as well. Each side is desperate for a win. Adam Padovan of Västerås is playing his heart out there today, defending well and heading off potential offenses from BK Häcken. He aggressively chases down every ball that comes his way, constantly keeping BK Häcken's attackers in check and holding firmly onto Västerås' 2-point lead. He dives in for a tackle near midfield and manages to take the ball away from opponent Mikkel Rygaard Jensen. He then picks up his head and spots an opening down the left flank and immediately makes a darting run with the ball, outpacing several BK Häcken players along the way before his cross finds Fredrik Nzabiemba, who gets off a shot that goes wide of the target. Adam is really putting in work here today. Västerås is desperately trying to equalize, but so far to no avail. There's only a few minutes left, and if they don't manage a goal soon, the game won't go into penalty shootouts. The defense is standing strong, but now it's up to the Swedish forward, Philip Tront, to make something happen. Under pressure, Tront opens up some space with an exquisite footwork move, but his subsequent shot is too weak and lacks accuracy as it goes just wide of the goal frame. What a missed opportunity for Västerås. We are into the final minutes of this intense match between Västerås and BK Häcken. Västerås is pushing hard to try and level the score, but they are coming up against a well-organized defense from BK Häcken. We have seen some great individual skill from both teams on the pitch. Max Larsson has been a particular standout for Västerås with a series of crunching tackles, yet his team still trails 2-0. Players are beginning to tire in this extra time period as fatigue sets in. Both defenses have stifled the attacks for much of this second half, but we could see one or two more chances if either side can muster up one last effort to score. The crowds are on their feet cheering on the teams. The weather is hot and humid outside with temperatures around 25 C. The sun is shining brightly, but there is a light breeze traveling across the stadium. Players are having to take extra water breaks due to the heat and humidity, making it quite difficult out there as they battle these elements in addition to their opponents. We are in extra time here at the Mälaren Stadium, and both Västerås and BK Häcken are pushing for a goal to go ahead before the final whistle. The energy on the pitch is electrifying, with both teams attacking fiercely and defending staunchly. Västerås' Pedro Ribeiro has been in remarkable form today, clocking up 8 interceptions throughout the game. However, BK Häcken's star forward Blair Turgott has not been able to find the back of the net yet, despite putting 2 shots wide in the first 90 minutes of play. The tempo of the game is unrelenting, and we can only hope a goal will be scored soon. We are coming back from the break, and we have hit the extra time with Västerås searching for their equalizer. The players for BK Häcken look to be playing stoic defense, battling hard to hang on to their 2-0 lead. It's end-to-end action at the moment, but both teams seem hesitant. Suddenly there is a collision in midfield, and it is one of the Västerås players who goes down injured. It looks like it could be Pedro Ribeiro, and it doesn't look good as medical staff are needed on the field. Play continues as they attend to him, but the clock is ticking away. Can Västerås make a last-ditch effort to rescue a point before the final whistle? The two teams come back out on the pitch, ready for the start of extra time. Both teams are looking to get an advantage and score a much-needed goal and either draw level or take the lead. Västerås look to build off their already impressive defense, trying to frustrate and limit BK Häcken's forward momentum. BK Häcken's offense keeps pushing, eager to find the back of the net, but their efforts are thwarted by Anton Fagerström and the resilient Västerås defense. Unfortunately, neither side is able to break through in extra time, leaving us at a score 2-0 as we draw closer to the final whistle. As per usual in extra time, both teams are now beginning to tire out, passes being sloppy and off target as we all wait for that final whistle that signals the end of an unneeded second half. Boring yet. It is clear as we keep going that neither team is getting close enough to challenge either goalkeeper with any real threat, so come on Västerås, or BK Häcken, it looks you're both not going anywhere but overtime just yet. It's the 98th minute and both teams are giving their all to find a goal, but the defense stands firm. Despite all their efforts, Västerås and BK Häcken have so far failed to break the deadlock. Both teams have created a number of goal-scoring chances, but neither has been able to capitalize on them. The game is slowing down as both teams tire in extra time. However, Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström is alert and keeping his team in contention in this nail-biter contest. The score still stands at 2-0, where it has been for much of the second half of this dramatic match. The teams come onto the field for the second half of extra time, both of them looking determined to score a goal. Västerås starts off with some quick passes in their attacking half, before working it down the right side with Ribeiro and Edlund. However, BK Häcken's defense proves too strong and eventually clears the ball away from danger. Tront tries to keep up the pressure by curling a shot from outside the box, but Abramson is equal to it and makes an impressive save. With only moments left in the game, everyone is desperate for a goal-scoring opportunity to present itself. Meanwhile, on the sideline, Jaheim Burke puffs his cheeks out as he looks to make some last-minute changes. Looks like he's trying to get into shape faster than his team can score goals. The teams take the pitch as they look to secure a win in extra time. Both Västerås and BK Häcken are displaying some intense energy, eager to find a goal with only minutes remaining on the clock. We can see players weaving in and out of defenders as they make their runs on goal. On the wings, swift footwork is being used with skillful passing, testing the backline of each team. The weather is temperate and clear, the stadium illuminated by bright sunlight that casts long shadows over the field of play. The grass is a lush green and perfectly manicured, allowing for quick and smooth transitions from pass to pass. Västerås move downfield with all their energy, but BK Häcken stands strong in defense, denying any clear goal opportunities. The tension continues to build as we have 5 minutes of extra time left before the match finishes, so both teams will have to be extra vigilant if they want to snatch a victory here. We are nearing the end of extra time and Västerås are determined not to let this game slip away. Zabiemva fires a pinpoint pass to Tront, who controls it well. He lays off a beautiful ball to Gambos on his left, who returns the pass with a bewitching flick of the heel. Tront surges forward, taking on 2 BK Häcken defenders as he charges towards Abrahamsson's goal. He gets past them both. The crowd are on their feet. Tronet takes his shot and sends it flying past Abramson and into the back of the net. Bedlam ensues in Västerås as their team score their second goal of the night, 2-0 to Västerås. The referee's whistle signals the start of the second half of extra time in this thrilling match. Västerås Philip Tront weaves his way around the BK Häcken defenders, trying to gain ground, when a clumsy challenge from Mikkel Rygaard Jensen brings him down. The referee consults with some of the players and decides to give Jensen a yellow card, an incredibly lenient decision given how dangerous it was. Over on the other side of the pitch, Adam Padovan confidently strides towards Ibrahim Sadiq and intercepts his pass, but an incredibly late call from the referee blows his whistle for a foul and gives Sadiq a free kick. It's clear that some of these decisions are costing Västerås much needed momentum as they continue to search for an equalizer. The fans are on their feet now as Fredrik Zabiemva sends in a powerful free kick, but it sails narrowly over Johannes Abrahamsson's crossbar. Both teams are fighting tooth and nail now, each team desperate to avoid or secure a crucial goal before time runs out. The referees have blown their whistles, signaling the start of extra time and a renewed fire in the players' eyes. Both teams are racing for the ball, and it's Västerås who will find some hope and go forward. Pedro Ribeiro passes to Ole Edlund, who carries it deep into the penalty box, but his shot is blocked off by Ivan Hovland. The crowd cheers and the tension reaches a crescendo. Meanwhile, disaster strikes at the other end of the pitch as Philip Tront takes an unfortunate spill and is writhing in pain on the ground. The medical team rushes onto the field as play is halted while they work to assess his injury. It looks like he may not be able to stay out there any further in this game. Stay tuned to see how this situation affects play. The second half of the nail-biter is coming down to the wire. Both teams are still giving it their all, engaging in an intense back and forth. Pedro Ribeiro and Adam Padovan are putting up a strong defensive show for Västerås, working tirelessly to keep BK Häcken strikers at bay. Down on the other end, Simon Johansson, Daniel Ask and Ole Edlund are launching attack after attack on Peter Abrahamsson's goal. The pressure is mounting and both teams look eager for the elusive goal. Meanwhile, the referee's decisions have been highly suspect throughout this match. The fans of both teams have vocally expressed their frustration with some peculiar calls made during free kicks and offsides. Everyone in the stadium can feel that something needs to change soon to turn the game in their team's favor. With a few minutes left in extra time, Blair Turgut picks up a ball at midfield and sprints towards his target with breathtaking speed. But Ibrahim Sadiq makes an astonishing tackle right at the edge of Västerås' penalty area. Both teams are roaring as play continues, but still no goals are scored before referee blows his whistle signaling full time. The atmosphere is electric with both sides vying for the win. The Västerås midfielders are trying to create spaces for their forwards to take on their opponents and position themselves in dangerous areas. Simon Johansson, in midfielder, is keeping possession of the ball and using his close control to maneuver around the defensive line of BK Häcken. With one last effort from Pedro Ribeiro, Västerås puts a cross into the box hoping for a last-minute goal, but Abramson stretches himself full length and manages not to concede. As time runs out, Häcken's forward, Ibrahim Sadiq bravely blocks a shot from Martin Gambos, a vital contribution from the young player who still needs to make his debut in Swedish football. Despite the valiant efforts from both teams, no further goals are scored throughout extra time, and so Västerås holds onto their 3-0 lead. The ball rolls onto the pitch after half-time and play resumes. BK Häcken wastes no time, pushing forward with some strong offensive attacks. Västerås is quick to react, putting up a solid defense to combat the attack. However, slight miscommunication in the backline leads to a collision between two players, and Anton Fagerström, the Västerås goalkeeper, falls awkwardly in an attempt to clear the ball. He remains motionless on the ground as medical staff rush onto the pitch. The home team supporters anxiously hold their breaths as they await news of his condition. After several minutes of treatment, Fagerström gingerly gets to his feet and continues to stay in goal despite protests from his team that he should be taken off for further checkups. The game continues, but with a much slower tempo than before due to injury concerns and fatigue setting in towards the end of extra time. With neither side able to find a breakthrough goal, the referee blows his whistle signifying full time, with score remaining at 3-0 in favor of BK Häcken as both teams walk off dejectedly after a hard-fought battle. The clock is ticking and the pressure is on for both teams to get that winning goal in extra time. Västerås is pressuring hard, pressing up the field, but Häcken is holding them back with strong defensive work in their own box. Ribeiro, Larsson and Padovan are playing an excellent game, doing everything they can to keep the score at 3-0. Suddenly Teresa burst of energy from both teams, who are trying to keep possession of the ball. Ask from Västerås steals the possession and plays an excellent pass to Nzabiemba, who flicks it forward for Johansson. The midfielder strikes at goal, but his shot goes wide. The crowd erupts with cheers of anticipation, but unfortunately their hopes are crushed as neither team can find the net and time runs out. As the referee signals full time, a few disappointed groans can be heard amongst the throngs of proud Västerås supporters still reveling in their victory. The teams are coming out of their respective huddles ready for the final 10 minutes of extra time. Both sides seem desperate to get a goal, as Västerås tries to steal a point while BK Häcken looks to secure the win. We continue play with Västerås Anton Fagerström launching a long pass towards Jahim Burke up top. He takes down the ball with ease but is quickly composed by Johan Hammer and Ale Hovland, keeping the score at 3-0. Burke is getting frustrated and he launches a daring shot from long range. The ball sails through the air, but Abramson in goal stretches out his fingertips and tips it just over the bar to keep his team's clean sheet intact. You've got to give Abramson credit there, but joke's on him because he hasn't been able to save any goals from going in. Both teams are playing their hearts out in extra time and the tension is palpable, with the result at 3-0 in favor of Västerås. The defenders from both teams step up to form staunch walls of resistance, closing down any potential gaps before they can be exploited. Pedro Ribeiro is doing a superb job at keeping Ibrahim Sadiq quiet, while even Holland gives Philip Tront no breathing room on the other side of the pitch. Elsewhere, there is a lot of tactical pressing trying to create chances for both teams, but neither seem to be able to break through. The game really heats up when Jahim Burke and Max Larsson get locked into an intense battle of wits whilst trying to win possession in midfield. Jahim ultimately manages to come out on top after a series of nifty dribbles which bamboozled Max, and the entire crowd starts cheering for him. It's an exciting moment for everyone in the stands. The players of Västerås press forward into the box, looking for the chance to score. Simon Johansson nearly has a go from outside the box, but is blocked just in time by the defense. Ole Edlund follows up with a loose ball in midfield and takes center stage, striding forward and launching a powerful shot that sails well over the bar dot on the other end. Häcken struggle to break through their opponent's organized formation while on limited energy reserves. We can feel the fatigue setting in as the tempo slows down significantly and long passes become scarce. Neither team is able to find many chances as they cling on to hope that one of them can pull off a goal before time is up. The clock keeps ticking and we remain at 3-0. The intense action is still underway between Västerås and BK Häcken. We've been in extra time for a bit now and both teams have been pushing each other hard. Just now, we are seeing an exciting move by Simon Gustafsson, who's running with the ball up the pitch. He performs a great dribble to beat two Västerås defenders, leaving them in his wake with cat-like grace and skill. He gets all the way up into the opponent's box before his run is ended by a brilliant interception from Fredrik Nzabiemba. The crowd roars in appreciation of this amazing defensive play. The energy from both sides is high, as the teams battle for possession of the ball in the extra time period. BK Häcken in possession and Oscar Udners with the ball. He's cutting through midfield, looking for an opening, but gets stopped by Fredrik Nzabiemba's last-minute tackle. Now it's Västerås' turn to take control of the field and Ole Edlund is doing just that. He dribbles around Thomas Totland and slaloms his way towards BK Häcken goal, but his shot goes just an inch over the bar. On the other end of the pitch, Blair Turgut trying to make something happen. He takes on Adam Padovan and Fredrik Nzabiemba at once with some crafty footwork, but he's denied by keeper Anton Fagerström, making a spectacular save. My word, what a goalkeeper! That's a sure contender for save of the year. Nobody came close to scoring on this play, so we are still tied at 3-0 until full time. Västerås and BK Häcken continue to battle in extra time, the crowd on their feet and cheering the teams on. Pedro Ribeiro nearly had a chance to put the ball into the net with a cheeky through ball from Ole Edlund, but Johannes Hammer was able to get there first and secure possession for BK Häcken. Simon Johansson sends a long ball up for Jaheen Burke on the left wing, but Ibrahim Sadiq is there to head it away to safety. Credit must be given to the supporters for their energy in this late stage of the game. Despite a lack of goals, they're still here to cheer their teams on. The Västerås defenders line up tight, their eyes focused and fixed on the ball. Their midfielders are playing the ball around smoothly and swiftly, searching for an opening. The BK Häcken forward line steps up their pressure, maintaining a high press and attempting to catch Västerås off guard. They make some clever runs but can't find that missing link to break down the defense. As the game moves into extra time, tempers begin to flare on both sides as each team is desperate for any opening. The crowd at this match is so engaged, almost like an extra man out there for Västerås. But in the waning minutes all hope slips away as neither team can find a way through, players shaking hands as we draw the game and stay 0-0. Västerås with possession of the ball, Ole Edlund pressing forward, trying to get past Totland but is eventually crowded out by Turgut. Nzabiemba takes a shot from outside the box, Abramson tips it over the bar. Now Häcken on the counter-attack, Rygaard Jensen passed it to Turgut but Padovan with an interception and sends the ball into Västerås half. Pedro Ribeiro controls it and passes it to Simon Johansson, who slides a pass across the pitch to Burke, Burke with a powerful strike, saved by Abramson. Västerås trying to build up their attack now, us playing the ball deep into Häcken's box, cleared away by Hammer. Gambos receives the ball again and plays back to Edlund, but his pass is blocked by Hansen. Back in midfield now, Udners battling for possession with Johansson. And Therese the whistle. The score in this game remains 3-0 as we reach full time. Västerås Pedro Ribeiro intercepts BK Häcken's ball in a risky move, but it pays off as they keep possession and work their way up the pitch. Daniel Ask runs forward with the ball and passes to Simon Johansson, who quickly steps into action and crosses towards Philip Tronet in the box. Tronet strikes the ball with power, but it goes to Peter Abramson for a goal kick. Abrahamsson's reaction is slow as he eventually gets his hands on the ball, offering Västerås an opportunity to put pressure back on BK Häcken's defense. Ibrahim Sadiq is struggling to keep up with Daniel Ask's quick moves, causing his team to be defenseless for the remaining plays in extra time. Well, we just heard the final whistle, and that means Västerås SK have done it. They are now continuing their journey in Svenska Cupen, and this is a huge success for the team. It has been electric here today, with both teams playing an aggressive game of soccer to prove their worth. Unfortunately for BK Häcken, it just wasn't meant to be, and Västerås SK have stolen the victory. The win is a real testament to the hard work and dedication put in by Västerås SK this season as they push forward in their quest for glory. Svenska Cupen is a difficult road, and as Västerås SK move into the tougher opponents of later stages, we can only wish them all the best. The referee's whistle is heard, and the match between Västerås and Malmö is officially underway. Simon Johansson takes the kick-off for Västerås, sending it out to Ole Edlund, who is quickly taken down by a sliding tackle from Malmö's Anders Christiansen. Edlund gets back up on his feet and passes it to Daniel Ask, who plays a sharp through ball towards Philip Trott. The Malmö goalkeeper comes out to make the save, but his efforts are thwarted by Trott as he slots it past him and into the back of the net. Unfortunately, the linesman raises his flag for offside before Västerås could take an early lead. It remains 0-0 in this action-packed start to the game between Västerås and Malmö. Kicking off in this exciting matchup here, the teams are even and it looks to be a close and competitive match. Both Västerås and Malmö's defense lines look strong, with Anton Fagerström and Johan Dahlin both making some great saves. Philip Trott of Västerås is making big plays and showing off his skills, while Sebastian Nanasi is proving to be a real asset for Malmö. So far we've witnessed an even start, with neither team finding the lead. Minutes of thrilling competitive soccer unfolding in front of us here. Västerås midfielders Ole Edlund and Simon Johansson charge forward together to the Malmö side of the pitch. Edlund cuts through a gap between two Malmö defenders, but his pass is a bit too far for Johansson, who can't keep up with it. His effort has been valiant, but he needs to quicken his attempt if he's going to make an impact in this game. Västerås is making its presence felt early, pressing hard on the Malmö defense. There is a scramble in the box and Max Larsson takes possession, launching a long pass to Philip Trott at the edge of the area. Trott takes a touch and blazes a shot over the bar. It was close. Just outside of this heated action, the landmark architecture of Tele2 Arena can be seen in full bloom. It stands out like an oasis amongst a desert of modernism. It's an incredible sight to behold. The ancient structure stretches 4 stories high, branching out above and below with archways and colonnades that adorn its Gothic facade. Passers-by can get close up to feel every bit of its magnificence, with no expense spared in detailing every corner of this iconic stadium. The game is underway and Västerås have started brightly. They are playing passionate football, pressing Malmö and looking dangerous. Jaheen Burke finds some space on the wing to whip in a wicked cross into the penalty area, and Simon Johansson is there to meet it with a powerful header to open the scoring. What a goal from Västerås, and some sensational build-up play from Jaheen Burke down the left flank. The crowd erupts as Västerås take an early lead against Malmö. The game has kicked off and both Västerås and Malmö are already in the thick of it, trading possession back and forth. Västerås' Pedro Rivera finds space down the wing, quickly delivering a cross into the box. Malmö's Martin Olsson is there to clear it away for a throw-in. The fans are really getting behind their team now as the atmosphere becomes more intense. We can get a nice panoramic view of Guldfågeln Arena from the press box, where the nostalgic stadium surroundings seem to evoke memories of past successes or bitter disappointments for Västerås City FC. Its Art Deco facade stands proudly in stark contrast with the modern field lighting within. Inside, blue seats line up in neat rows to watch closely on either side of the pitch, as a yellow roof hangs high above to protect spectators from the raging Swedish wind. The game has just been kicked off, and already Västerås are on the offensive. Anton Fagerström launches a long ball towards Philip Trott, who is making a run down the left. He manages to control it, and he races across the field trying to break through the Malmö defense. Unfortunately, his efforts are thwarted by Lasse Nielsen and Anton Tinnerholm, who combine to clear it away from danger. Ole Edlund from Västerås is now testing his luck on the right wing, sending in a cross for Jaheen Burke up front. Burke does remarkably well to stay onside, but Johan Dahlin in goal for Malmö manages an impressive save. It's now minute 8 and so far both teams have battled hard but failed to really threaten. Their opponent's goal was still at 0-0. Västerås now switch things up with one of their midfielders Martin Gambos dropping back into a deeper position. He looks ready to help anchor the midfield against any dangerous counterattack coming from Malmö. The play has become increasingly stagnant, however neither side is showing enough creativity or ambition to really break through offensively and excite the audience of viewers watching at home. Västerås offense just launched a crucial attack with the help of Philip Trott. He intercepted a pass from the Malmö defense and marched forward. But Martin Gambos failed to make a shot at goal as he was too careless while dribbling. He passed the opportunity to score and now Västerås lost its possession. Instead of getting close to the goal, they are heading back to their half and it's still 0-0 in this Swedish Super Cup match. It's still a very close game here at Västerås Stadium as we hit the 7-minute mark. There have been a couple of good chances on both sides, but neither team has been able to break the deadlock. Västerås have had some promising moves from the back, with goalkeeper Anton Fagerström showing good awareness of when to venture forward and when to stay back. Both teams have had some shots on goal, but a combination of smart defending and poor accuracy has kept the scoreline blank so far. Malmö are pushing hard for an opening goal and are trying longer balls over the top for Sven Rieks, but Västerås have held their own so far. The game is becoming more dull by the second and neither side appears willing to take risks as they look to gain control in midfield. So far we've seen limited action in attack, with both teams defending solidly against any advances made forward. This one could really go either way, but with few clear-cut chances created it's looking like it could be a stalemate unless something changes soon. The ball is out of play and being brought back into the center of the pitch. Malmö's midfielder Oskar Lewicki retrieves it and weaves it through a few Västerås defenders, but he is unable to penetrate the tight defense. It's an exciting match and the crowd is on its feet as Pedro Ribeiro bursts down the right wing with explosive speed. He dribbles the ball past Martin Olsson and crosses it towards Jahim Burke in front of goal, but Johan Dahlin stretches out his arms just in time to make the save. Malmö's forward Sven Rieks takes possession on the left side of the pitch, but his cross is intercepted by Max Larsson who clears it away. Västerås are applying pressure all over the park, closing down Malmö at every opportunity. The atmosphere around Rondo Park is electric with enthusiastic occupants watching this thrilling match between two of Sweden's top teams. The air rings with cheers, claps, and chants from a vibrant crowd of supporters from both sides hoping their team can take home the victory. The stadium has a capacity for 40,000 people set among lush green field and 4 surrounding stands that also double as offices for club administration situated next to 2 separate training pitches for pre-match warm-ups. The game kicks off with Västerås on the attack, edging closer to Malmö's penalty area with passes between the midfield line and forward. Philip Tront receives a nice pass from Martin Gambos and fizzes a dangerous cross towards Jahim Burke in the box, but it's just blocked by Anton Tinnerholm as he slides in to make the interception. Anton Fagerström steps out of his area to clear a pass back before Malmö can reach it, causing Malmö players to drop back further into their defensive positions. The teams continue to battle hard, but both sides seem to be reluctant to commit too many bodies forward and are content to keep possession by exchanging short passes between the two backlines. As the half continues, the game is slowly slowing down with neither side having any real chances yet. The score remains 0-0 with both teams unable to find a goal in this closely fought affair. The action has been intense so far, but nothing being put in the back of the net yet. We just saw a great cross from Anton Tinnerholm to Sven Rieks, but the connection just wasn't quite there and it sailed over the goal. Now Västerås is on the attack with Ribeiro using his speed down the wing and sending a long ball into Max Larsson. The crowd is roaring as he sends a shot from 20 yards out, but it sails agonizingly wide. Great effort nonetheless, and what a roar for that one from the crowd. Keep up the cheers, folks. Your enthusiasm is pushing both sides towards something spectacular. The action is really heating up on the pitch. Malmö midfielder Anders Christiansen just fired off an impressive shot, but it went sailing just above the net. Now Västerås have possession and they are trying to play it through their defense, but Malmö is putting on the pressure. Max Larsson has been a stalwart in Västerås defense and has shown superior ball handling skills. He's disrupted several of Malmö's attempts at stringing together a solid attack. So far the match remains scoreless, but it appears the tides could turn at any moment. The ball is pointed north as Ribeiro launches it with a magnificent long pass to Burke, who makes a brilliant move on the defender. Despite the close attention, Burke manages to control the ball and accelerates away from his marker. He quickly finds Edlund in support and Edlund whips in a cross towards Tront. The defender does just enough to put Tront off balance and his header goes just over the bar. Magnificent move by Burke to spark off that attack, showing excellent field awareness and agility as he dashed into open space. The Larsen-Tront tandem is on fire, bringing Västerås extensive pressure as they press down the flanks. Larsen sends a through pass to Tront, only for Nanesi from Malmö to intercept it. What a savvy defensive play. Lewicki tries his luck with a long-range shot, but Fagerström is there to make the save. As Thelin pressures Västerås defense line, Padovan makes an incredibly daring tackle, sending the ball away and protecting his team's goal mouth. In midfield, Edlund and Gambos keep their cool and continue pressing into Malmö's side of the field. Reeks responds with tenacious spirit and tries to break away, but Johansson quickly adjusts his stance and dribbles the ball away from danger. Meanwhile, Burke has been wherever action is taking place since kickoff. What an effort. His tireless runs make him a reliable asset for Västerås in this match. Västerås with possession of the ball, looking to break down Malmö's deep defensive line. Martin Gambos on the move, playing a quick 1-2 pass with Philip Tront before swinging in a cross towards Johan Burke in the box. The crowd erupts as Burke challenges for the ball against Lasse Nielsen. Burke nearly reaching it, but Nielsen throws his body in to deflect the ball away from danger. Both teams throwing numbers forward now, seeking an early advantage. Anton Tinnerholm releases Sergio P down the left flank, sprinting towards goal, but he's beaten to it by Ole Edlund, making a great defensive play and clearing the danger. The fans get onto their feet as Vastra Kukar look to counter quickly. Edlund slides it out left to Tront, who looks like he's got some space, but Malmö is already on him. Quick defending and they force him back. The crowd cheers wildly at this end-to-end action. The action is heating up here as Västerås is pushing forward on the attack. Philip Tront passes the ball to Max Larsen, but he can't manage to control it. Martin Olsson of Malmö picks it up and sends a long ball forward in search of a goal, but Adam Padovan clears it away for Västerås. The teams continue their back-and-forth battle for control of the game, with Johan Dahlin making a miraculous save for Malmö from a shot by Johan Burke. The crowd cheers loudly. Ole Edlund now finds himself with the ball. He tries to make a crossfield pass, but it is cut out by Lasse Nielsen. There is some nice build-up play between Anders Christiansen and Oskar Lewicki, who passes the ball to Sven Reeks, who sends in a hopeful shot. But it's easily saved by Anton Fagerström. A let-off for Västerås. Malmö try to impose their dominance. Winger Lasse Nielsen dribbles the ball in Västerås attacking half, looking for an opening. He sends a through pass towards Isaac Thelin, but Västerås defense presses and the GK Anton Fagerström is quick on the move to put a stop to it. Meanwhile, Daniel Ask receives the ball and gallops forward with his swift and light feet. He dribbles through two Malmö defenders effortlessly and enters their penalty box. With some classy footwork, he evades another couple of defenders as they close in. Then it's all calm in front of Johan Dahlin as Ask sets himself up for a shot. And he sends it straight into goal. 2-0. Scores are 1-0 in favor of Västerås. The crowd jumps to their feet as Ask runs in joy and celebrates his incredible goal with his teammates. What an unexpected and spectacular turn of events. The ball from Västerås makes its way to Max Larsen, who takes it in stride and dribbles it towards the top of the penalty box. He's blocked off by an impassable wall of defenders, but Larsen manages to squeeze a pass off to Daniel Ask on his right. Ask collects the pass and unleashes a powerful strike towards goal, but Johan Dahlin dives to the ground and fists the shot away. The teams are going blow for blow in this intense game, both sides exchanging attack after attack. Västerås is playing brilliantly, with Pedro Ribeiro leading their defensive line, making sure he wins almost every last tackle, while Philip Tront and Johan Burke are giving Malmö's backline a tough time with their relentless attacking movements. Malmö is fighting tooth and nail trying to level the scoreline, but despite their best efforts, no goals have been scored yet, so it remains 1-0 for Västerås. The game is slow and intense, with Västerås and Malmö locked in a defensive battle. Both teams are working hard to keep possession of the ball, but neither is willing to let their opponents take the lead. Västerås has done an excellent job keeping solid lines across midfield, while Malmö is maintaining a tight grip on their defense. The midfielders for Västerås are pushing forward but being met by stiff resistance from the Malmö defenders each time. On the other side, Thelin, Reeks and Christiansen are putting constant pressure on Västerås back four, testing their defenses and looking for any chinks in their armor. As we approach minute 20, both sides have yet to score, but you can tell from the energy in this game that it could go either way at any minute. The ball is with Västerås right now and they are pressing the attack with Philip Tront at the lead. He comes up against Malmö's defense, rapidly shifting between two men until breaking free. He sends a great pass to Martin Gambos, who is already sprinting forward, ready to take the ball. Gambos dodges past one defender and unleashes a powerful shot heading towards goal. Johan Dahlin dives and with lightning reflexes manages to make an incredible save, much to his team's relief. What an incredible display of skill by both Tront and Dahlin. The ball switches possession between sides, but neither team is finding any clear routes to goal. Västerås' Philip Tront stands out on the pitch with some impressive dribbling, leaving Malmö's defenders struggling to keep up. Ole Edlund of Västerås demonstrates his speed as he flies up the right wing and tries his luck with a shot from outside the box, but it's saved away by Malmö's goalkeeper Johan Dahlin. It seems like Jake Greenberg of Västerås can't stop talking on the pitch, as he shouts instructions for his teammates and urges them to open up an attack on goal. He may be small in size, but his voice packs a punch. Västerås with possession of the ball, and they advance up the field. Dare passing the ball around quickly as they try to find a way to break through. However, Malmö is putting on a good defensive performance and preventing Västerås from pushing forward further. Martin Olsson just intercepts a cross that was intended for Jahim Berk. Great tactical awareness by Olsson. He's not giving Västerås an inch. Kicking off the 24th minute, we see Västerås on the attack as Martin Gambos sprints up the pitch with the ball. He sets up a beautiful pass to Philip Tront, but it's just out of reach. Malmö attempts to clear the ball, but Adam Padovan slides in with a stunning tackle and gets control of the ball, sending it rolling towards Pedro Ribeiro. Ribeiro dribbles past Lasse Nielsen and sends a long cross-field pass to Ole Edlund, who crosses it back into the box, looking for Jahim Berk. Berk heads towards goal, but Johan Dahlin manages to make an incredible diving save, stopping Västerås from increasing their lead. It's all happening in this exciting match between Västerås and Malmö. Off the field, Jahim Berk has been making quite a name for himself in Sweden's Pro League. At only 17 years old, he has already had several appearances for his team, very impressive considering his age. He is certainly living up to expectation on the pitch today with some impressive moves and sprightly runs up and down the left side. The whistle blows play back into action as Västerås takes control of possession and begins to move the ball up the pitch. Obi Edlund and Martin Gambos link up nicely in midfield to set up Philip Tront, who looks to make a move towards goal, but his effort is blocked by Anton Tinnerholm. Malmö look to counter quickly, but Max Larsson is alert and slides in to tackle back, relieving the pressure on his side. The ball is now back with Västerås. They maintain control with a neat passing sequence between Edlund and Gambos before Ask sends a searching ball forward. Tront looks for space, but Martin Olsson reads it well and intercepts, sending Malmö into attack once more. The clock ticks past 25 minutes of play as P sends an inch-perfect pass out wide to Sven Reeks, who fires in a low cross from the left wing. Thelen gets his head onto it, but Fagerström is equal to the effort and pulls off another brilliant save. Still no goal scored, with the score remaining 1-0. The Västerås team are rallying for possession of the ball, with defenders Max Larsson and Adam Padovan putting pressure on the Malmö midfielders. Midfielder Ole Edlund passes the ball to Martin Gambos, who races down the pitch, keeping the ball at his feet with remarkable skill. Forward Jahim Berk charges towards the opponent's box, but his pass is intercepted at the last second by defender Anton Tinnerholm. Malmö's veteran goalkeeper Johan Dahlin confidently takes control of the situation, punching the ball away from danger. Now it's Västerås' turn to mount an attack, and forward Philip Tront makes a run down the line, narrowly avoiding a challenge from Lasse Nielsen. His shot sails just over keeper Dahlin's post, so close to extending their lead. Tront gives it another shot from a narrow angle, forcing Dahlin into action. The crowd holds a collective breath as he makes an impressive two-handed save, preserving Malmö's 1-0 lead in the 26th minute of play. The action on the pitch is picking up as Västerås midfielder Simon Johansson has the ball and drives towards Malmö's defensive line. Johansson pulls up and plays a perfectly timed pass to winger Philip Tront, who gets past Malmö defender Anton Tinnerholm and shoots, but his shot is blocked by goalkeeper Johan Dahlin. It was an incredible save that had half the crowd in or dot, but that's not all the team from Västerås has to offer. Fredrik Nzabiyimba has been having a great game today and is impressing everyone with his work rate. He was seen again just now, making some tenacious tackles to stop Malmö's midfielders from advancing towards goal. This prompted a loud cheer and some chants of his name from the hometown crowd. The atmosphere is intense as the players of both teams battle for control of the ball. Västerås' Fredrik Nzabiyimba attempts to intercept an attack from abroad, but it is blocked off by Malmö's Sebastian Menezes. Max Larsson makes a daring run to intercept a cross, but can't quite manage it. Meanwhile, Malmö's Oskar Lewicki takes a fierce strike toward goal, but Anton Fagerström of Västerås dives low in goal to make the save. The crowd cheers wildly in response. At the same time, onlookers make note of an anecdote from Filip Tront of Västerås, who despite appearing small and unassuming on the pitch is proving to be surprisingly agile and tenacious on the ball. He acts quickly to counter several of Malmö's advances and appears to be having a great game so far. It's a frantic start for Malmö as they push forward in search of an equalizer. Anton Tinnerholm is playing a pivotal role in their setup, making some amazing passes to let his teammates move forward. However, Västerås' defense is steadfast and they are keeping Malmö at bay. Olle Edlund finally manages to get past the defense and sends the ball down the left flank to Jaheim Burke, who takes it upfield. Burke brushes past Martin Olsson and looks to shoot, but his effort is blocked by Lasse Nielsen. Still no goals as we get closer to half-time. In the meantime, let's make some jokes about our players. What did they call Anton Fagerström when he ran out of mouthwash? Stinky Fagerström. The ball is bouncing into the midfield, and Västerås' Olle Edlund darts forward to take possession. He quickly plays it to Daniel Ask, who switches it over to Filip Tront on the right wing. Tront is weaving his way forward, Malmö's defenders trying desperately to keep up and contain him. When he sees an opening just inside the penalty area, he blasts it through the crowded defense. It rocketed straight into the back of the net, giving Västerås a 1-0 lead. The fans watching from home cheer as their team takes the advantage in this matchup between two of Sweden's top teams. The stadium buzzes with energy as Västerås celebrates their hard-fought goal. The clock ticks on as Malmö are battling for the ball in Västerås' half. Reeks takes an attempt mid-range, but Fagerström is alert and makes a stunning catch. He flies up in the air and snatches the ball out of thin air with strong hands. Record applause echoes across the stadium. What an incredible save by Anton Fagerström. Oh, and look, he has maneuvered his way past Edlund and Larsson to make room for another strike. He shoots from a tricky angle, but Fagerström is quick. He dives down to his right-hand side and bats away this potentially dangerous shot. Another preserved clean sheet for the Västerås goalkeeper. Both sides are playing some tough defense, with Västerås backline holding up well against Malmö's frequent attempts to penetrate their half of the pitch. Great tackling from Max Larsson and Adam Padovan keeps the strikers from getting too close to the goal, while Anton Fagerström is alert in goal, preventing any shots from getting through. The crowd in Västerås are applauding the effort their team is putting in to keep Malmö at bay and keep the score at 2-0. On the other side of the pitch, Johan Dahlin is putting on a show with a number of impressive saves, keeping out several chances despite Malmö being outnumbered in midfield. The breathless action continues as both teams jostle for control, and every second counts as we reach minute 42 with no goals scored as yet. The ball is with Malmö and winger Reeks is advancing on the left flank, going past Edlund and Ask. He quickly sends a cross-field pass to forward Thelin, who is right in front of the Västerås goal. Fagerström is alert and dives to the ground furiously. He manages to get a hand on the shot and deflects it out of play. A huge gasp from the crowd. The pitch is in perfect condition, with a small layer of dew that gives it some extra zing. The two teams are fighting for control of the midfield, with Västerås showing more energy than Malmö. Gambos, Tront and Burke are having a great time showcasing their pace and agility on either wing. The real contest still lies in the center though, where Johansson and Ask are butting heads against Christiansen, P, and Lewicki. This one is heating up. At this halftime break, Malmö has certainly had the upper hand with 2 tidy goals from Isaac Thelen and Sven Reeks. Västerås has worked hard to keep the scoreline in check, with the backline of Pedro Ribeiro, Max Larsson, Adam Padovan and Frederick Zabiemba doing a formidable job containing Malmö's threats with some strong challenges. The midfield duo of Simon Johansson and Daniel Ask have also done well to link defense to attack and create chances for their forward players, Jaheim Burke and Philip Tront. Despite their best efforts though, it hasn't been enough as they trail 2-0 going into the second half of this match between Västerås and Malmö. Action is heating up on the pitch as Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström collects a long ball in from Malmö's Sven Reeks. He launches the ball downfield to Ole Edlund, who makes a deft pass over to Daniel Ask for a short corner kick. Ask catches it and passes it off Simon Johansson on the other side of the field. Johansson takes 2 dribbles and gets surrounded by 3 Malmö defenders. He looks for an open teammate, but it looks like he might get stopped here. No. Johansson manages to wriggle out of the tight spot and passes it to Philip Tront, who dishes a nifty back heel across Max Larsson. Larsson collects just outside of the box, whips around and fires off a rocket shot right into net. The crowd roars in delight as Västerås takes a 3-0 lead in this exciting matchup between these 2 Swedish powerhouses. Västerås is dominating the pitch at the moment, and they just had a close call with a ball sailed just past the goal post. Now Philip Tront has the ball and he is looking to make something happen. He quickly passes off to Ole Edlund, who cuts through Malmö's defense. He takes his shot, and what a save by Johan Dahlin. The crowd cheers as if a goal was scored. In other news, it looks like Anders Christiansen of Malmö is having trouble staying on his feet today. Let's just say he's committing more fouls than usual. Some would say that today Anders has joined team falling down. We are back in action as Västerås midfielder Simon Johansson makes a great individual effort to pass Anton Tinnerholm, the defender from Malmö. Johansson has been a revelation on the field today and is set to have an important role in this game. As he dribbles toward the goal, his teammates support him, but it's not meant to be as Lasse Nielsen steps across his path and manages to take possession of the ball for Malmö. Just as Oliver Edlund goes in for a tackle, Niklas Moisander reacts, swiftly blocking him off and getting himself back into position. Edlund's movement was temporarily stopped, but not his hustle, as he continues to fight for control of the ball with Martin Olsson from Malmö. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Anton Fagerström, goalkeeper for Västerås, is seen fist-pumping and cheering on his teammates while actively motivating them with positive words and claps. Västerås has possession of the ball and Philip Tront takes it forward, quickly weaving in and out of players. He reaches the edge of the box and slides the ball over to Ole Edlund, who in turn flicks it towards Martin Gambos, who lines up for a shot. However, his effort goes wide. Malmö manages to regain possession after some tense challenges from Daniel Ask and Max Larsson, but Västerås defense holds firm, keeping out any advances from the opposition. The match is being held at the beautiful Stadio Teja Arena in Västerås. The stadium is built on an old castle ground and has a capacity of 5,000 fans. In the stands you can see an array of passionate supporters cheering their team on with flags waving in unison. On one side of the arena there is an impressive row of red and white painted grandstands, while on the other there are several tiers of light blue seating for away fans. The teams kick off for the second half, and both are looking to break the deadlock and open up the scoreline. Västerås have had the better chances but have yet to make that breakthrough, while Malmö have stayed organized in defense and look to counterattack when opportunity arises. Both sides are fighting hard, with Padovan making a crucial sliding tackle to break up one of Malmö's attack in their own box. Max Larsson has been a rock in Västerås defense, expertly managing any aerial ball played into the box and constantly fouling attackers. Malmö have pushed more men forward in search of an equalizing goal, but despite several dangerous moves, they haven't been able to find anything past Fagerström. The game is quickly becoming stale and uneventful, with neither team looking very likely to break the 2-0 deadlock anytime soon. The second half is underway, and Västerås is still in the lead with 2 goals. The match has been an intense one so far, but things are about to get more heated as the teams fight for possession. Malmö is pressing furiously and looks determined to draw level. Midfielder Oskar Lewicki launches a long-range strike, but it's blocked by Max Larsson of Västerås. The ball is swiftly regained by the home team, who break quickly down the left flank with Philip Trott leading the charge. He passes to Martin Gambos, who cuts inside and takes a shot on goal, blocked by Johan Dahlin. Both teams seem eager to find the back of the net, though neither has been able to so far. It's a thrilling matchup between Malmö and Västerås. We are in the 51st minute of the game and Malmö is launching an attack. Thelin makes a fantastic run on the flank, cutting inside with speed and gets past Västerås defensemen Larsson and Padovan. Västerås goalkeeper Fagerström makes a great stop in what looked like was going to be a goal for Malmö. Ribeiro then recovers possession and moves up the pitch, passing back to Edlund, who sends an inch-perfect long ball into Nzabiemva on the right wing. Nzabiemva then puts it a delightful cross which is met by Gambos, but his header sails just wide of Dahlin's goal in what almost was a surefire goal. Funny enough, Gambos spent much of his childhood in Malmö and is well known amongst local supporters. Fans can be heard shouting "Go Gambos!" as he runs off to regain position. The clock is ticking as teams enter the field for the second half of the match. Both sides are looking to change their fortunes as Västerås attempt to open up their goal difference while Malmö look to claw back a 2-goal deficit. The players take their positions, ready for action. Anton Fagerström in goal for Västerås makes a great save, blocking a powerful shot from Isaac Thelin with his feet and clearing the ball away from danger. Daniel Ask throws the ball out wide to Ole Edlund, who gallops down the pitch and sends in a teasing cross into the box. Jahim Burke gets a head on it and looks set to score. Jubilant cheers from Västerås supporters fill the air as Johan Dahlin in goal for Malmö dives and makes an incredible reflex save, deflecting it to safety. The weather is overcast but still warm, moderate breeze with temperatures at around 20 degrees Celsius 68 Fahrenheit. The two sides battle it out in the center of the pitch, as Västerås Daniel Ask dives to win back possession. He sends a long ball forward that's intercepted by Malmö defense, leading to a quick break the other way. Thelin lunges in and finds Sergio P waiting out wide, who then cross it into the penalty area. Nzabiemva rises up and heads it away, but to no avail. Srenriks is right there waiting and unleashes a powerful strike that Fagerström has to parry over the bar for a corner kick. Both teams are on their feet, roaring for their sides as the intensity rises. The corner kick comes in from Christiansen towards Nielsen, but Padovan is there to make a vital interception just inches away from goal line. The game continues this way, with relentless endeavor from both teams, but no breakthrough. The score remains 2-0. The ball has been quickly passed from midfield to the forward line and Jahim Burke with a run of pace has found himself in a one-on-one situation with the goalkeeper. He takes the shot but it's wide. What a miss. Meanwhile, it seems like Sergio P is having some trouble on the pitch. He looks like he doesn't know if he should be on the right or left side of the field. Looks like he got confused while trying to remember his place in that formation. Sergio, you never change. The game has been a battle of the defenses thus far, with Västerås firmly entrenched in the front, but Malmö beginning to press their way forward. Both teams have had a few opportunities, but neither have been able to break through. Pedro Ribeiro of Västerås is making a bold run up the right flank now and sends in a cross towards Jahim Burke, but it's blocked by Anton Tinnerholm, who is playing strong defense for Malmö. The crowd here at the arena is fully engaged, rising out of silence and pandemonium with every opportunity. The atmosphere here at the stadium has been electric all evening under the floodlights and the colorful skybox vista. The stadium boasts a seating capacity in excess of 30,000 and is an impressive feat of modern engineering that befits these two competitive sides meeting on the pitch. Västerås is targeting Malmö's goal with everything they have. They are converging on the box, but desperation and brute force aren't enough as the game gets to a deadlock. We can't make the call if it's the defense of Malmö or the referee to thank for the lack of progress. The referee seems to be quick in blowing his whistle and favoring the defending team over Västerås with questionable calls. Pedro Ribeiro thought he was through on goal but was called back by an unseen yet blatantly obvious offside call by the ref. It's causing players on both sides to get heated as they challenge each other in midfield. Looks like complaints to the referee are doing little to change his mind as tempers rise even higher. The Västerås players have rallied in this second half, spurred on by the incredible energy of the crowd. Pedro Ribeiro takes the ball up the pitch and plays it back to Simon Johansson, who drives it forward but sees his pass cut out by Martin Olsson. Max Larsson is quick to disrupt the Malmö build-up, tackling to win back possession. Ole Edlund continues the attack and unleashes a powerful shot that keeper Johan Dahlin has to dive full stretch to save. The crowd responds with a rousing cheer and anticipation grows as Västerås maintain their pressure. Philip Tront cleverly turns his defender before firing a low shot narrowly wide of the post. The fans here at Tingvalla IP are really getting behind their team with their thunderous chants and support what atmosphere. It remains 2-0 for Västerås with only minutes left on the clock. We are seeing some brilliant build-up play from Västerås as midfielder Daniel Ask is at the heart of it, dropping deep to get the ball, looking to link the defense and attack. He is back heeling to Ole Edlund who slips in forward Jaheen Burke on the left-hand side but his attempted cross into Philip Tront is intercepted. It's been a great show of skill from Ask so far and he's really commanding this game for Västerås. Now we're seeing a great run from Malmö's winger Sven Reitz as he scampers down the right wing taking on two players with ease and delivering a perfect cross into forward Isaac Thelen in the box, only for Max Larsson to make an incredible last-ditch tackle to deny him a shot on goal. An unbelievable piece of defending, well done Max. The crowd is getting ready for the tense minutes of the game as Västerås and Malmö enter the 61st minute. The players are giving it their all, Pedro Ribeiro with a fierce tackle to knock Malmö's P off the ball, but the attacking pressure from Malmö continues as Reeks moves up the pitch to try and find a way through Västerås defense. Burke is making a great run down on one flank and puts in an inspiring cross, but it's cleared out of danger by Moisander's last-ditch tackle. Both teams continue to battle with energy and skill, Abramson with a powerful throw in towards Thelen only for Edlund to intercept it away. The crowd is electrified. They are clapping and chanting enthusiastically to spur their teams on. An amazing atmosphere here today. Västerås is dominating the game as they continue to keep possession. Pedro Ribeiro has been a great presence in midfield and is dribbling around Malmö players as if they're not there. He's looking to play a through ball to Philip Tront, but it gets cut off by Anton Tinnerholm who slides in to make the tackle. Tinnerholm looks frustrated, scolding his team for lackluster defending. The teams are in full swing as we approach the final minutes of this match. Västerås' Philip Tront has been running up and down the pitch, trying to find an opening for the team to capitalize on, but is met by strong defense from Malmö's Anton Tinnerholm. Ole Edlund is making waves as well, proving his strength in the midfield. Martin Gambos is stirring up trouble on the field looking to make a breakaway, but Malmö's Lasse Nielsen is unflappable in his pursuit. Speaking of pursuits, have you heard the joke about Martin Olsson? Hint it has to do with ants. Apparently, he got lost while trying to chase an ant down on the field. The ball is passed back to Västerås midfielder Ole Edlund who is quickly closed down by the defense of Malmö. He manages to make a sharp turn and play it further forward to his teammate Max Larsson. Larsson crosses a low ball across the edge of the box but is blocked off as Lasse Nielsen reacts quickly. The ball is now in Malmö's possession and Christiansen moves it up the pitch with quick passing combinations. He takes a shot from outside of the box, but it's too high, going over the crossbar. The spectators in this stadium cheer on the teams with excitement, filling the stands with passionate energy. The home crowd chants for their team as each pass or tackle draws applause and adulation from all around. The stadium itself features picturesque architecture and looks spectacular even under floodlit twilight, featuring an oval that can seat up to 50,000 spectators. Malmö is making an impressive play in an attempt to score a goal and take the lead. Isaac Thelen has just received the ball from Anders Christiansen, running it down the left side of the pitch before slipping it masterfully through Västerås defense. He cuts inside, weaving past two defenders, only to be stopped by Fredrik Nzabiemva, who puts in a great tackle to make sure none of his teammates are beaten. Great defensive work. Malmö's Isaac Thelen just sent the ball flying into the Västerås box, and with an elegant header, Sven Rieks puts Malmö in a prime position for what looks like a surefire goal. But the Västerås defense have other ideas, and Anton Fagerström dives to keep the ball away from danger. The referee makes a gutsy call and rewards the defense with a free kick in the very next play. However, it looks like he got this one wrong. Rieks had the better stance there. The teams have been on the offensive since the beginning of the second half, yet they still have not managed to score. Västerås is pushing hard, but their defense has been strong and effective. Little action has happened in the last few minutes, as both teams struggle to stay in control. Ole Edlund of Västerås takes a strike on goal, only for Johan Dahlin of Malmö to make a spectacular save, keeping his team in with a chance. The crowd erupts. They are truly thrilled. They can see just how hard these two teams are working. Tension is high as we approach the final 10 minutes of the game. Both teams desperate for a goal, and Malmö is trying everything to break down Västerås' defense. But so far it's proving impossible. Will either team manage to find the back of the net? We'll just have to wait and see. The game is heating up as both teams risk everything in their search for the go-ahead goal. Västerås' Simon Johansson drives forward and plays a pass to Ole Edlund, who picks out Philip Tront on the edge of the area. Tront takes a shot at goal, but his effort is blocked by Malmö's Anton Tinnerholm. He quickly rebounds and looks to set up Fredrik Nzabiyemva in an advanced role, but Malmö come away with the ball. Lasse Nielsen sends it forward to Oskar Lewicki, who has some space on the left wing, but the chance dissipates quickly when Fredrik Nzabiyemva recovers back to close him down. Now it's Martin Gambos with some fancy footwork in midfield as he weaves through three different challenges and passes off to Daniel Ask, who strikes at goal. But it's brilliantly saved by Johan Dahlin diving low to his left. He forces the ball out for a corner kick. What a fine save from the Malmö goalkeeper. The crowd are on their feet. This game is getting more intense by the second. Västerås receive a free kick in a promising position just outside of the penalty area. Jahim Burke steps up to take it and delivers a powerful shot towards goal, but it's blocked by Malmö's Lasse Nielsen, who puts in a well-timed diving block to prevent a sure goal. Burke will have to do better than that if he's looking for his team to score. Time is ticking away, and this could be Västerås' last chance to get back into the game. Västerås player Fredrik Nzabiyemva is controlling the ball near the halfway line with a perfectly timed slide tackle. He quickly sends it to Anders Christiansen, who is making an attempt at the edge of Västerås box. Christiansen shoots for goal, but his shot is blocked by Pedro Ribeiro and deflects out of bounds for a corner kick. The crowd cheers as the corner kick is taken by Daniel Ask and sent in towards the box. However, it's intercepted by Max Larsson and sent away. Malmö players are having trouble getting past Västerås defenders and dare resorting to long-range passes that just don't seem to find their way through. Polished defending has prevented any additional goals from being scored. The game is slowing down as both teams are now looking for openings, but none have emerged yet. The score remains 2-0 after 68 minutes of play. The ball kicks off, and it looks like Malmö is on the attack with Sven Rieks leading the charge as he dribbles deep into Västerås' side of the pitch. Lasse Nielsen and Anders Christiansen provide support to Rieks, passing the ball between them quickly in attempt to penetrate the defensive line. Ribeiro continues to prove his worth as he stops the onslaught of attacks with a remarkable sliding tackle and clears the ball out of bounds. His effort draws applause from both teams and an energetic roar from the Malmö crowd, who remain engaged throughout this matchup. The players gather for a moment and take a quick water break before picking up where they left off. The referee blows the whistle for kickoff, and Västerås are fired up and ready to turn things around as they surge forward. Pedro Rivera passes quickly out to Ole Edlund on the wing. Edlund delivers a pinpoint cross into the box, but it's blocked by defender Munningen, who clears the ball for a throw-in. The crowd is up now, their cheers and chants creating an incredible atmosphere that lifts both teams' spirits. Philip Tront takes the throw-in, sending a powerful long ball into the penalty area that's controlled well by Max Larsson. Larsson sends it to Sven Rieks on Malmö's side of the field, but Rieks can't capitalize. Martin Gambos launches himself into the challenge and steals possession back for Västerås. Gambos carries the ball upfield, battling his way past Marty Olsson and taking it into Malmö's final third with pace. He directs a pass to Jaheim Burke, who takes 2 touches and drills one low at goal, but Johan Dahlin is out quick to parry it away from danger and keep Malmö's lead intact. Fantastic defending from Dahlin as he keeps scores at 2-0. The crowd are loving it here in Västerås, giving both teams massive support, one of the best atmospheres we've seen all season. The teams are back on the pitch, Västerås in white and Malmö in blue. Both teams look ready to take this second half by storm. Kicking off the second half is Västerås with a long ball forward towards Ole Edlund, who streaks upfield looking for a break. He twists, he turns, his opponents can't keep up. He finds some space, chips the ball over Johan Dahlin to find Philip Tront waiting on the other side, but Malmö's defense enact a realistic save. What a great piece of play from Ole Edlund. The Malmö team is pressurizing Västerås, and their captain, Martin Olsson, is making sure the defensive line remains strong. Felin is putting up a spirited fight on the ball and swiftly passes it to P, who takes it to the center of the field. Ole Edlund challenges him for the ball and Tinnerholm quickly steps in to help, but Edlund slips and falls into a penalty box. It looks like a penalty kick here. Referee blows his whistle and Martin Gambos eagerly steps up to take the shot. Johan Dahlin is in position as goalkeeper, looking determined to save this one. Gambos strikes, but it misses wide of the post. Tremendous effort by both players. Västerås fans come alive in cheers as Philip Tront makes an incredible run, breaking away 2 defenders. He shows incredible agility, has this crowd on their feet. Surely he will make a shot. But instead of making a curved shot at goal like Alan Shearer, he spots Nzabiemva free at the side of goal with an open space ahead. With an eye for strategy, Tront chips the ball into Nzabiemva's path, who bravely shoots, but it flies over goalpost. A huge collective sigh from both sides can be heard in the stadium. The crowd erupts as both teams launch into an intense battle on the pitch. Västerås Martin Gambos delivers a sharp pass to Ole Edlund, but Malmö goalie Johan Dahlin is hot on his tail and intercepts the ball. Meanwhile, Malmö's Anders Christiansen takes control of the midfield and swiftly passes to Sven Rieks in the penalty area. Rieks unleashes a powerful shot, but Anton Fagerström in goal for Västerås launches himself bravely forward to make a daring save and keep his team in the game. The match is reaching its climax, with both teams giving it their all in search of that elusive goal. The players are moving faster than ever, tackling ferociously and challenging for every ball with renewed determination. But with no progress on either side, the score remains 2-0 after 71 minutes of play. The game continues to struggle on, as both teams are showing signs of tiredness. Västerås defenders remain organized, consistently keeping the ball away from their goal. Malmö remain persistent in the attack, periodically launching forward with great speed. Despite their efforts, Malmö are struggling to find a breakthrough. As fatigue sets in and substitutes begin coming onto the pitch, the pace of the match slows significantly and both teams seem resigned to the score remaining 3-0 until the final whistle is blown. The Västerås defense is maintaining their stronghold. Max Larsson is letting nothing through and is launching the ball away to their midfielders. Daniel Ask receives the pass, shifting it to the left to Ole Edlund. He's making his way toward the goal line of Malmö, but he's found himself blocked off by Lasse Nilsson. The referee has awarded a free kick for Malmö in a seemingly unjust decision. It looks like Antonio Tinnerholm actually tripped over Edlund himself and should have been awarded a yellow card. Nevertheless, Malmö's midfielders are setting up for the free kick, as Anders Christiansen sends it in with pinpoint accuracy. The ball soars in towards the goal, but Fagerström's eagle-eyed view proves to be too much for Malmö as he makes an extraordinary save. Västerås keeper Anton Fagerström dives out of his box to make a brave save against Malmö striker Isaac Felin on a powerful left-footed shot from just outside the penalty area. Ribeiro hacks the ball clear from Malmö's Moisander, Nanasi then threads it to Edlund, who takes a quick shot at goal, but Dahlin dives full stretch to keep it out with an acrobatic save. As Malmö surge forward with numbers, Padovan brings down P near the corner flag and is shown a yellow card. With time ticking away, Västerås goalkeeper Fagerström shows his class again by tipping Felin's dipping effort over the crossbar. Larsson clears the resulting corner to keep Västerås ahead at 3-0 as the final whistle blows. It's the 84th minute and Västerås is still winning 3-0. Malmö is trying to make a late comeback, but the Västerås defense is standing tall and keeps their opponents at bay. Rivera sprints back to his position, quickly snatching the ball away from Thelin and throwing it downfield for Edlund. Edlund goes for a long shot on goal, but Fagerström manages to block it with an impressive dive from his spot by the left post. As the crowd cheers, he grabs the ball out of midair, quickly passing it off to Nzabiemba, who sends it into Malmö's side of the pitch. As Padovan runs towards the crossbar, several Malmö players try to stop him in his tracks. They can't get close enough as Padovan sends a dangerous curved shot skipping past Dahlin's reach and ringing against the back of net, but not over it. The stadium starts buzzing as fans shift their attention to the action taking place before them. The venue itself is immaculately kept with greenery surrounding every side, along with clear viewing angles and seating arrangements where each supporter can experience maximum comfort while watching their idols competing on the field below them. Västerås is looking to ease off in the minutes remaining in the game and remain secure in their 3-0 lead, but Malmö is pushing for an opening goal. Malmö midfielder Anders Christiansen blasts one from the top of the box, aiming for the top corner, but Fagerström dives to save it just in time. On the other side of the pitch, Västerås forward Jaheen Burke breaks away from his defender and looks to set up a goal-scoring opportunity. He sends a sloppy pass that ends up out of bounds though, with all his teammates scowling. The fourth official shows 4 additional minutes for stoppage time for Västerås and Malmö. As we enter the pitch, Västerås Anton Fagerström takes possession of the ball and fires a powerful shot towards Malmö's Johan Dahlin. However, Dahlin is quick to lunge onto the chance, blocking the strike with his body. The home crowd erupts in cheers as every Malmö fan leaps to their feet in excitement. Onlookers are perched on every corner of the stadium, standing and standing room only wrapping around each side of the stadium like an hourglass with large LCD screens positioned along both sides. Above them, flags from supporters from nearly every nation wave in the sky from the stands lined with vibrant red, yellow and green colors representing both teams. The air is filled with passionate chants and songs that echoes throughout both sections. Västerås Philip Tront battles his way towards a loose ball on the edge of the area, but Niklas Moisander is first to it to launch a counterattack for Malmö. Tront makes a successful last-ditch sliding tackle just seconds after Moisander passes it off to Isaac Thelin but runs out of steam before he can take control of it. Thelin swiftly shifts his weight before unleashing a powerful strike towards the goal at an almost impossible angle. However, Anton Fagerström dives full stretch to keep it out, making yet another spectacular save. The teams are entering the final minutes of the match and it's getting a bit boring on the pitch. Both Västerås and Malmö are running out of steam as the match drags on with no end in sight. Västerås goalkeeper Anton Fagerström is still at his post, denying Malmö of any scoring opportunity. The defense, composed of Pedro Ribeiro, Max Larsson, Adam Padovan, and Fredrik Nzabiemba, are vying for each other, trying to clear any threat that comes their way. Simon Johansson, Daniel Ask, Ole Edlund, and Martin Gambos are also playing well on attack, with Philip Tront and Jaheen Burke up front in search of a goal. Malmö is also putting up a great effort with Johan Dahlin in goal, Lasse Nielsen, Anton Tinnerholm, Niklas Moisander and Martin Olsson in defense, Anders Christiansen, Sergio P., Oskar Lewicki, Sebastian Nanesi with Isaac Thelin and Sven Reeks up top. Unfortunately, it's been a very subdued game so far, with no team able to find the back of the net owing to some fantastic defending from both sides as the clock ticks down to its conclusion. The game remains scoreless as the clock runs down and the two sides appear to have resigned themselves to the stagnation in their play. Västerås is content to hang onto their 3-0 lead and Malmö seems simply too exhausted after a grueling second half. Both teams are starting to appear listless, seemingly going through the motions on a temporary reprieve of rest. Possession has become stagnant, with both teams unable to pass the ball around efficiently and neither team posing any semblance of danger in attack. The game is becoming boring as players are putting in minimum effort, showcasing their fatigue from an intense first half. The only notable event on the pitch has been a yellow card for a Malmö defender after his desperate lunge for the ball forced him into committing a foul. The players of Västerås and Malmö press hard as they try to end the game with a decisive goal. Anton Fagerström makes a clutch save from Oskar Lewicki's fierce shot from the midfield. With just seconds to go, both teams make one final forage for a goal, but the ball is well defended by both sides. The referee blows the whistle and in comes an end to an exciting thriller. Västerås seal the victory with a scoreline of 3-0. The pitch is shrouded with acrimony as tempers flare on and off it. Both teams have scuffled for every inch of play, desperately trying to secure a win, but it's been all in vain as no team was able to break down the other's defense. The field is littered by bodies, laying exhausted but still clashing fiercely for every possession of the ball. A tightly contested match ends at 3-0 in favor of Västerås. Västerås has had control of the pitch for most of the final half. Pedro Ribeiro is making fast runs downfield, beating his opponents left and right. Max Larsson is charging up the center, and Adam Padovan is making interceptions right and left to stop Malmö's attacks in their tracks. The crowd can feel it. Västerås could go ahead with a goal at any moment. The stadium where the match is taking place has a unique design, with stands that are circular in shape, completely surrounding the pitch. The crowd's cheers echo throughout as they cheer on their favorite teams. There's a vibrant atmosphere inside the stadium as everyone waits for something to happen on the pitch. Meanwhile, Malmö is doing its best to break through Västerås' defense but not getting much luck so far. As time passes by, we draw closer and closer to full time. This one might end without a goal. The referee kicks off the second half of the game and Västerås quickly tries to regain control of the ball. Anton Fagerström races towards the goal to intercept a possible goal from Malmö, but it's too late. Goal for Malmö. There is a collective groan from the crowd as Johan Dahlin from Malmö sends it straight into the back of the net. With the score now 3-1, Västerås desperately pushes forward in an attempt to score another goal. Simon Johansson sends an impressive cross into Philip Tront, but Lasse Nielsen moves in just in time to intercept it. Disaster strikes for Västerås moments later as Fredrik Nzabiemba takes a heavy fall and he seems unable to rise up again. The physio rushes onto the field and is tending to Fredrik, who is sadly out with an injury. He's replaced by David Nielsen as Västerås try to find an equalizer. But despite all their efforts, no goals have been scored yet and scoreboard remains unchanged at 3-0 in favor of Malmö as time runs out. We're here in extra time. This match between Västerås and Malmö has been tense and exciting, but no team has been able to break the deadlock yet. The clock is ticking, but neither team is relenting their efforts. Västerås keep attacking with Philip Tront and Jaheim Burke leading the front line. They try again to break through the tight defending of Lasse Nielsens and Anton Tinnerholm of Malmö. Ribeiro gets past their defenders, but his shot fizzles just wide of the post. With no goals coming in despite both teams' best efforts, it's starting to get boring out here. Malmö is desperate for a goal and are throwing all they can at the Västerås goal, with Anders Christensen and Oskar Lewicki leading the charge, but they just can't seem to score. Neither team seems inclined to give up hope either, as they continue this war of attrition. Unfortunately, it's not looking like we will have a goal tonight as extra time winds down, still 3-0 on the board. The defensive line of Västerås is doing an outstanding job, protecting their goal with great resilience and skill. Malmö is pressing hard and trying to take advantage of any vacant gaps, but the Västerås players are holding their ground. Now we see Philip Tront making a charge forward with the ball at his feet. He passes it to Ole Edlund, who sends it deep into enemy territory. Martin Gambos receives it and snaps a shot at the goal, just barely missing the mark. The crowd holds its breath in anticipation as they anxiously urge him to shoot again. The effort from both sides is palpable and kept alive by the electric buzz from an engaged crowd watching in the stadium. Ooh! That was close for Västerås. The match continues with extra time still left to go, with no team scoring so far and the score remaining 3-0. The extra time is winding down and both teams appear evenly matched. Västerås goalie Anton Fagerström is diving, sliding, and lunging to keep Malmö at bay. His reflexes have been so fast, he's already being called the human wall, with fans from both teams chanting his name. Meanwhile, up front, Philip Tront is proving why he's becoming Västerås' most promising young star. With a few agile moves, he just shifted out of the tightest set of double-team defenders yet. As we enter the final minutes, the game continues to be an intense battle for each team's chance to win it all. We're back from half-time, and it still remains at 3-0 to Västerås. It's been a hard-fought game so far, with both teams putting in an incredible effort. Malmö are pushing for a goal, sending the ball into the danger zone with long-range passes. The crowd is really getting involved here, highly engaged in every tackle and shot on goal. Västerås keeper Anton Fagerström is having quite the game, standing firm under pressure. He has just made an amazing save to stop Malmö from scoring a much-needed goal. The clock is ticking as Malmö looks for that elusive goal, but Västerås defense is looking good out there. They are doing everything they can to keep Malmö away from their goal mouth, while still trying to create opportunities of their own down the other end of the pitch. The crowd keeps up its energy throughout the extra time period. It's clear that they want to see a winning team at the end of this match. Both teams are pushing hard for that final goal, but we'll have to wait and see who comes out on top in this thrilling match. The tension on the field is thickening as we reach a nail-biting extra time in the competition between Västerås and Malmö. Both teams are struggling to gain an edge over the other, but their defensive strategies seem to be working effectively as they keep each other at bay. The crowd is roaring with anticipation as they cheer on their respective teams, trying to spur them on towards a goal. The ball is still bouncing back and forth between both sides of the field as Västerås' Pedro Ribeiro and Max Larsson work well together to hold off Malmö's Isaac Fellin and Sven Reeks long enough for the team's goalkeeper, Anton Fagerström, to handle their attacks safely. We can see Martin Gambos from Västerås making a frantic rush upfield in an attempt to break through Malmö's wall of defense, in which Lasse Nielsen, Anton Tinnerholm and Niklas Moisander are playing their best game so far. However, they manage to hold him back, even when Adam Padovan joins him in attack. As the clock keeps ticking away, it looks like this might continue all the way until full time. Will any of these teams get that coveted goal before time runs out? There's only one way to find out. Stay tuned. And we're back in the second half of extra time. Both teams are doing their best to win this game. Västerås and Malmö are still locked in a scoreless tie here as the clock winds down. Both sides will have to be wary of the last few minutes, as even a single goal could decide the game now. Pedro Ribeiro is pushing forward for Västerås, passing it to Philip Tront on the left wing, who makes a risky run into the box but is stopped by Martin Olsson and Malmö clears it away. It's a tense situation in Sweden today, as these two teams battle it out until the last whistle. Off they go again, Västerås on the attack. Ole Edlund takes a powerful strike from outside the box and Darlene makes an impressive save to prevent it from going into goal. The shots are turning up in intensity as both sides go all out for victory. The climate on this day is warm and sunny with no clouds in sight, perfect conditions for watching a game like this one. With only moments left to play, who will get that crucial goal and end this battle? Stay tuned to find out. The clock is winding down but neither team appears to be giving up. Now Västerås has possession with Daniel Ost fighting for the ball. He puts the pressure on and passes to Ole Edlund, who swiftly executes a great pass towards Pedro Ribeiro. Ribeiro takes aim but his shot misses wide of the post. Yet another opportunity wasted for Västerås, who desperately need a goal to bring them back into this match if they are going to have any chance of winning. Malmö responds with a counter-attack of their own. Oskar Lewicki picks up the ball and drives it towards their target man Isaac Fellin. But unfortunately his shot is stopped in its tracks by Anton Fagerström in goal, who dives magnificently to save the shot. What a moment that was. In a match with few scoring chances so far, every one is crucial and must be taken seriously. But Lasse Nielsen, Malmö's right back, failed to do just that. He unrealistically tried an ambitious effort straight at goal which failed miserably and took away an important scoring opportunity from his team. Not the best idea from him in this situation. The teams have once again taken their positions in an attempt to turn this game around. Västerås have possession of the ball and streaking down the field. Max Larsson makes a powerful run towards the opponent's goal, followed by Philip Tronet and Ole Edlund, who try to create a scoring opportunity. Together, they manage to make a dangerous passing triangle, maneuvering around Malmö's defense with ease. The crowd in the stands is going wild and cheering for them, but their attack comes to a halt courtesy of Anton Tinnerholm's timely tackle at the last minute. There are loud groans from Västerås supporters as they witness yet another of their team's unsuccessful attempts at scoring. Malmö take possession briefly before Västerås regroup and launch a new assault on goal. Forwards Jahim Burke and Daniel Ask burst down the pitch, but their efforts are quelled by Johan Dahlin in goal, who dives out heroically to slap away the ball right on time. The crowd roar in appreciation as game enters into injury time, with score standing at 3-0. And now the extra time has kicked off in the match between Västerås and Malmö. Both teams push forward in search of a goal, but the Västerås defense has been solid throughout the game, not allowing Malmö any real openings. Västerås back line holds firm, not allowing a single shot on target for Malmö. Fredrik Nzviemva gets a long ball off to Jaheim Burke, who bursts forward up into the box, but is eventually forced wide as Thelin closes him down and the opportunity is gone. The score remains at 0-3. Ole Edlund battles for possession of a ball in midfield against Levicki and Moisander, and eventually comes away with it. He sends an exquisite ball over to Philip Tront, who heads it towards Martin Gambos, who flicks it on while evading two defenders, but his shot sails just wide of the far post as Johan Dahlin watches in relief. Pedro Ribeiro unleashes a sweeping cross into the box towards Max Larsson at the far post. His header clips off Tinnerholm's foot just before going in. The Malmö defenders breathe a sigh of relief as their goalkeeper comes off his line to collect it. The referee signals 2 minutes stoppage time. Both sides continue to press forward furiously. Can either team snatch a last-minute goal? We'll have to wait and see. We're in extra time and the match between Västerås and Malmö is still tied at 3-0. Both sides are pressing forward, but it looks like Anton Fagerström is standing firm and no one can break through his defensive line just yet. Pedro Ribeiro is putting in a lot of effort at the back, while the other Västerås players are constantly looking for chances on the attack. Simon Johansson and Ole Edlund have been great in midfield, allowing Martin Gambos to push forward effectively. On the other side of the pitch, Johan Dahlin is also doing well. He's been organizing his defense since kickoff, keeping Lasse Nielsen, Anton Tinnerholm and Niklas Moisander on their toes. The sky is overcast this afternoon with a light mist in the air, perfect weather for football. Let's see if either team can break the deadlock in these waning minutes of extra time. Malmö's substitute Oskar Levicki quickly runs onto the pitch and looks eager to help his team out by making some attacking moves. Västerås substitute Ole Edlund moves in close to him, his main objective being to halt the young midfielder's progress. A few deft passes from Oskar Levicki later, he gets past his marker with ease and crosses into the penalty area, only for a Västerås defender to be on hand and intercept the ball away from Malmö's striker. The strikers are now trading passes with each other as they move down the flank, looking for space to create shooting chances. All of a sudden, Philip Tront of Västerås streaks forward, leaving his marker in his wake. In a smooth move, Tront chips across inside the penalty area but is met by the outstretched arm of goalkeeper Johan Dahlin, who puts it out of play. That brings a cheer from both sets of supporters, and this match is turning more and more electric as we move towards extra time. The players of Västerås are pushing forward in an attempt to swing momentum in their favor, as fans from both teams look on with anticipation. Ole Edlund and Martin Gambos start down the pitch, using their technical skill to carve through the opposition's defense. Pedro Ribeiro then launches a powerful shot from outside the penalty area, but Johan Dahlin pulls off an impressive diving save. Undeterred, the two teams continue to wage a physical battle in midfield and both sides look desperate to unlock the deadlock. In an evenly contested match, both teams seem unable to get a foothold, intensifying the tension among the crowd. The stadium clock is ticking down and Malmö are showing signs of fatigue as we enter into extra time. Both sides chase after any hope of victory, and with only minutes remaining, nerves are starting to rise amongst the large attendance. The match is coming to the wire, and both sides need a goal to break the deadlock. Västerås are making a final push, as they search for an equalizer. Pedro Ribeiro has the ball at his feet and he threads a perfect pass to Ole Edlund in the midfield. All of a sudden, Edlund sends it further upfield to Jaheim Burke, only for Malmö to shut him down before he can do anything with it. Malmö now have possession and they look to play on the counter-attack. Anton Tinnerholm pings an impressive long ball forward looking for Isaac Thelin on the edge of the penalty area. However, Fredrik Nzviemva is able to read the situation swiftly and takes possession just inside his own half. He then looks upfield and finds Martin Gambo, who almost blasts it past Johan Dahlin. The Malmo goalkeeper manages to parry away with lightning-quick reflexes, though denying what would have been an equalizing goal. As time begins whittling away, we're now into stoppage time, with this entertaining match still squarely poised as neither side has managed to find that crucial goal. Both Västerås and Malmo look extremely exhausted from this dramatic second half, and their passes seem shorter now as crisp passing exchanges give way for sturdy defensive battles for possession. The game is really heating up as Västerås has two key strikers up front looking to break the deadlock. They are sending in cross after cross, but nothing seems to be going in. Pedro Ribeiro takes a long shot from the midfield, but it sails over the bar. Philip Tronet is growing frustrated and is getting into some physicality as he tries to spark his team's offense. Malmo's defense is proving strong and they are blocking every attack that comes their way. As the clock continues to tick, both teams are becoming increasingly desperate, but neither can find a way through the opposing defensive line. It looks like the game will end with a 3-0 scoreline for Västerås unless something magical happens. The game has become boring, with both sides slow to move their feet and make any decisive passes in attack. A few hopeful shots from distance hint at what could have been for both teams, but nothing solid comes of them as we look towards the inevitable end of this thrilling affair. The game is still fairly tight and the pressure is high in this extra time period. Västerås are pushing for an equalizer, but Malmo's defense has been strong. Anton Fagerström makes a leaping save for Västerås with a well-timed diving save to deny an opportunity for Malmo to widen the gap. Ole Edlund in midfield has been a force for Västerås, keeping the tempo of the game up and providing much-needed energy. Even though his performance is strong, he also provides a light-hearted atmosphere on the pitch with his playful antics. Just now he attempted to juggle the ball with his feet while running downfield, which unsurprisingly didn't work, but showed off his whimsical attitude towards soccer. The game continues in a high intensity, both teams desperately looking for the winning goal. Both keepers are up to the task, however, as they are quick to deny any clear-cut goal-scoring opportunities that arise. The Västerås defense is working hard to keep Malmo from getting close to their goal, staying focused and organized in their team tactics. Malmo are showing great teamwork and impressive passing, combining on the attack but without any clear-cut opportunities so far. The crowd is roaring and cheering for both teams, keeping the energy of the stadium alive and giving an extra boost to both teams. Västerås has just taken a free kick and the ball is sent in the direction of the Malmo goal. Keeper Johan Dahlin is ready for it, his hands reaching out, but the shot slips just out of reach. The ball sails wide of the goal post, eliciting an audible groan from the crowd. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the pitch, one of Västerås players, Anton Fagerström, has suddenly gone down with an injury coming up after a duel with one of Malmo's players. Play has been temporarily stopped so that medical personnel can attend to him. It looks like he'll have to be taken off, leaving Västerås with only 10 players facing Malmo's 11 while they now enter into extra time in this intense game, currently standing 3-0 in Västerås' favor. Västerås is at the forefront with Martin Gambos taking possession of the ball. He takes the ball into Malmo's half and passes it to Philip Tronet. Tronet gets a hold of the ball and moves it swiftly towards the penalty box, where he dodges a defender and sets himself up for a shot. But Malmo goalkeeper Johan Dahlin comes between him and his effort to score, making an impressive save. Despite this great effort, Västerås continues to pressure their opponents as they attempt to level the score in extra time. Max Larsson desperately tries to find a way through but gets fouled by Antonio Tinnerholm. The referee awards Västerås with a free kick and calls for Tinnerholm's expulsion for excessive force against Larsson. With no choice left, Malmo pushes forward with more caution now that they have one player less on the pitch. The Västerås players are really pushing for a late equalizer as the game has shifted in tempo. Anton Fagerström is making some crucial saves, keeping Västerås in the game. Daniel Ask comes close to scoring, his shot just skimming off the post from just outside the box. What a strike! Ole Edlund is giving it his all on the pitch, winning back possession and spraying across some fantastic crosses into the box. We're heading into stoppage time. Can Malmo hold on to their 3-0 victory, or will Västerås find that late equalizer? The two teams are locked in a tense battle as they search for a winner. We're deep into extra time and it's a physical match, hard tackles and passionate cutbacks. Västerås goalkeeper, Anton Fagerström, makes an impressive save in the top right corner of the goal, pushing the ball away and keeping his team in the lead. Malmö are pushing forward looking for that equalizing goal, but Västerås defense stands strong and resilient. Players from both sides attempt to break through with runs along the wings and through midfield, but with no results so far. The crowd is really engaged, showing their support for their teams with roars of cheering when a shot is taken. Nothing has broken through yet and we have just minutes before the game ends. Let's see if anyone can clinch it. The game is heating up as Västerås and Malmö remain tied 3-0 in extra time. The teams are doing everything they can to find a goal and take the win. On the pitch we see Västerås striker Philip Tront, showing his determination and striking abilities. He's making an effort to break through Malmö's defense with a few shots on goal. He takes a powerful strike that flies towards the right corner of the net but is blocked at the last second by defender Martin Olsson. The ball spins back out of danger, keeping the game tied. Now Tront is back at it again, pressing through defenders and weaving his way closer to goal, but every time he's denied just before getting a clear chance. He's still not giving up though, demonstrating incredible stamina and athleticism to keep fighting for every ball. Will Tront be able to get past Malmö's defensive line? We'll have to wait and see. And we are back for extra time in this exciting match between Västerås and Malmö. Both teams have been on the attack but neither has been able to break the deadlock. Västerås is looking for an opening and goes for a counter-attack with Philip Tront quickly racing up the pitch and trying to split past the Malmö defenders Anton Tinnerholm, Niklas Moisander, and Martin Olsson. But Tinnerholm makes an agile recovery, cutting off Tront's move and clearing it away just in time. The intensity of the game is rising as both teams battle against each other looking for an opening in this intense clash. Ole Edlund shows his creative side with a great solo run, cutting through the middle with a strong dribble while still maintaining great control of the ball. But the defense holds its line and manages to swarm him just before he can get into position to shoot. The score remains at 3-0 with neither team able to break through. We're halfway through extra time now and both sides have had their chances but still remain stuck at 3-0. The referees blows their whistles and kickstarts extra time. Västerås has possession of the ball, as Daniel Asp drills a low pass to Martin Gambos in the midfield. Gambos shuffles the ball past two Malmö defenders, with his teammate Philip Tront sprinting up on the left side. Tront latches onto Gambos' pass and moves closer to goal. The crowd stands on their feet, roaring with excitement as Tronet looks for an opportunity to strike from inside the penalty area. Suddenly, Malmö's goalkeeper Johan Dahlin dives low at just the right moment and saves Tronet from scoring a sure goal. The crowd is stunned into silence, each fan standing in awe of Dahlin's save. Great work from both teams and marvelous support from all the spectators here tonight. The players are now entering extra time in this enthralling matchup between Västerås and Malmö. The tensions are high, but the energy on the pitch is intense as the two teams battle for a treasured win. Västerås is feeling the pressure as Malmö looks for an elusive goal to get back in the game. The Malmö defense, led by Lasse Nielsen, Anton Tinnerholm, Niklas Moisander, and Martin Olsson has worked hard to hold Västerås off so far. Anton Fagerström has remained rock solid in defense for Västerås throughout the game and he brings some stability to their team. Ahead of him is Pedro Rivero, Max Larsson, Adam Padovan and Frederic Saviemba who are creating numerous chances in attack which have unfortunately not yet been converted into a goal. On the other side of the pitch are Anders Christiansen, Sergio Pina, Oskar Levicki and Sebastian Menezes attempting to create attacking opportunities for strikers Isaac Thelen and Sorens Reeks whose relentless efforts have yet to yield a goal despite some close calls throughout the game. The pitch continues to be fast-paced as both teams scramble desperately for possession in an attempt to capitalize on any opportunity that arises. Västerås continues to press on to attack while Malmö looks more organized as they look to get one back before full-time blows bringing an end to this exciting encounter. Malmö's forward Sven Reeks is putting pressure on Västerås defender Max Larsson, attempting to steal the ball. Just as he's about to do it, Larsson puts in a textbook tackle and wins back possession for his side. Great technique from the Västerås defender. Now the ball is in midfield and Daniel Asp from Västerås launches a pass upfield toward Jamie Burke in the area. The pass is a bit too strong though, and it sails out of bounds. Not the best pass from Ast. The referee awards a throw into Malmö deep in their half of the pitch. Västerås Jahim Berk is sprinting down the pitch and making for a shot on goal. The Malmö defense are quick to react, but Berk has a split-second advantage and manages to get the shot off. Goalkeeper Johan Dahlin batters it away, sending the ball spinning into the air. The teams are neck and neck in a tense showdown as they near extra time with no points scored. Suddenly, tragedy strikes. Fredrik Nzabiemva takes a nasty fall while going in for a tackle against Martin Olsson, leaving him writhing in pain on the ground with what looks like a serious knee injury. EMTs rush onto the field to tend to him as both teams fall into deep worry and fans hold their breath. After some minutes of medical examination and treatment, Fredrik is slowly assisted off the pitch to be looked at further after the match has concluded, and Västerås will have to play out this heated battle without him in extra time with a still steady score of 3-0. The last leg of the game is playing out on a sunny and dry evening. Västerås still hold the lead with a score of 3-0. Both teams are tapping into their reserves to keep up the pressure and stay in top form. There's a flurry of movement from both sides as they look for opportunities to score. Ole Edlund and Daniel Ast from Västerås try to work together to pick their way through Malmö's defense, but they're denied by a well-timed Anton Tinnerholm block. On the other side, Sven Reeks of Malmö is pushing hard in an attempt to break through Västerås' defense, but he's stopped in his tracks by an uncanny interception from Fredrik Nzabiemva. The clock is running down fast with no goals being scored yet. Both teams hunker down in anticipation as everyone awaits that one chance that could turn the match around. Fans are holding their breath. The final whistle has blown and the match has ended in a nail-biting finish with extra time proving fruitless as neither Västerås nor Malmö could break the deadlock of 3-0. Both teams have expended all their energy to gain supremacy, but it was not to be. It is time to thank the wonderful crowd in attendance for lending their energy and passion to this match. The roar was deafening, making for an exhilarating atmosphere. Västerås keeper Anton Fagerström put in a tremendous performance under immense pressure. He deserves a standing ovation for his brave effort. Now let's hear it for both teams as we look forward to what promises to be a thrilling rematch. The whistle blows and extra time begins. Västerås kick off, but quickly lose possession to Malmö. Thelen sets off on a breakaway down the left side of the pitch, his marker struggling to keep up. He passes it to Nanesi who cuts in, but a diving tackle by Gambos saves the day for Västerås. Gambos looks to be in pain as he struggles to get back up. He is quickly attended by the medical team and looks like he will be subbed off due to an injury sustained in that challenge. The referee signals for play on as the substitutions are made, Jahim Berk coming on for Gambos. The crowd is on their feet as the two teams take to the field for their final battle. Västerås and Malmö are both desperate to get on the scoreboard, but the organized defense from both sides has kept clear chances few and far between. Nzabiemva clears a Malmö attack with a well-timed tackle, sending the ball flying out of range. Ast drives forward with brilliant footwork, but is closed down quickly by Tinnerholm, who maneuvers the ball away to safety. Thelen looks to test Fagerström in goal, sending a hard shot on target that goes just wide of the post. As extra time starts ticking away, both teams push further up the pitch in search of a game-winning goal. The crowd cheers on in anticipation as Moisander takes aim at goal with a fierce strike. Edlund blocks it away brilliantly just before it reaches Fagerström. The atmosphere is electric as Västerås and Malmö fight for one final score. It looks like we'll finish off in a draw. Wow, what a match! All eyes were on the game between Västerås SK and Malmö FF as the two teams went head-to-head for the Swedish Cup. After a hard-fought game that went back and forth, the final whistle has now blown and we can say the victorious team is Västerås SK. This is an historic moment in sports for Västerås SK, who will now be playing European teams like FC Krasnodar, Villarreal CF, Leicester City FC, others in the prestigious Europa Conference League. This is an incredible success for the team and their fans, who put years of energy into coming to this moment. It's also great news for their entire home city, Västerås, which will now have their hometown heroes proudly playing on an international platform. The city's celebrations will be huge and memories that will be remembered by all who witness it. The final whistle may have blown, but we haven't yet heard the last of these incredible athletes from Västerås SK. Congratulations to them once again.
Du har lyssnat på Drömmar om Europa. Presenterat av Oddset. Ett spel från Svenska Spel, Sport och Casino. För dig över 18 år. Stödlinjen.se